Chapter 206, Immortal City merges with the desolate regions, physical body training, seeking truth lineage enters Immortal City. Longevity Immortal City. The sky is suddenly filled with resplendent fireworks. As beautiful as the view may be, many within the Immortal City remain unaware of the true story behind the spectacle. All the desolate regions under the jurisdiction of the Longevity Immortal City are self-destructing at this very moment. The unique spiritual energy distinctive to these regions is being extracted and channeled into the Immortal City. This is the painstaking work of both Feng Yuan and his partner, under the guidance of Qinyangzi and Ling Xiaozi. By setting up arrays with the golden core daist, it is as if they have constructed a filter. The additional spiritual energy presently in the Immortal City is what remains after all conflicting aspects between the desolate regions and the Immortal City have been eliminated. The native cultivators in the city are oblivious to the additional essence that now permeates their city. However, Jin Guangxiu is all too familiar with this aura. This is the place he longs to return to, the place that constantly occupies his thoughts. As good as the Immortal City may be, it is in the desolate regions where he truly belongs. His expression, however, quickly changes. For just as the desolate regions integrate into the Immortal City, a part of some other extraordinary place also begins to merge into the city. To put it more accurately, several wormhole entrances have appeared within the city. Though unseen to Jin Guangxiu, he can sense them. The aura emanating from these wormholes reminds him of the beast tide in the desolate regions. Could the beast swamp be descending? In truth, Jin Guangxiu is not mistaken. The beast swamp connects to countless desolate regions. But simply by self-destructing the desolate regions that lie beneath the Longevity Immortal City, the beast swamp isn't damaged in the slightest. Feng Yuan and his partner purposefully incorporated the beast swamp into their scheme, for how else could the seeking truth lineage be truly fooled? At this moment, Su Wu dares not move a muscle. He witnessed Feng Yuan and his partner set up the big array in the backyard with his own eyes, and the impact they've had has been considerable. As the horizontal training method, bolstered by the reminder from the Kaiwan child, circulates within his body, coupled with his consumption of qi and blood supplements that he only half believed in, they are now rapidly assimilating, spurred on by the sudden appearance of a certain aura. In no time at all, his physical strength seems to have faintly increased, filling him with immense joy. However, he didn't thank the Kaiwan child for it, as the latter's array had not yet been fully deployed. The Kaiwan child then takes out a jade box, which contains the essence blood previously extracted from Feng Yuan, enhanced with hidden techniques. Having gone through great lengths to set up this hunting ground. If the prey doesn't take the bait, wouldn't all their effort have been in vain? In the next moment, Feng Yuan and his partner both form a hand seal. The essence blood in their hands begins to emanate an eerie blood light before vaporizing. Like a wave of information, it rapidly expands from the center of the Immortal City to its furthest corners. Once all this was done, Feng Yuan and his partner finally breathed a sigh of relief. The essence blood was infused with a soul-controlling mystic art applied by Qinyangzi himself, somehow granting them a miraculous success. Feng Yuan is utterly oblivious that in his unconscious state, he has been forced to commit a treacherous act. After the initial excitement wore off, even practitioners of Kaiwan child and Feng Yuan's level can't help but feel somewhat weary. Let's leave it at that for now. They have used every method at their disposal, and now they will leave things up to fate, patiently awaiting the outcome. As for the matter of the Immortal City after the downfall of the Seeking Truth lineage, they will no longer be concerned, as the city will be under Su Wu's command. What's it to them anyway? Unbeknownst to Su Wu, he's been set up as the scapegoat. However, even if he discovered the truth, he would likely still bask in his unexpected fortune. To ascend to the rank of City Lord, one must be prepared to pay a price. In the end, he is only a nascent soul master. Against Kaiwan child and Feng Yuan, he stands no chance of resistance. Especially now that he remains blissfully ignorant, the only feeling stirring within him being the excitement of his strengthening physical body. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Kaiwan child shook his hand and said, "Su Wu, the rest is up to you. Keep a close eye on the city, and be vigilant of any outsiders. Better to falsely accuse than to let even one person slip through our fingers." Yes. Liang Sheng's mansion. While Jin Guangxiu is quietly thrilled by the distinctive aura of the desolate regions, Zhou Shen reaps the greatest benefits from this event. The sudden eruption of the desolate region's aura instantly resonates with the supplements for qi and blood within his body. He has no time for any action, he immediately crosses his legs and meditates, feverishly exercising the horizontal training method circulating within his body. As time passes, a faint golden light sporadically flickers within his meridians. Jin Guangzhou, who has been attentively monitoring the disturbing fluctuations within the immortal city, now shifts all his attention to Zhou Shen. Seeing the continuous growth in Zhou Shen's strength, Jin Guangzhou is assured that the situation is favorable and his worries are eased. At this moment, he is immensely grateful to Liang Sheng. He had been puzzled as to why his senior had instructed Zhou Shen to practice the horizontal training method. Now he finally has his answer. Could this be the legendary ability to foresee one's destiny? Indeed, it's truly extraordinary. However, Jin Guangzhou is unaware of the full extent of the horror that awaits him. The Immortal Dynasty competition has begun, and the Holy Land has used extraordinary means to block the calculation of destiny. Even distinguished figures such as the Immortal Court Emperor can no longer predict the cause and effect of events. Only Liang Sheng is an exception. His signature divine ability, the law of cause and effect, has granted him prior insight into potential occurrences. However, the orchestrated calculation of divine destiny may change. If everything proceeded exactly according to prediction, then why would the greatest cultivators bother to struggle in the mortal world? Though this place is called the immortal cultivation world of the immortal court, it is nothing more than another world separate from the mortal world, filled with potent spiritual energy. At this moment, seeing that the city array is completed, Liang Sheng does little to acknowledge it. He remains reposed in his lounging chair, eyes closed, recuperating his energy. However, his thoughts were racing madly in his head. The upcoming events in Longevity Immortal City would probably be incredibly lively, especially with the so-called Western barbarians from Xi Immortal Dynasty. Western barbarians inherently enjoyed conquest, but their internal cohesion was not strong. During the Immortal Dynasty competition, many of them had already started showing signs of restlessness. Now the only external hell that could fit the environment of Xi Immortal Dynasty was probably the Longevity Immortal City after the Great Array. With the nature of Western barbarians, how could their top talents not come? However, the targets of Feng Yuan and Chen Yang's schemes were not the Western barbarians, but the seeking the truth lineage hidden among them. By now, the two of them had passed the fate calamity. For the most part, the Western barbarians posed no threat to them. What they wanted was the fortune of the seeking the truth lineage. East Victory Immortal Dynasty harbored deep hatred for the seeking the truth lineage. It seemed as if the great Emperor Dongsheng and the others were already hidden in their hidden dimensions and would not emerge, but there were people who would report all situations in the outside world to them. And their actions this time were meant to show the Immortal Dynasty's upper echelons that they were the Immortal Dynasty's chosen, and no one else was fit for the role. Liang Sheng did not care about Feng Yuan and Chen Yang's grand schemes. Either way, in the current environment, his strength was as stable as Mount Tai. Given that, he naturally planned to let things take their course. Just then, Zhou Shen slowly awakened from his meditation, a flash of brilliance in his eyes. He then suddenly leaped up, a look of joy on his face, wanting to share his joy of making another breakthrough in his cultivation with Jin Guangzhou. However, before he could speak, a pile of blood and qi replenishing elixirs suddenly appeared before him, and Liang Sheng's voice lazily drifted over to him. This opportunity only comes with the first eruption of the desolate region's aura. After today, you won't have this kind of fortune. Why not seize the time and digest this opportunity while the desolate region's aura has not yet subsided, or else what else are you going to do? Zhou Shen couldn't help but look stunned upon hearing this, while Jin Guangzhou didn't even glance at him at this time, just earnestly pouring tea for Liang Sheng. Under these circumstances, what could Zhou Shen do other than reluctantly sitting down and stuffing himself with the spiritual pills and rejuvenating medicines? Since Ancestor dared to take out so many spiritual pills, it meant he could handle it. Zhou Shen didn't notice that as his qi and blood grew fuller, his entire body grew a size larger. He now looked no different from the likes of Fang Yi, who was just as burly. Where was there any trace of the elegant, handsome young master he had been before? Jin Guangzhou, however, turned a blind eye, only caring about Zhou Shen's growth in strength. He couldn't wait for Zhou Shen to become stronger. What did it matter whether he was ugly or not? Sure enough, the situation in the Immortal City developed just as Liang Sheng had predicted, with the unique aura of the wilderness gradually merging with the Immortal City's atmosphere. Immortal City cultivators wanted to easily forge their bodies as they did on the first day, but it was impossible. Although many people in the Immortal City didn't understand the significance of the appearance of the wilderness aura, many lucky individuals accidentally hammered their bodies in the process, enhancing their strength. Such as certain cultivators with the surname Zhou. Liang Sheng didn't say anything about it. It wasn't the first or second time this happened. What exactly was the background of this Zhou family? Were they illegitimate children of heaven and earth? As for Zhou Shen, who had made special preparations, his progress was even more substantial. Jin Guangxiu couldn't stop laughing these days, as the corners of his mouth had almost reached his ears. As for those cultivators of the Zhou family who had accidentally achieved great progress in their cultivation, they kept quiet about it. The only people who knew about this opportunity were themselves, and they attributed it to their deep and profound fortune. How could they tell others? That would be cutting off their own fortune. However, as the aura of the desolate regions poured in, the density of spiritual energy in the Immortal City also skyrocketed. Under these circumstances, the city's cultivators began to practice even more frantically. When had there ever been such a concentration of spiritual energy? Meanwhile, Su Wu personally presided over the Foreign Affairs Mansion, dispatching subordinates to patrol the entire Immortal City. Liang Sheng's mansion was not spared either. At first, Zhou Shen was worried about being exposed, but after seeing the investigators treating him as if he didn't exist, he realized that the ancestor had already concealed his aura, and the other party couldn't discover him. However, the City Lord Mansion's frequent searches of the Immortal City did cause some cultivators to worry about some major event happening, but over time they gradually got used to it. Until one day, Western barbarians appeared in the city again. This time, the Western barbarians did not enter Longevity Immortal City as openly as the Fang Yuan brothers had. Instead, they sneaked into the city and hid in the shadows, plotting something unknown. However, as a result of the City Lord Mansion's meticulous search, they couldn't hide their tracks and were caught by the City Lord Mansion's cultivators. Just as Feng Yuan and Kaiwen Child got the news and immediately showed up at the prison, they conducted soul control and were disappointed. The captives weren't remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage. As expected, the Seeking Truth lineage was extremely cautious. After all, according to Fang Yuan's memories, they had also sent back messages. Fortunately, Qinyangzi took action in time, and the subsequent situation in the Immortal City did not leak out, so the Seeking Truth lineage might still take the bait. However, they couldn't possibly come over so quickly. Even though the other party wasn't part of the Seeking Truth lineage, they still encouraged Su Wu. In order to continue the search for the Seeking Truth lineage, they needed Su Wu's cooperation. When Kaiwen Child left, he whispered to Su Wu. The leader of these Western barbarians is a nascent soul master, but most of his cultivation has been sealed. Hearing this, Su Wu's eyes couldn't help but light up, as this was clearly a hint for him to seize the opportunity. After all, killing a nascent soul at the edge of the Golden Age was an act of plundering the other party's fortune. Therefore, Su Wu didn't hesitate, since the other party could not make use of Feng Yuan and the other one, they might as well become stepping stones for him to climb to the heavens. That night, the Western barbarian nascent soul leader fell and ceased to exist. The Immortal City cultivators knew nothing about it, and Su Wu arranged for more frequent patrols by the City Lord Mansion's exteriors personnel. Because he discovered that after slaying the nascent soul leader, his cultivation speed seemed to have really increased a bit, although it was barely noticeable, it was at least good news. As long as he could accumulate little by little, there would eventually come a day of great harvest. Thinking of this, Su Wu's eyes brightened. East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Linga Capital City. Ling Xiaozi had earlier transmitted the plan to transform Longevity Immortal City to Emperor Dongsheng. Although it wasn't a big deal, it would inevitably affect the fluctuations in the Immortal Dynasty's luck, and there were no mistakes in the outcome. Feng Yuan, who had crossed the heavenly tribulation, now left an impression on Emperor Dongsheng's heart. Each gifted child who had crossed the heavenly tribulation, especially during the Immortal Dynasty competition, was even more precious. If Feng Yuan could really stand until the end, then the biggest beneficiary would be the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. The Holy Land would definitely not be stingy in rewarding him. Moreover, there were the rewards of the Golden Era. Emperor Dongsheng couldn't help but have some expectations. So, not only did he support Feng Yuan's transformation of Immortal City, but also secretly increased the transfer of East Victory Immortal Dynasty's luck to Longevity Immortal City. This investment was totally worth it, especially since they were plotting against the Seeking the Truth lineage. It's a pity that the heavenly secrets were currently concealed, otherwise, he would have added some more chips for Feng Yuan. Now what he can do is only to make the immortal city more attractive. How long can those seeking the truth remnants endure while hiding among the Western barbarians? Xi Immortal Dynasty. A secret island. Although it seemed desolate with few signs of human habitation, suddenly a giant bird appeared, only to crash down with a mournful cry. A hand then caught it. The contrast between the giant bird and the height of ordinary people was stark. The next moment, the slovenly old Taoist holding the giant bird grinned with a smile. Today's a feast. The next moment, the giant bird's feathers fell off instantly, and then it was cut like an invisible knife. Water appeared out of nowhere in midair and swiftly cleaned it. Flames roasted the bird, and the slovenly old Taoist drooled. The next moment, the giant bird was roasted golden, and the slovenly old Taoist didn't care if it was hot, he took a bite directly, his expression full of satisfaction. Delicious. Demon saints at the demon saint realm were indeed the best to eat. The elderly Taoist enjoyed eating more and more, but suddenly frowned and looked to the east. How foolish can the primordial truth seekers still be, wanting to cause trouble in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty? Isn't the previous loss enough? It's a clear trap. However, after sighing, he stood up, looked at the roasted meat in his hand, and finally threw it away with a clenched jaw. I was really stupid back then, but I admit my defeat in the bet. Master Heavenly Fate, you really know how to make people work. Grumbling, he didn't waste any more time and disappeared directly. The great roasted meat that fell on the ground was still exuding a delicious aroma, and soon demonic beasts gathered to eat it like crazy after confirming there was no danger. This was an instinct hidden within their bloodline. Eat. Eat, eat, eat. Longevity Immortal City. Just as the slovenly old Taoist left the Xi Immortal Dynasty, Su Wu was also leading people out of the city lord mansion at this time, surrounding a certain mansion in the city. Inside the mansion, a few people frowned. They didn't expect that they had just arrived at Longevity Immortal City and were already detected by the cultivators of Immortal City. Disperse, as long as one of us completes the reconnaissance mission, it will be a success. If any of us are unfortunately captured, you should know what to do. If you are safe, wait for the opportunity to contact the old folks. Take care of yourselves. One person in the room looked around and spoke. When his voice had just fallen, the others nodded their heads and rushed out in different directions. As for the person who spoke, he faced Su Wu's direction. He had the highest cultivation level, and so he needed to bear more responsibility. When he came out, a ruthless look flashed across Su Wu's face. Over the past few days, this person was the first to decisively choose to break out, and his cultivation level was at the nascent soul true monarch realm. This time, it seemed that he had met the real master. The next moment, Su Wu directly sent out a signal with his hand. Inside the city lord mansion, Feng Yuan and Kai Wen Child suddenly raised their heads, a flash of joy in their eyes. Facing Su Wu, the breakout person didn't expect him to be so decisive, so he no longer disguised himself and used his full strength to escape as quickly as possible. However, as soon as he made a move, Su Wu retreated frantically, but he was still hit by a powerful force. His body flashed with a faint light, instantly dissipating 99% of the force exerted. However, Su Wu did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, he was glad that he had made the right decision in sending out the distress signal at that moment. He looked at the escaping person, his eyes full of wariness. Divinity Transformation Expert. Chapter 207, Feng Yuan Plan begins. Chen Chen visits the Zhou family. Longevity Immortal City. At this moment, Su Wu had already lost his battle strength after taking a hit, and he didn't dare to block the opponent's path at all, as he withdrew far away. Who could have known that the other party was not a nascent soul master, but a divinity transformation expert? He would be a fool to continue chasing proactively. He even suspected that the cultivators who had previously broken through in other directions might have also hidden their cultivation realm. Thinking of this, he calmed down. The other party was most likely the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage, otherwise, why would they go to such lengths? Now he was powerless. After all, it was a crime not to fight, but he had no strength to do so, while Chen Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had previously hidden his cultivation level, in order to catch the other party off guard. It was a pity that the other party actually had spiritual device armor on their body. Now he could kill the other party with a follow-up attack, but it would definitely waste time. Now he was racing against time, so he just glanced at Suwu with regret and immediately decided to leave temporarily. But at this moment, his heart suddenly palpitated, and immediately after, he couldn't move at all. Bad luck. In the end, I still wasted time, but although Chen Chen regretted it in his heart, it didn't help, and the figures of Feng Yuan and Kai Wen Child appeared before him in the next moment. Feng Yuan and Kai Wen Child looked at Chen Chen. With this kind of eyes, ordinary cultivators couldn't have them. This was the unique spirit of the Seeking Truth remnants. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan directly slapped Chen Chen unconscious and sealed him. Then they did not escort Chen Chen themselves, but handed them over to Suwu. Immediately after, the two disappeared again. Suwu had previously reported that several people had broken through, so they couldn't have gone far. With Feng Yuan's cultivation level, it would be easy to find the people and bring them back. As long as these people show up, there's no chance for them to escape, and without any further delay, Suwu brought the sealed Chen Chen back to the City Lord Mansion's prison. Sure enough, Feng Yuan and Kai Wen Child almost simultaneously brought back several cultivators who had broken through. Suwu turned his head to look, and almost laughed out loud. Not one was missing. However, these people, like Chen Chen, had completely lost consciousness. In the deepest part of the prison, Feng Yuan did not hesitate and carefully performed the soul control technique. He did not want the soul control technique to leave any sequelae on Chen Chen and the others. After a while, Feng Yuan could not help showing a smile on his face. That's right. These people were indeed the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage. Unwittingly, they still wanted to find the traitor of the Church of All Beings, but unfortunately, the church had already been destroyed, so how could they possibly find it? But from this, it can be seen that Feng Yuan had not informed the news of the church's destruction back then. Fortunately. Indeed, heaven's fortune favors us. Since the Seeking the Truth lineage had not learned the specific truth of what happened in Longevity Immortal City through the Feng Yuan brothers, their plan became more and more confident. Deist friend Kai Wen Child, since that's the case, shall we continue with the plan we discussed before? Kai Wen Child nodded upon hearing this. He turned to look at Suwu, whispered a few instructions, and after that, Suwu let the subordinates who had followed him in the capture operation follow Kai Wen Child into the City Lord Mansion for closed-door cultivation. When Feng Yuan and Kai Wen Child left with their men, Suwu couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't compare to the City Lord when it came to laying out strategic plans. After sighing, Suwu began to arrange the prison guards in the prison. However, during this time, his trusted aides were taken away by Kai Wen Child, so he needed to find suitable candidates again. He must choose carefully in the upcoming time of life and death. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Because he remembered a very suitable candidate to guard the prison, and the more he thought about it, the more appropriate it seemed. It could only be said that heaven was on his side. Zhou family. When Suwu suddenly sent a trusted aide, Zhou Ning didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly greeted them in the main hall. Although Suwu was no longer the city lord at this time, Zhou Ning still showed extreme respect to the visitor. However, when the visitor stated his intentions, his expression remained unchanged, but his heart was full of bitterness. Recruit Zhou family cultivators to serve as prison guards for the City Lord Mansion again. In order to hide themselves, the Zhou family had indeed invested several generations of disciples in the prison, but due to the previous disturbance in the arena, they had already withdrawn from the City Lord Mansion to avoid suspicion. Unexpectedly, even so, Suwu hasn't really let the Zhou family go. When one looks closely, there's a problem, but Zhou Ning doesn't dare to refuse at this time. However, fortunately, he didn't feel a great crisis at this time. After thinking about it, he eventually decided that he couldn't refuse. It can only be said that he had learned his lesson from before, and had already arranged for the Zhou family's retreat. The hidden lineage plan in the family had been completed. In that case, as the Zhou family master, he had the obligation to protect the Zhou family, and at any cost, he had to be the target on the surface so as not to affect the hidden lineage. Seeing that Zhou Ning was sensible, the envoy from Suwu did not stay any longer and left directly. He still had to report back to Suwu. Zhou Ning personally sent him out of the mansion, his expression complex. As long as one was still in the red dust, one's fate was not their own. Zhou Ning shook his head, walking back while thinking about which persons to send to the prison as guards this time, and he had to choose reliable ones. On the other side, after listening to his subordinate's report, Suwu was extremely satisfied. It seemed that the Zhou family had finally recognized the situation. Since that was the case, he wouldn't suppress the Zhou family too much for the time being. After all, these people from the Zhou family had already become the abandoned ones. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning acted quickly, sending his best men from his family to the prison on the second day, following Suwu's arrangement to guard the prison. At first, everything was calm, and nothing happened for 2 or 3 days. However, the people from the Zhou family did not let down their guard. Under Zhou Ning's bloodline of fortune-attracting ability, things didn't feel quite right, and the selected Zhou family disciples guarding the prison also felt even worse. However, within the ominous signs, there was still a trace of extreme positive changes. Although this feeling was not strong, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Faced with such a dilemma, they could only stick to their current situation temporarily, thinking that they were doing everything for the sake of their family. This was the true sentiment of the Zhou family disciples guarding the prison. Inside the prison, Chen and others were detained together. In fact, they had already regained consciousness in the first 2 days. However, they were sealed off by their cultivation, appearing to be harmless, but on the third night, Chen cornered his mouth upwards. How would the cultivators of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty know about the mysteries of the Seeking Truth lineage techniques? Of course, this had something to do with the cultivation environment of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. At this moment, they had to be thankful for the current cultivation environment of the Longevity Immortal City. Surprisingly, it was rich in extreme element, making it no less inferior to the Xi Immortal Dynasty. Extreme element was what the East Victory Immortal Dynasty called wilderness. Now the Longevity Immortal City was very suitable for the practice of the Seeking Truth lineage techniques. This result must have been the result of the efforts made by the previously mentioned Church of All Beings. So their top priority was to find the Church of All Beings. Didn't the earlier information say that they controlled the Longevity Immortal City? At this time, they saw Chen's body making several crackling sounds as the seal on his body was directly broken, and he recovered his mana within a short while. The others also brightened their eyes when they saw this, but even in their excitement, they did not make any noise. Chen kept his posture still, checking the situation outside. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he began to unseal the others one by one. The whole process went smoothly. However, after all, this was the seal of Feng Yuan. If their cultivation methods were not a little bit different, they might not have been able to break the seal. Nevertheless, it still took Chen quite some time to remove the body seals. By the time they had recovered their mana, it was already daylight. A few Zhou family disciples had just arrived for their shift, and as usual, they went along with the other prison guards to patrol the prison. When they were not far from Chen's cell, their faces slightly changed, and their heart's auspicious ability gave them a crazy warning. A sign of great disaster. The Zhou family disciples immediately stopped without making a sound, their footsteps paused, and the leader directly slapped his head, looking extremely anxious. "Fellow colleagues, I forgot to get the keys to the prison gatehouse. Why don't you go ahead with the patrol while I go get them?" As he spoke, not waiting for their answer, the Zhou family disciple turned around and prepared to leave. But at that moment, they suddenly heard a voice in their ears. "Deist friend, what a keen perception you have." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Zhou family disciples changed immediately, and without any communication, they collectively leaped forward, sprinting directly outside. Unfortunately, in the next moment, they could not move at all. "It's over." The Zhou family disciples couldn't help but close their eyes. They were afraid they wouldn't be able to escape this time. But just as they were prepared to accept their fate, Chen suddenly stopped his attack on them. Chen looked at the Zhou family disciples with a puzzled expression, a flash of surprise in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he finally slapped them, but only to knock them unconscious. As for the other prison guards, they had already breathed their last breath. Chen then led his group to flee, and they were extremely decisive in their killings along the way. As long as someone stood in their way, they would kill them with a single strike. After escaping the prison, they entered the bustling area of the Immortal City and scattered in all directions. There wasn't Suwu and his men surrounding them this time. Coupled with their swift actions, they didn't cause any commotion, so much so that the city lord's mansion didn't react in time. By the time the city lord's mansion arrived at the prison, everyone had already left, leaving only the prison guards lying in a pool of blood. Suwu couldn't help but look extremely unhappy. Immediately launch a city-wide search. As the people from the city lord's mansion obeyed, no one knew that beneath Suwu's unhappy expression, it was not because Chen Chen and the others had escaped. He was unhappy only because none of the Zhou family disciples had died, which made Suwu lose face. However, it was not the time to worry about such things now. The plan had succeeded, and there could not be any slacking in the next steps. After Suwu entered the city lord's mansion, the closer he got to the backyard, the quieter it became. When Kaiwan Child saw Suwu, he smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Suwu, you did a good job. Next, you'll lead the search throughout the city. Don't pretend, be very serious and don't arouse any suspicion." "Yes." As Suwu left, Kaiwan Child gazed towards the west and thought, seeking the truth lineage, the stage is now set, and you wouldn't miss it, would you? Longevity Immortal City. Fenghe Road. At this moment, in front of a steamed bun shop, Liang Sheng was leisurely eating steamed buns and fried dough sticks, with a bowl of soy milk on the table. The taste was much more delicious than that of the mortal world. After all, the ingredients here had been soaked with spiritual energy, so how could the mortal world compare? These past few days, Liang Sheng's mood had been great, having watched a big show that added some fun to his otherwise long, tedious life. Furthermore, the development of events was no different from what he had seen under the law of cause and effect, so he was not too worried. However, at the same time, he marveled that Zhou Shen seemed to really have great fortune on his side since, in just a short time, he was about to make a breakthrough to the late Golden Core stage. To be a late-stage Golden Core true person before the age of 300 was truly terrifying. These days, Jin Guangxiu had been unable to stop smiling. If this continued, Zhou Shen would have plenty of time to polish himself to perfection, almost certainly breaking through to the nascent soul realm. After all, Liang Sheng had already given Jin Guangxiu hundreds of nascent soul pills at this time, which was the source of his confidence that Zhou Shen could break through to the nascent soul realm. But on the other hand, Zhou Shen's emergence had brought a bit more vigor to Jin Guangxiu, which Liang Sheng felt was well worth it. Liang Sheng finished the last bite of his steamed bun and leisurely got up, with Huang Yufan already paying the bill. At that moment, a group of City Lord Mansion soldiers rushed past on the street, causing chaos and making the street lively. Liang Sheng didn't mind at all, as who could know that this was a play directed by the two Feng Yuan people, but the actors themselves didn't know the truth. Just then, a hurried cultivator nearly bumped into the almost unnoticeable Liang Sheng. Fortunately, the other party was a cultivator with quick reactions. With a shrug and a turn, they slipped past him from the side, soon disappearing at the end of the alley. I wonder how the Zhou family will choose? Liang Sheng glanced in the direction of Zhou family, as things were indeed developing as he expected. The Seeking Truth lineage was already paying attention to the Zhou family at this moment. Endless worldly affairs. Liang Sheng sighed, then looked into outer space. Are you coming too? At this thought, there was a hint of sternness on his face. After all, Liang Sheng's hesitation about whether or not to leave was because of the impending arrival of a person who was both trouble and opportunity. He had not made up his mind yet about how to choose. If that's the case, let nature take its course. But deep down, Liang Sheng had other reasons, like Jin Guangxiu and Huang Yufan, although he had yet to realize them. Zhou family. At this moment, Zhou Ning's expression was somewhat strange. This sudden change in the prison had indeed brought back all the Zhou family disciples, but he was still extremely uneasy in his heart. Because yesterday, he found that someone had stealthily left a jade slip at the door. The content inside was very simple. Seek the truth. Zhou Ning couldn't penetrate these two words. Although he knew about the Church of All Beings, he didn't know the origin of the relationship between the Church and the Seeking Truth lineage. Confused, he naturally informed Jin Guangxiu at the first opportunity but was left puzzled by the answer he received. Let nature take its course? Even though he had a bad feeling, why was Elder Jin like this? But there was nothing he could do but wait. He didn't know that Jin Guangxiu was at a loss as well. He had wanted to go back to Zhou family to see what was going on after receiving Zhou Ning's message. But he was stopped by Liang Sheng. Since Liang Sheng said so, even though Jin Guangxiu did not understand, he unconditionally followed his advice. While Zhou Ning was feeling uneasy, he didn't know that a pair of eyes were staring at the Zhou family. It was none other than Chen Chen, who had escaped from the prison. Seeing that there was no reaction from the Zhou family after he threw in the jade slip, he felt relieved as well. But no rush, another couple of days without any problems, it would be time to meet them face to face. Hopefully, it's a pleasant surprise. Chapter 208, Seeking the Truth of the Great Dao. Heaven and earth have no mercy, so what? Longevity. Immortal City. Zhou family. Between hope and fear, Zhou waited for a few more days. During these days, the city lord mansion caused a great commotion in the city, and now everyone in Immortal City knew that someone had actually escaped from the prison in the city lord mansion. Under such circumstances, it should have been easy for the cultivators in the city to cooperate and capture the escaped prisoner, but there has been no news so far. One could only say that it was no wonder that such a dangerous person could escape from prison. Ordinary people could not escape from prison like this, so it was actually reasonable for them not to find the escapees for a while. However, everyone believed that they would eventually find these escaped cultivators because the city lord was the great power of soul emergence Feng Yuan. But Zhou was somewhat worried about this because as long as there was no result for the jade slip at the door, he would always be nervous. On the other hand, after Chen Chen escaped from prison, he did not contact his companions but hid in the dark to confirm whether there was any danger. When he confirmed that there were no abnormalities, he prepared to reveal himself and meet Zhou directly. So, on a night when the moon is bright and the stars are few, he stopped wasting time and quietly sneaked into Zhou study. At this moment, Zhou was still meditating. When he finished his meditation, he immediately assumed a defensive position because he found that there was an unfamiliar person in the room. However, to his surprise, he did not shout out directly but simply watched the visitor without making a sound. It would be unwise to cause a commotion now. It's because the other party could easily sneak into the study without him knowing, which means the other party was much stronger than him. Senior, I don't know what you came here for. As long as the junior can do it, the junior will do his best to satisfy your request. Seeing Zhou respectful attitude, Chen Chen thought about it but decided not to beat around the bush and simply explain the situation. It was not appropriate to test each other now. I am Chen Chen of the Seeking Truth lineage. Are you a member of the Church of All Beings? The Church of All Beings? These three words made Zhou somewhat dumbfounded. After all, the Church of All Beings was well known in Longevity Immortal City. Throughout thousands of years, the Church of All Beings had left a strong mark on the city's history. But how could he have any relationship with the Church of All Beings? His reaction fell into Chen Chen's eyes, causing him to be somewhat puzzled. Did he guess wrong? However, in that case, why did the other party not seek help from the city lord mansion when he got the jade slip? It was just the previous abnormal situation of the Zhou family that made Chen Chen sure that there was no malice towards the Seeking Truth lineage. But now, Chen Chen couldn't help but be suspicious, and Zhou could clearly feel that Chen Chen's state at this moment was somewhat different from before. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhou still decided to tell the truth, as lying might cause even greater trouble. He had only seen the Church of All Beings in texts and rumors, so how could he pretend? It would be better to tell the truth. Senior, my Zhou family is an immortal cultivation family in the Immortal City and has never been involved with the Church of All Beings. Do you have any misunderstandings about this? At this time, Chen Chen couldn't understand it either. That day when I escaped from the prison, I deliberately let go of the jailer who should have had some of your Zhou family young members. Can you call them right now? Although inquiring in tone, Zhou couldn't help but feel heartbroken and didn't dare to delay. The other party was indeed the one who escaped from the prison that day. At that time, he was also fortunate that the Zhou family young members could return safely, but now it seems that he had misunderstood, and it was not luck but the other party deliberately not using lethal force. In a flash, he made up his mind, took out the communication jade slip, and before long, the Zhou family young members who had been on duty in the jail had arrived outside the room door. Come in. These few Zhou family young members were still wondering what the family master wanted with them, but when they looked up, they saw a person they never expected to see. It's you. As soon as they spoke, Chen Chen had already arrived in front of them. Perform the technique you used that day immediately, or else. When the Zhou family young members heard Chen Chen's threat and glanced at Zhou beside them, they immediately performed the defensive moves they had made on that day of emergency as he said. Chen Chen's eyes squinted involuntarily at this point, and it was indeed the aura of horizontal training unique to the Seeking Truth lineage, without a mistake. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ning immediately guessed something. At that time, the spiritual energy of Immortal City had mutated, and some of the better young members of the family had suddenly practiced horizontal training method and made great cultivation progress. At that time, Zhou Ning was somewhat pleased, thinking that it was Zhou family's deep blessing. But now it seemed that it was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Chen Chen had already confirmed that this was the aura of the physical combat technique that was different from that of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty cultivators, which was clearly from the Seeking Truth lineage, and couldn't help but look at Zhou Ning reproachfully. Zhou family master, you are really too cautious. I am indeed Chen Chen of the Seeking Truth lineage, coming from the Zai Immortal Dynasty. You may rest assured. If you still have doubts in your heart, I can swear by the Heavenly Dao now, so you don't have to hide anything. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning couldn't help but feel a little dilemma. As the master of the Zhou family, how did he get involved with the Church of All Beings? If the city lord mansion knew about this, it would probably be the next moment when Zhou family faced disaster. He then thought of Elder Jin's previous words to go with the flow. He gritted his teeth. Senior, there is really no connection between my Zhou family and the Church of All Beings, and I can swear by the Heavenly Dao. Zhou Ning's words made Chen Chen believe that the other party was not lying, but then how to explain the current aura of the Zhou family young members? Could it just be their personal conduct? Upon seeing the suspicion in Chen Chen's eyes, these disciples of the Zhou family immediately knew what he meant and promptly shook their heads in denial. We have never had any involvement with the Church of All Beings. Chen Chen really didn't anticipate this scenario. Thinking a bit, he suddenly manipulated his mana in his hand, his chi transformed, causing Zhou Ning and a few disciples of the Zhou family around him to stare in surprise. The young members of the Zhou family currently practicing the horizontal training method couldn't control themselves and once again executed the same technique. These two strands of chi gradually merged together. However, Chen Chen's chi was visibly grander in comparison, but, unquestionably, they originated from the same source. Look, only my Seeking Truth lineage can cultivate the horizontal training method to achieve this effect. So, if you are unaware of the Seeking Truth lineage, your ancestors must definitely have something to do with it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning was somewhat convinced because the chi from cultivation could not be feigned. He had previously observed the chi of cultivators in the Immortal City practicing the horizontal training method, and it was indeed different from that of the Zhou family disciples. Upon thinking about this, a notion suddenly flashed across his mind. Elder Jin had previously seen his communication and replied only with "let nature take its course." Could he be aware of something? Chen Chen, who had been staring at Zhou Ning the entire time, swiftly noticed his expression and immediately understood that there must be a hidden agenda. He then couldn't help feeling a bit elated. Patriarch Zhou, have you recalled something? Zhou Ning clenched his teeth and finally decided to mention Jin Guangxiu. How it was with my ancestors, I do not truly know. However, there is still an elder in my family. He might be aware of the cause and effect. As soon as he had said this, Zhou Ning felt a sigh of relief. Elder Jin, you once told me to let nature take its course. I am now doing as you instructed. It was at this moment. Who? Chen Chen suddenly asked. Before Zhou Ning had a chance to go and inspect, a person suddenly appeared in the room. Who else could it be if not Jin Guangxiu? Elder Jin. Liang Sheng's mansion. At this moment, Zhou Shen was still quietly cultivating on the side while Huang Yufan was happily making tea next to him. The tea leaves had effects that were just as potent as those from Dao Valley Pavilion. Liang Sheng was lying comfortably on a reclining chair, but his divine sense was perceiving the movements of the Zhou family from afar. Jin Guangxiu's sudden appearance at the Zhou family was naturally his arrangement because he also needed to carry on with this play. After all, this matter is related to the cause and effect of Zhou Shen. If Jin Guangxiu later finds out about the situation, he might feel uneasy. Therefore, since Liang Sheng has security insurance, he would naturally also consider Jin Guangxiu's feelings. Hence, just earlier, he had already explained the situation of the Zhou family. Jin Guangxiu then had two options. One was to ignore the Zhou family, and the other was to go to the Zhou family and clarify the matter. The Zhou family disciples possessing the chi of the Seeking Truth lineage's horizontal training method is just a coincidence, because they have the Desolate Domain's bloodline. In addition to the opportunistic coincidence, it is hard to find such an occurrence in the world. However, Jin Guangxiu's choice is evidently clear. At the Zhou family. At this time, Chen Chen and Jin Guangxiu had already sat down to face each other. Zhou Ning poured tea on the side with curiosity lingering in his heart. After all, did his family and the Seeking Truth lineage truly have a connection? If there really is a relationship between the two parties, doesn't it indicate that the Church of All Beings, which has been causing chaos for thousands of years, might truly have a Zhou family ancestor? Chen Chen took a sip of his tea at this moment. Both parties had calmed down a bit. Then he slowly began to speak. Deist friend, can you reveal the truth to me now? Jin Guangxiu also took a sip of his tea, and then his eyes became profound, as if he had already become engrossed in the memory, filled with reminiscence. Do you know about the desolate regions beneath Immortal City? Desolate regions? Yes, in fact, we are all people from the desolate regions, the entire Zhou family is. But the descendants of the current Zhou family have gone through dozens of generations of inheritance to remove the bloodline curse of the desolate regions. How is that possible? When Chen Chen heard this, he was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the truth to be this simple, but the information it contained was indeed shocking. Who could imagine that the bloodline of the desolate regions could be passed down from one generation to another to gradually remove the bloodline curse? You should know, long ago, wasn't there no one who hadn't experimented with this case? But it is completely impossible to remove the bloodline curse. However, as Jin Guangxiu recounted the Zhou family's nearly 2,000-year-long experience in the Immortal City, Chen Chen gradually started to believe that the truth was indeed so. It turns out that the young Zhou family members practicing the horizontal training method, having achieved so close to Seeking Truth lineage, was because they were of the desolate domain bloodline. He had misunderstood. Upon thinking the same, Chen Chen felt some hesitation. Jin Guangxiu looked at the struggle in his eyes and suddenly took a heavenly Dao oath straightforwardly. Deist friend, you can rest assured. I can swear by my life on the heavenly Dao that the Zhou family will absolutely not divulge your information, or else the Zhou family, and I will have nowhere to be buried. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning, feeling relieved, immediately took a heavenly Dao oath as well. But to his surprise, Chen Chen looked at them and shook his head. No, you are wrong. You do indeed have a connection with my Seeking Truth lineage, but you are also correct. You truly have no connection with the Church of All Beings in Immortal City. Upon saying this, Chen Chen couldn't help feeling that the world works in mysterious ways. Who would have thought that he would make such a discovery in Longevity Immortal City? Although he did not find traces of the Church of All Beings, it was a case of the unexpected yielding of willow trees. He found the bloodline inheritance of the Seeking Truth lineage. Upon hearing this, Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Ning were both shocked. They had a feeling that the information they were about to hear was definitely a tremendous secret. For a short while, their minds were in turmoil. Chen Chen took another sip of tea, seemingly to calm his inner shock, before he leisurely began speaking. Before, Longevity Immortal City was not suitable for cultivation by those with desolate domain bloodlines. The heavenly and earth rules of the immortal dynasties suppressed the cultivators from the desolate regions. Doesn't that strike you as peculiar? Jin Guangxiu nodded. That was indeed one of the doubts in his mind. Otherwise, why couldn't he progress in his cultivation? If they had been able to cultivate normally in the Immortal City, perhaps his two disciples could have made a breakthrough in their realms, greatly increasing their lifespan and avoiding an untimely end. All this stems from the conflict between the Seeking Truth lineage and the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. The heavenly Dao of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty is more extreme compared to that of other immortal dynasties. We, the Seeking Truth lineage, pursue the truth of destiny, the truth of heaven and earth, the truth of the great Dao, believing that everyone can achieve great success on the immortal path. For example, the Church of All Beings in Longevity Immortal City is a philosophical branch of the Seeking Truth lineage. They pursue the ideal of everyone being like a dragon, breaking through the heavenly shackles, and not being played by the heaven and earth. Thus, our Seeking Truth lineage follows personal will, not subjected to the control of heaven and earth, striving to seize power from them. That's why our physical training is different from other cultivators. Our Seeking Truth lineage uses ourselves as vessels to pursue the end of the Great Dao. Everything we do is to obtain the authority of the Great Dao in order to seek the truth. In simple terms, we believe that in heaven and earth, our pursuit of the Great Dao is the truth. While heaven and earth are illusory, deceptive, our fate is controlled by ourselves, not heaven. Chen Chen was somewhat impassioned at this point, and took another sip of tea to suppress the excitement in his heart before continuing. However, the East Victory Immortal Dynasty is different. No, it should be said that all the cultivators of other immortal dynasties are different. They believe that their fate is predetermined, and what they need for cultivation is the fortune granted by heaven and earth. With heaven and earth's fortune, they have a broad path. They fight too, but not for the truth of the immortality cultivation path. They simply follow the so-called fortune of heaven and earth, never daring to break through the boundaries of heaven and earth in search of the truth. Upon hearing this, Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Ning were somewhat dumbfounded. Could it be that the entire seeking truth lineage was composed of madmen? Of course, the heavenly Dao was their cultivation goal, but they couldn't imagine directly overthrowing the heaven and earth, and seeking their personal path above them. Even Jin Guangxiu, who came from the desolate regions, was only pursuing his own fortune, hoping to obtain an opportunity from heaven and earth. They had never thought of breaking the heavenly and earth rules. If their ancestors from the desolate regions had truly been part of the seeking truth lineage, they would have been extremely audacious, daring to contend with heaven and earth. Seeing their expressions, Chen Chen naturally knew what they were thinking, and without further contemplation, he asked another question. Even if you come from the desolate regions, don't you know that the cultivation of ancient methods in the past did not require the assistance of elixirs to break through bottlenecks? When has that ever been the case? Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Ning nodded. Whether it was the desolate regions or the immortal cities, ancient records mentioned drastic transformations of ancient times. After the ancient changes, ancient techniques could no longer be practiced, because the bottleneck was too great, even gifted children would have no chance of success. So, why can't that be the case now? Have you ever thought about it? Upon hearing this, Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Ning were rendered speechless. Chen Chen suddenly stood up. Do you feel that we are going against the natural order? Yet, below the Holy Land, we still exist. Isn't it possible that some people within the Holy Land might agree with this possibility? Heaven and earth are unkind, treating everything like expendable dogs. So why not grant us the right to seek truth? The seeking truth lineage pursues the truth of the great Dao, where everyone can become immortals and achieve enlightenment. This is seeking the truth. At this moment, several people at different locations within the immortal city looked towards Chen Chen's direction, their expressions complicated. One was the city lord mansion. Another was Liang Sheng's mansion. And the last one was the wonton stall. An elderly Taoist was seated at the wonton stall, before he was enjoying a hearty meal with gusto. At this moment, however, he set down his bowl, a complicated look in his eyes. Seeking truth? But that's just a path to self-destruction, isn't it? Chapter 209, The Events of the Past, Are You Not Afraid of Death? Longevity Immortal City. City Lord Mansion. At this moment, Feng Yuan and Kai Wen Child looked at each other, their hearts full of doubt. Who would have thought that the Zhou family would actually have a nascent soul master? If Su Wu knew about this, he would probably be even more determined to exterminate the Zhou family. However, Feng Yuan and Kai Wen Child were not really concerned about this situation. What they really cared about was that the Zhou family turned out to be of the desolate domain bloodline. Kai Wen Child quickly accepted this reality. Kai Wen Child had once come to support City Master Zhen Yuan, so he naturally had an impression of the incident in the marginal domain marked with letter Yi back then. Now, he instantly linked the situation described by Jin Guangxiu. So that's how it is. Kai Wen Child couldn't help but sigh in his heart, but who would have thought that someone could escape to Immortal City when the domain marked with letter Yi was destroyed, and even managed to let their descendants lift the bloodline curse. Thinking about this, he and Feng Yuan exchanged glances, explaining the situation, and both sides confirmed that they must take the Zhou family away, once the seeking the truth lineage matter is settled. As for now, hunting down the seeking the truth lineage is the top priority, with other matters temporarily not being within their consideration. At this time, they didn't plan to take action and arrest them just yet, because what they wanted was not just Chen Chen and his companions. They were merely using them as bait. Their goal was to use Chen Chen and the others to lure as many of the seeking truth remnants from the Zai Immortal dynasty as possible. Thinking about this, they felt that the fact that the Zhou family was of the desolate domain bloodline was actually a good thing. After all, even the desolate domain bloodline could survive well in Longevity Immortal City, doesn't that prove that longevity immortal city is actually very suitable for seeking the truth lineage? In this regard, the Zhou family actually helped them out, making their plan more perfect and increasing their chances of success. Let's wait a little longer. Fishing requires patience. West City. Wonton Shop. The slovenly old Taoist had a leisurely look in his eyes, as he never thought that someone in this world could actually break free from the desolate domain bloodline curse. Is the wind direction of heaven and earth about to change? Impossible, right? At this moment, he couldn't help but hesitate. His trip to Longevity Immortal City was only to honor his promise and protect the legacy of the Seeking the Truth lineage. So if people like Chen Chen die, it doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't involve too many people from the Seeking the Truth lineage, he doesn't care. But now, thinking about this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Forget about it. Since he chose to follow the fortune of heaven and earth, doesn't the current situation show that heaven and earth are allowing the rise of the Seeking the Truth lineage? If that's the case, let's just watch for a while. He didn't want to bother himself anymore. There must be a way when the car gets to the mountain. With that thought, he gulped down another bowl of wontons. Don't say, the wontons in Longevity Immortal City are quite delicious. He couldn't help but ask the vendor why his wontons were so delicious. The vendor, hearing him praise, couldn't help but feel a little proud. This is the craft handed down from my ancestors. Back then, my ancestor used this skill to make a nascent soul master linger and forget to leave, which allowed my lineage to cultivate without worries. When it came to the wonton heritage, the vendor talked endlessly, but he didn't say a word about why the wontons were delicious. The elderly Taoist could only shake his head and leave a lower-grade scattered spirit stone before leaving, thinking that the vendor was not very honest. Judging by the residual traces of fortune on him, he had already buried the blessings passed down from his ancestors, yet he was still proud, truly unaware of what he had lost. But from this, it can be seen that Longevity Immortal City is indeed somewhat strange. If he hadn't come here in person, he might not have discovered that even a vendor had such a light of fortune, which is extremely rare. Could it be that during this Immortal Dynasty Golden Era, Longevity Immortal City is also one of the main characters, otherwise the situation here would be hard to explain? In the end, the old Taoist shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In the next moment, he entered a roast meat shop next to him, his eyes shining as he looked at the golden roast meat on the rack. The Zai Immortal Dynasty is really full of barbarians, this is the place where the immortals reside. After that, he sat by the table and ordered a whole roast lamb, looking greedy. These are the carefree days. Liang family residence. At this moment, Liang Sheng's attention was also focused on the Zhou family. At this time, the scene under the law of cause and effect changed again. After watching it, Liang Sheng thought for a while and decided to keep sitting on the fishing platform for now. As for the person he was worried about previously, they were now in Longevity Immortal City. Logically speaking, for the sake of safety, since that person had arrived, Liang Sheng had to think about whether to leave or not. However, the words Chen Chen had just said made Liang Sheng decide to stay and see what happens for the time being. Because he felt that he might be getting closer to the truth of heaven and earth this time, and if he were to leave now, it would definitely be his loss, causing him to take more detours in his path of cultivating immortality. In addition, since that person had arrived, he didn't feel any major danger, but just a little trouble, so he decided to stay for the time being. Of course, he couldn't be careless, as the golden era of the Immortal Dynasty competition would eventually pass, and he absolutely shouldn't be too high profile. Otherwise, when the golden era ends, and those mighty beings can truly make a move, he really might have endless troubles. Since Feng Yuan and the others haven't acted rashly, he'll just watch for a while. With that thought, he turned to look at Zhou Shen next to him, who was still meditating and cultivating. Surprisingly, he was gradually nearing the completion of the golden core phase. Perhaps it won't be long before he breaks through to the nascent soul stage. Such a cultivation speed can be considered an unparalleled genius even in Immortal City. Despite being a soul emergence great ability, the intervals between his breakthroughs weren't very long, but that was built on a foundation of abundant resources. Not to mention the heaven and earth spine he consumed, it's enough to cultivate hundreds of refinement void Dao monarchs without any issue. But now, he has only used up so many cultivation resources, and he is only at the final stage of refining spirit from Qi in the soul emergence intermediate period. The path to cultivation is long and arduous. After their surprise, Jin Guangxiu and the others in the Zhou family have already calmed down at this moment. Liang Sheng thought for a while, and directly sent a message for Jin Guangxiu to stay temporarily in the Zhou family and not return. As for Liang Sheng's eyes turned to the slovenly old Taoist, who was not far away feasting on roast whole lamb, and he felt somewhat wary in his heart. He still isn't an opponent for that person. However, since he doesn't feel any sense of crisis, he no longer pays attention to the other party. It is only because of his concealment attribute on his data panel that others couldn't sense him. Liang Sheng looked up again at the invisible insect hole entrances in the sky, lost in thought. He had previously obtained an opportunity in the beast swamp, and it was anything but simple. Now that the beast swamp can connect to Immortal City, it is even more extraordinary. There are too many secrets in this immortal dynasty, he must be cautious and careful not to make a wrong step. Otherwise, he fears that the cause and effect would be endless. But thinking about the scene he saw under the law of cause and effect, his eyes were resolute. Since it is the golden era of the immortal dynasty, it is only natural for him to take advantage of the situation and seize some opportunities. After he roughly clarified his plan in his heart, Liang Sheng lay down on the recliner again, closing his eyes to enjoy his rare leisure time. As time passed, everything turned into dried bones. Here, it's worth mentioning that his lifespan cultivation technique seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough again. There's no need for him to rush, he can wait. When the Seeking Truth lineage came from the Zai Immortal dynasty, it might be just in time for the turmoil in the Longevity Immortal City to happen. He doesn't know how Feng Yuan and the others will react when they see the storm bigger than expected, or what Ling Xiaozi, the never-seen face behind them, and Zhenjiangzi who once showed up in Longevity Immortal City, will do. Thinking about it, it's quite amusing. Perhaps even if they know how big the storm is, they're still determined to hold on. After all, this is the golden era. The bigger the storm, the bigger the fish. In the Zhou family. At this moment, Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Ning were dumbfounded, and besides remaining silent, they didn't know how to react. The ambitions of the Seeking Truth lineage are inspiring, and as Jin Guangxiu is slightly moved, he soon returned to normal. Chen, who was still immersed in his emotions, didn't notice his abnormality. But at this moment, Chen suddenly looked up. So, do you know how the desolate domain came into being? And why is it that in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, the practice of desolate domain bloodline is prohibited? Zhou Ning and Jin Guangxiu's spirits were lifted as they heard this, and they knew that the key point of Chen's story was coming. The answer to why the desolate domain was related to the Seeking Truth lineage was now. Our Seeking Truth lineage is abundant with talent and countless gifted individuals, striving between heaven and earth only to seek the truth and attain the Dao. In this era, ancient techniques are no longer effective, and modern cultivation methods are too unsatisfactory, so our Seeking Truth prodigies have been in continuous pursuit, eventually finding the possibility of attaining the Dao through the truth. Numerous gifted children have begun to try to integrate ancient techniques and horizontal training methods into their cultivation, and since then, although our Seeking Truth lineage still has shackles and needs elixirs to assist, the probability of breaking through bottlenecks compared to ordinary cultivators has greatly increased. This may not be the perfect solution, but it has progressed one step further than modern cultivation methods. Even if there was a great heavenly change, those who seek the truth and the Dao would never back down. However, perhaps it was because the early research was too successful that some people gradually went mad, feeling that integrating ancient techniques was not enough. They believed that this shortcut was, in essence, still based on the modern method of cultivation because it could not fundamentally replace the cultivation method of using elixirs as assistants, and they had to endure the pain of horizontal training. At that time, there was not only one ideology within the Seeking Truth lineage, and everyone had their theories about seeking the Dao. For example, the Church of All Beings was one such theoretical branch. They chose the approach of everyone as a dragon, ascending together to break the heavenly shackles and restore ancient times. But how difficult is it, and who can see the dawn? Nevertheless, there were still sages within the Church of All Beings who pressed on. But what we are talking about today is not them, but another faction. The sky-covering sect. When it came to this, Chen paused for a moment, and the two Jin Guangxiu didn't urge him. They already guessed that the sky-covering sect was probably the reason for the desolate domain's appearance. Before, the sky-covering sect was active in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, and they believed that the bottleneck for all cultivators was due to the separation of heaven and earth after ancient times. They even thought that the ancient heaven and earth had died, replaced by the current heaven and earth, and thus the current heaven and earth are fake. They wanted to overthrow the heaven to seek the truth and the Dao. Not only did they think this way, but they also took actual action, and they even found a destroying world formation from ancient times. Of course, this term is the modern cultivator's term for it. As for the specific array, no one actually knows. After all, the sky-covering sect has completely severed its inheritance. They secretly carried out the overthrow, but how could heaven and earth always be deceived? As the area covered by the array gradually increased, how could heaven and earth endure it? And then heaven and earth got angry. That day, heavenly thunder descended, doomsday thunder, all the members of the sky-covering sect were annihilated by the thunder, leaving no place to bury their bodies. The area where their array was also completely cursed by heaven and earth, forever abandoned by heaven and earth, and this is the origin of the desolate regions. Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Ning heard this and were speechless for a long time, with only 2 words left in their hearts. Madman. If one who struggles against heaven and earth is not a madman, what is? Fortunately, heaven and earth are unkind, taking everything as mere dogs, so they just slaughtered the sky-covering sect, while the seeking truth lineage was implicated but not exterminated by heaven and earth. However, the East Victory Immortal Dynasty no longer allowed the existence of the seeking truth lineage, so within the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, cultivators of the seeking truth lineage either fled or went into hibernation and concealment. Many years later, perhaps heaven and earth's anger has shifted, and although the seeking truth lineage struggled to survive, they managed to live on, but until now, they have not regained their vitality. As Chen Chen spoke, he took another sip of tea. In his heart, he was full of regret. How spirited was the seeking truth lineage back then, not like today when they had to hide. However, until now, the seeking truth lineage has never blamed the sky-covering sect for their anger, they were just seeking the true Dao. What was their mistake? It was just that they were too aggressive. Zhou Ning couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He originally thought that the Church of All Beings was already sensational, but he didn't expect that within the seeking truth lineage, they were still normal people. As for Jin Guangxiu, his feeling at this moment was completely different because he was the direct victim. If the desolate regions weren't cursed by heaven and earth, could they have cultivated like the immortal city cultivators did? Not to mention anything else, would his disciple not have to give up cultivation because of their path being blocked, and would they not have to die so early? But all this was already a matter of fate, and thinking more about it was useless. This was originally not related to Chen Chen, but he already had no feelings for the seeking truth lineage. After a brief period of gloom, Chen Chen regained his composure, looking at Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Ning with shining eyes. This is all the past, and we need to move forward. Although I did not find my Daoist friends from the Church of All Beings this time, I found the even more important you. You are the bloodline of the desolate domain, and you have managed to use the bloodline inheritance of future generations to remove the curse of heaven and earth on the desolate domain while being in Immortal City. What does this mean? It means that heaven and earth are probably already appeasing their previous anger against the seeking truth lineage, and it proves that my seeking truth lineage can re-emerge and seek the true meaning of seeking truth and attaining the Dao. At this moment, Chen Chen could not control his emotions, as they had endured too long. Zhou Ning would not express any opinions at this time, and Jin Guangxiu was also very calm, while the excited Chen Chen gradually calmed down. Senior, even though we are the bloodline of the desolate regions, the matters of our ancestors have nothing to do with us, and we will not interfere in the affairs of our seniors. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, fearing that Elder Jin would impulsively agree to the other party. Now it is the East Victory Immortal Dynasty's world, and the seeking truth lineage is being hunted down by everyone in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Just thinking about having to follow the seeking truth lineage's actions, all that's left in his heart is endless fear. Great omen of disaster. Crisis of extinction. They absolutely cannot participate in the affairs of the seeking truth lineage. Fortunately, Elder Jin remained calm and was not misled by the other party's words. Chen Chen was somewhat startled, and sighed helplessly in his heart. After all, it was the cause and effect of the sky-covering sect, and although they were descendants of the seeking truth lineage, they were not the seeking truth lineage. However, he still wanted to give it another try. Even if there might be some villains, everything was worth it for the sake of the seeking truth lineage. If you don't agree with me, aren't you afraid of dying? Chapter 210, Liang Sheng meets the sloppy old Taoist. the opening of the gears of fate. Longevity Immortal City. Zhou Mansion. After Chen Chen's low-voiced threat, Jin Guangxiu looked calm and composed, making Zhou Ning somehow feel relieved after seeing this. This made Chen Chen a little confused. What's going on? Aren't they afraid to die? At the time when Chen Chen was puzzled, Zhou Ning's heart was secretly rejoicing. For some reason, after Chen Chen's threat, his worries completely vanished. He couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Jin Guangxiu with the corner of his eye, and felt even more amazed, as expected of Elder Jin, unknowingly seizing the initiative. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he could only marvel at the invincibility of the ancestor. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Seeing their unafraid expressions, Chen Chen's heart also felt slightly helpless because he couldn't really do anything to the Zhou family. It seems that he needs to rethink this matter. With that thought, he didn't waste any more time and stood up to bid farewell and leave. The two Daoist friends, we come from the same origin, I hope you consider carefully. We will meet again later. Immediately after, Chen Chen's figure disappeared from the room. After a long while, making sure Chen Chen had left, Zhou Ning finally slumped onto his chair. Ancestor, fortunately you were here. Jin Guangxiu actually had no confidence in his heart, but thinking of the hidden communication that the senior sect members had given him, he believed it wouldn't go wrong. After hearing Zhou Ning's sigh, he just said indifferently, "Don't worry, I will stay at home for the next few days. If anything happens, you can come to me." Then Jin Guangxiu left without waiting for Zhou Ning's answer, going back to the old house he used to live in, temporarily not thinking about what Chen Chen said. However, for some reason, he kept thinking about those unyielding figures, roaring at heaven and earth with unyielding faces. His heart was still not at peace. Jin Guangxiu shook his head, closed his eyes, and sat down in meditation, entering a state of cultivation without being affected by any thoughts. On the other side, after leaving the Zhou mansion, Chen Chen returned to his previous hiding place, an old abandoned house in the city that nobody paid attention to. He concealed his qi and hid inside, thinking for a moment before finally deciding to report the situation of the Zhou family to the upper echelons. As for how the higher-ups would decide, that would be for them to figure out. In fact, he felt that the higher-ups might be quite excited to hear this news. If the longevity immortal city of East Victory Immortal Dynasty allowed the bloodline curse of the desolate regions to be dispelled, wouldn't that mean that the heavenly cover issue of those years have been turned over? For so many years, the Seeking Truth lineage has been developing silently while hiding, and the hardship they had suffered could not be shared with outsiders, only they themselves knew how difficult it was. Naturally, they were also eager to cultivate normally and walk in the world normally. After all, cultivators eventually had limited lifespans and needed fresh blood to replenish the ranks. To seek the truth, this is not a matter that can be achieved overnight, it requires the efforts of one generation after another, and it certainly cannot be rushed. After the previous countless efforts of their seniors, they have taken a small step forward with the cultivation method of the Seeking Truth lineage, unbeatable at the same level. Although the probability of breaking through the bottleneck was not much better than that of the Immortal Dynasty, it was at least a little better. This was the hope of seeking the truth. So when Chen Chen's message reached the hands of the higher-ups of the Seeking Truth lineage, it immediately caused a great commotion. Descendants of the sky-covering sect could actually survive in longevity immortal city of East Victory Immortal Dynasty and even resume normal cultivation? How could that be possible? This is the punishment bestowed by the heaven and earth rejection, how could it be possible? However, with Chen Chen's affirmation, they had no choice but to believe him. If they didn't trust Chen Chen's character, why would they let him be the first to sneak into longevity immortal city to investigate? So after several heated discussions, the Seeking Truth lineage finally decided to send a part of their members to longevity immortal city to assess the situation before making any decisions. However, they were still low-key about it, sending people to go separately and act independently, without bunching together. Even these people wouldn't have any contact with each other, only when the higher-ups gave an assembly order would they have a chance to act together. They had to be cautious, as the lessons that the Seeking Truth lineage has learned from hiding for so many years were too many to count. That's why many disciples didn't know the specific mission or that they had other comrades secretly going to longevity immortal city. After they left, the higher-ups of the Seeking Truth lineage who saw them off looked into the sky and felt the grandeur of the world and the opening of a great era. The heavenly secrets were obscured by Holy Land, so they couldn't calculate anything, but now they could feel the chills of murderous intent. At the same time, under the murderous intent, there were boundless opportunities. The Immortal Dynasty competition, the Golden Era. May this time be an opportunity for the Seeking Truth lineage. Longevity Immortal City. Feng Yuan and Kai Wen Child were hiding in the shadows, monitoring the movements of Chen Chen and others. At this moment, Chen Chen returned from the Zhou family, but Feng Yuan and the other were not in a hurry. Because they had already seen Chen Chen communicate with the Seeking Truth lineage, they didn't believe that their perfectly set bait wouldn't work. Although they knew that the Seeking Truth lineage might come secretly, they had time on their side now. As long as they could escort the Seeking Truth lineage members to capital city Solsong in the end, Emperor Dongshen's rewards would definitely be generous. This is the Immortal Dynasty competition, the contest of fortune. Every single bit of fortune might determine the final outcome, so they were extremely patient with this plan. As for the Zhou family, they are now under their surveillance. However, after several days, the Zhou family remained silent and showed no sign of any action. Feng Yuan sighed at the assessment of the Zhou family. Lo Qi indeed described the Zhou family all too perfectly. Fortunately, the Zhou family's current strength was not strong. After all, in the previous self-destruction plan in the desolate regions, almost all of Zhou family's golden core experts had lost their lives. The present Zhou family was just ordinary in strength. If someone from another immortal city made a move and he and Kai Wen Child were absent, it was likely their city would be overthrown in an instant. After all, Longevity Immortal City's strength is currently too low, so Feng Yuan hoped that he could improve the strength of Immortal City as much as possible before the grand competition, so as to not be too embarrassing. The grand competition would definitely involve many unexpected events. It couldn't always be him and Kai Wen Child who had to step in every time a surprise came up, could it? The whole Immortal City has once again calmed down under the restrained atmosphere of Feng Yuan and the silenced troops. Ordinary cultivators were unable to sense any changes in the city. As for the men in the city lord's mansion, they were, under Suwu's leadership, still searching intensely for the whereabouts of the Seeking Truth lineage, but until now, they had come to nothing. Fortunately, City Lord Feng Yuan did not blame them, but as time went by, they did feel some pressure. Where have all these escaped cultivators gone? Why can't they be found? Due to the full-scale hunt by the City Lord Mansion, the whole Immortal City still seemed busy, but there were exceptions. Like Liang Sheng and the slovenly old Taoist. Liang Sheng was awaiting an opportunity, while the slovenly old Taoist didn't want anything to happen yet, allowing him to enjoy the delicacies of Immortal City first. In the past few days in Longevity Immortal City, he had been supremely leisurely. He had not been this comfortable for a long time since he lost a bet to Master Heavenly Fate. He plans to go drinking tonight. After having so many delicacies, he was a bit tired and thought drinking some wine would be a good change. After all, he had spent so many years guarding the Seeking Truth lineage in Zai Immortal Dynasty, which was scarce in any resources. Couldn't he enjoy himself now? And so, in the Yaoxiang Pavilion, the slovenly old Taoist was sitting in the main hall, watching the lady cultivators dance gracefully as he sipped wine from his cup, tapping his thigh. He felt rather comfortable. However, because of his slovenly appearance, while he wasn't kicked out, no one wanted to accompany him. Although Yaoxiang Pavilion was very professional and considered all patrons as guests, if it were any other place, with his unkempt appearance, he would have been cast out a long time ago. Once he couldn't pay his bills, Yaoxiang Pavilion won't be kind as well. For cultivators who eat and drink without paying, they could take action immediately. If the cultivation level was good, they might have another additional servant, but he would be waiting to be sold into slavery, losing his freedom. At this time, the idle bodhisattvas did not give the slovenly old Taoist a second glance. Their gazes were mostly directed to the box on the second floor. These big shots were quite generous, and some were even handsome great cultivators. After all, if you're going to make money, why not make it from someone who's easy on the eyes? However, do you always attend to guests this slowly? At this moment, the madam suddenly appeared in front of the bodhisattvas, staring at them with deadly eyes as if she were looking at corpses. The overwhelming pressure made the bodhisattvas shiver involuntarily. The madam was definitely furious at the moment. Because she knew clearly that what had allowed Yaoxiang Pavilion to pass down through the ages was its reputation of making every guest feel at home. This was the foundation of Yaoxiang Pavilion. These bodhisattvas were indeed living in fortunate times. During the past chaotic times, could they have this peace? However, precisely because of this peace, these bodhisattvas had developed some bad habits. They began to act aloof and superior. Although the madam can understand this, after all, these bodhisattvas have the opportunity to come into contact with the greatest cultivators. These mighty cultivators are either of superior cultivation levels or are extremely generous, to the point where the bodhisattvas who served them were blinded by the glittering world before them. Being in the presence of powerful cultivators so much, they even fancied themselves as superior and began to look down upon the low-level cultivator guests. Little did they know, they were still just muddy dirt, or why else would they become bodhisattvas? What gave them the right to look down upon ordinary cultivators who came to Yaoxiang Pavilion for pleasure? Originally, the madam did not want to say anything, since they made her spirit stones, so whoever the bodhisattvas looked fawningly upon had nothing to do with her. But now, having the slovenly old Taoist sitting alone in the hall drinking was hurting the reputation of Yaoxiang Pavilion and slapping her in the face. They were her bodhisattvas. How could they be so unprofessional? This was practically cutting off Yaoxiang Pavilion's lifeline. How could she not be furious? You need to at least keep a smile on your face even if you despise someone deep down. This was her bottom line. However, even frightened of the madam's anger, these bodhisattvas still do not want to serve the slovenly old Taoist. What would it earn them? A few spirit stones? Just when the madam's fury was about to completely ignite, the old Taoist, who had been drinking alone in the hall, inadvertently took a glimpse of Liang Sheng in the upstairs box. It was just the cultivation level of a golden core Daoist. But this face? Why can't I see through it completely? With his realm, apart from a few people like Master Heavenly Fate who could top him, nobody else could compete against him. However, despite being more advanced in cultivation, people like Master Heavenly Fate and the others were willing to interact with him on equal terms. This was because the elderly Taoist had a unique divine ability among all. Divination. Of all the divine abilities, none could be taken lightly by this solitary elderly Taoist, especially not the ability to gamble with Master Heavenly Fate. Because of this, when he caught a glimpse of Liang Sheng's face, he couldn't figure out why he couldn't see through the appearance of a mere golden core cultivator. Is this the golden era? Although the slovenly old Taoist had known that the golden era was unique and during the grand competition, gifted children would emerge in abundance. However, at his level, these so-called gifted children were merely ordinary. The more he thought about it, the more he felt uncomfortable, so he simply stood up and headed directly towards the second floor. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng was also in the private room, marveling at the coincidence that he had encountered the other party in Yaoxiang Pavilion. But when the slovenly old Taoist suddenly walked towards him, it caught him off guard. Although he could perceive the heavenly secrets and cause and effect using the law of cause and effect, he could only see the general direction. If he could know everything in detail, how could he allow changes in the heavenly secrets to happen? Could it be that there had been a change? Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, the scene under the rule of cause and effect did not change, which somewhat reassured Liang Sheng. After calming down, Liang Sheng decided to prepare for any changes that may come, go with the flow and trust that his data panel's concealment would prevent anyone from seeing through him. So, there must be a reason that the slovenly old Taoist noticed him. However, before the elderly Taoist could reach the door of the private room, he was stopped by Madam. Although all guests were supposed to be equal, there was a difference between guests. No wonder her disciple bodhisattvas were not willing to entertain him, they had no discernment. Madam's mood changed in an instant. Looking at the slovenly face of the old Taoist, she suddenly felt disgusted. It seemed that her disciple bodhisattva's actions hadn't been that severe after all. The other party really had no sense. She was prepared to gently remind the old Taoist, after all, Yaoxiang Pavilion wouldn't tarnish their reputation by offending guests. However, before Madam could speak, a gentle voice came from inside the room, "This is my friend, Daoist friend. Don't worry about it, let him in." This was the cultivation world, even Madam was considered a Daoist friend, pursuing the immortality cultivation path. After all, who on the cultivation journey was more noble than anyone else? As soon as the voice fell, Madam's serious face instantly changed, and the words in her mouth were retracted in an instant. At this moment, she lowered her head, submissive to the utmost, with a tray in hand, upon which rested a pot of wine. She opened the door and welcomed the slovenly old Taoist into the room. She gracefully left the room, placed the wine pot on the table, closed the door, and left without a second glance. After leaving, Madame felt some lingering fear. This man was a friend of a golden core true person, how could he be an ordinary cultivator? It seemed that she needed to discipline her disciple bodhisattvas thoroughly. They had almost offended an important guest. Didn't they know that some great cultivators like to keep a low profile? However, thinking about the slovenly old Taoist's imposing manner, she was still somewhat bewildered, but this important guest was really too low-key. When Madame returned, the giving bodhisattvas were naturally scolded, and they felt extremely wronged. Who could have known that a great might cultivator would be so low-key? In their hearts, they regretted being so judgmental. If they hadn't been so, would they have gained some opportunities? After all, there were too many legends in the pavilion about such situations. There once was a senior who had foundation establishment in one day, which was very admirable. Even giving bodhisattvas had dreams of cultivating immortality. Who wouldn't want to become higher beings? Regardless of the giving bodhisattva's regrets, at this moment, in the second-floor private room, the slovenly old Taoist and Liang Sheng finally met. At this moment, Liang Sheng seemed to see the slow opening of the gears of fate. Chapter 211, Complete Heaven Freedom Sect, Disciple Liang Sheng. Longevity Immortal City. Yaoxiang Pavilion. This was the first time Liang Sheng faced the slovenly old Taoist in reality, and the moment he saw the other party, Liang Sheng knew he absolutely couldn't escape should a fight break out. As for the other party's cultivation realm, he couldn't see through it at all, but the slovenly old Taoist, who was intently staring at Liang Sheng, was even more sentimental. Such facial features, I have never seen before, is this heaven's will? He always remembered the delighted expression on his master's face when he first met him, and now it seemed to be his turn. But he was much luckier than his master. At least when he encountered a cultivator with a face he couldn't see through, his lifespan was full, unlike when he met his master, who was already in decline. The rules of their complete heaven freedom sect, or the favoritism of heaven and earth towards them, meant they always encountered people whose faces were hidden from them. This would also indicate that the person was the destined successor of their lineage. What an unexpected joy today! The slovenly old Taoist was full of joy, and at this time Liang Sheng also regained his senses, and respectfully asked, "Senior, may I ask the reason for your visit?" As Liang Sheng spoke, he signaled for the beauties around him to step back, but the slovenly old Taoist stopped them. His initial purpose in coming to Yaoxiang Pavilion was to enjoy, so how could he disrupt his pleasure due to his sudden whim? And when Liang Sheng saw his actions, he couldn't help but admire the fact that the other party was indeed a wonderful person, but he didn't lower his guard. Liang Sheng had no intention of running away for the time being. Since they had met face to face unintentionally, even if he wanted to run now, there would be no point. Rather, his hasty departure might arouse the other party's suspicions. Just at this moment, the slovenly old Taoist suddenly uttered a sound of admiration. Who would have thought that these blind men of the East Victory immortal dynasty, who claimed to spy on heavenly secrets, would remain oblivious to this person of fortune right under their noses? Liang Sheng continued to play dumb as if he didn't understand, a look of confusion on his face, while the slovenly old Taoist seemed to think of something and chuckled. "Master Heavenly Fate, Master Heavenly Luck, you two old men, who always relied on your formidable cultivation to bully me, this time I'm going to show you what first fate second luck truly means. Does our complete heaven freedom sect have a new recruit?" For a short while, he could even imagine the scene of himself appearing in front of Master Heavenly Fate and Master Heavenly Luck with Liang Sheng after the Immortal Dynasty competition, their dumbfounded expressions making him burst into laughter. Unable to contain himself any longer, he earnestly said, "Young man, from now on, you will be my only disciple." This time, Liang Sheng was really taken aback. He had not expected such words to come out of the other party's mouth. For a short while, in his stupefaction, he immediately sensed a major shift in the scene under the influence of his divine ability, the law of cause and effect. Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel like weeping, but there were no tears. If he hadn't met with the slovenly old Taoist in person today, he probably wouldn't have had such an encounter. If only he had known, he wouldn't have snuck out alone tonight, hiding it from Huang Yufan. He was ultimately too careless. While Liang Sheng was dumbfounded, the slovenly old Taoist seemed not to mind this reaction at all. Instead, he took a large sip of wine, sitting at the table quite at ease. He thought about these past 10,000 years or so, how he had suffered repeatedly at the hands of Master Heavenly Fate and Master Heavenly Luck, and now he finally saw a glimmer of hope. How could he not be delighted? Because of this, the more he looked at Liang Sheng, the more he liked him. Although he couldn't see through such a face, he felt that neither Master Heavenly Fate nor Master Heavenly Luck could compare. Although Liang Sheng's current performance was only at the Golden Core realm, it was now the golden era of the Immortal Dynasty competition, a time filled with opportunities. How could there be a fear of rapid advancement in cultivation realm? As for whether Liang Sheng would encounter a bottleneck afterwards, the slovenly old Taoist didn't care at all, because possessing such a face and his own help, at least until the refinement Void Dao Monarch, the other party wouldn't have any problems. Even the hurdle of refinement Void Dao Monarch was encountered because of worry about fate calamity. Although he lost the bet, Master Heavenly Fate and Master Heavenly Luck owe him a favor. At that time, they should lend a hand to help his disciple, right? But at that moment, Liang Sheng suddenly spoke. The following sentence brought the slovenly old Daoist back to reality. Senior, are you joking? We didn't know each other previously. Could you have mistaken me for someone else? The slovenly old Taoist was stunned. The other party's words were actually a refusal. Otherwise, why would he say that? He had never considered such a situation. Then he quickly realized, and couldn't help shaking his head with a bitter smile. He really was too arrogant. But he didn't care too much. The young man in front of him only wanted to refuse him because he didn't know what his cultivation was. So, thinking of this, he said nothing, just smiled and stretched out his hand to gently point in the air. Instantly, Liang Sheng stood there, unable to move a bit. But the slovenly old Taoist, regardless of Liang Sheng's reaction, continued to enjoy his wine. The giving bodhisattva, who originally served at the side, naturally withdrew quietly, sitting silently without making a sound. However, they didn't know that just now, Liang Sheng was trying hard to control his reaction because his instinct was to dodge the slovenly old Taoist's finger. Afterward, he took the initiative to hide his sea of consciousness and made no resistance, entering the realm of spiritual connection created by the slovenly old Taoist's finger. He saw the heaven and earth stretching out, the years passing by, flowers blooming and withering, clouds rolling and dispersing. This was the world of the slovenly old Taoist's Dao. Although Liang Sheng's true realm was far higher than the surface Golden Core realm, he was still somewhat shocked at this moment. Perhaps the cultivation level of this old Taoist had already surpassed his own, and even Emperor Dongsheng, who was rumored to be in the unification realm, was far inferior to this slovenly old Taoist. Then, in the upcoming illusion, scenes appeared that the old Taoist wanted him to see, showing the lives of cultivators after the ancient catastrophe. Though the scenes were fleeting, Liang Sheng could still feel the changes in the world, until a cultivator with a special fate emerged. Complete Heaven Freedom Sect. This was the sect created by this special fate, adhering to heaven and earth's will, and the modern practice methods were gradually taking shape at this time. Then there was the Complete Heaven Freedom Sect walking in the world, entwined with the holy land of the cultivation world. Everything became part of history, and gradually, no one knew. In fact, Liang Sheng had awakened from the illusion long ago, but he had not shown it and remained in a stupefied state. The reason was simple. First, he was now just a minor Golden Core Daoist, and second, he was still weighing the pros and cons and whether he really wanted to become the slovenly old Taoist's disciple. Thinking of the greatly changed scenes under the law of cause and effect divine ability, Liang Sheng pondered over it and eventually decided to accept the disciplehood. Because for him, there were many benefits and no harm. After all his previous worries no longer existed. Moreover, with the identity of the disciple of the slovenly old Taoist, the things he wanted to do before became much easier. After all, standing behind a big tree, whoever wanted to deal with him would have to weigh the consequences. If a cultivator of the same realm came to make trouble, would he really need to be afraid? After making up his mind, he no longer hesitated and opened his eyes after a while, but still looked bewildered. However, before he could speak, the slovenly old Taoist laughed and took the initiative to ask, "Are you willing to be my disciple now?" "Master." Liang Sheng seemed too shocked to react, and uttered the disrespectful words in a daze. But the slovenly old Taoist didn't mind at all. Instead, he laughed heartily, considering acquiring a good apprentice today as an unexpected gain. Thinking about it, he moved his mind, and the giving bodhisattvas in the room, who had been silent, walked out of the room one by one. By the time they left the room and came to their senses, they were all astonished but dared not say anything more. Madame, who had been waiting not far away, came over to inquire about the situation when she saw the giving bodhisattvas come out. However, in the face of her questioning, the giving bodhisattvas knew nothing about it, and she got no news. The more it was like this, the more relieved she felt that she hadn't offended the slovenly old Taoist, who was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Because her giving bodhisattvas were all carefully selected and were very beautiful. They received a lot of cultivation resources from the generous guests, so they were not just good-looking but also had some cultivation. But they didn't know how the slovenly old Taoist got them out, and she certainly couldn't do that. Thinking of this, she immediately had the guards outside Liang Sheng's private room strengthened to prevent anyone from disturbing them. Meanwhile, in the room, the elderly Taoist became serious for the first time, his face looking stern. Since you have already become a disciple of my sect, you should know the origin of my sect from the illusion just now. My Daoist name is Zize Independent Cultivator. The complete Heaven Freedom sect traces back to ancient times, and each generation of disciples is passed down one by one. You can continue to use your original name and Daoist title for now, but when you inherit my mantle, the name Zize Independent Cultivator will be on your head. This is the first principle of our sect's inheritance. As for the rest, as long as it is not deceiving the master or annihilating the ancestor, act according to your own heart and never forget it. When these words came from the slovenly old Taoist's mouth, Liang Sheng's scene under the law of cause and effect divine ability rippled a little but then returned to calm. However, before Liang Sheng could speak, the slovenly old Taoist dropped his grandmaster demeanor and returned to his previous appearance. Now, if you have any doubts, you can ask them. But before that, I can explain why I accepted you as a disciple directly. This cause and effect is a rule of our founder. You could also say it was the rule of our sect when the founder inherited heaven and earth's fate. Whenever someone in our sect has great cultivation, and they meet someone whose appearance they can't see through, that person becomes their disciple. So, you should know that I can't see through your appearance. Now tell me, what is your background? At this point, the slovenly old Taoist had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Liang Sheng hurriedly responded without any hesitation. Disciple Liang Sheng is a cultivator of Immortal City. At home, there is an old servant, and there is one more situation that I have hidden from Master. Liang Sheng briefly described the situation. The next moment, his aura changed, revealing the cultivation level of a nascent soul monarch. At this time, the Zize Independent Cultivator was not surprised. Instead, he had an amazed and even slightly delighted expression. Indeed, people with unseen fates had their special aspects. Seeing his appearance, Liang Sheng wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by the Zize Independent Cultivator before he could go into detail. All right, no need to explain every little detail. Our master-disciple fate is already set, no need to say more. First, engrave your name on it. With that said, the Zize Independent Cultivator handed over a deep bronze-colored bronze token. Liang Sheng took it with both hands and carefully carved his name. He had already seen such a situation in the illusion previously, and coupled with the scene under the law of cause and effect, he had no resistance in his heart. Moreover, if it were not for this, he might not have revealed his nascent soul cultivation level. After all, even with the cultivation level of the Zize Independent Cultivator, he could not see through his true cultivation level hidden under the data panel concealment attribute. However, the inheritance of the complete Heaven Freedom sect is extraordinary. If he did not write his name on the bronze token, he might lose some opportunities and face extra trouble. Of course, as a result, Liang Sheng would need to make additional arrangements to completely cover up his past. At the very least, there should be no major discrepancies. When the Zize Independent Cultivator saw that Liang Sheng had carved his name, he lightly tapped his finger, and the token returned to his hand. Only then did the Zize Independent Cultivator fully breathe a sigh of relief. From now on, they were family. Carving the name on the bronze token was a divine act witnessed by heaven and earth. At this moment, his unkempt appearance was gone, replaced with a wretched and lewd face as he whispered with a smile. Disciple, you must have spent quite a bit today. Since that's the case, don't waste it. Wasting is being disrespectful to heaven and earth. The fact that our master-disciple relationship has formed today is all thanks to the Xiao Ao Pavilion. We must not go against the will of heaven. The words of the Zize independent cultivator eased Liang Sheng's tension. Indeed, the pursuit of the complete heaven freedom sect was to be carefree. Liang Sheng even understood why the Zize independent cultivator was like this. Perhaps it was because he wasn't carefree previously, but who else could make his cheap master unhappy? Before they met, Liang Sheng had seen under the law of cause and effect divine ability that his cheap master would later perform a shocking move. But now, everything had changed. With that in mind, Liang Sheng didn't think too much and directly shook the bell in the private room. After a while, Madame led a group of giving bodhisattvas into the room. Liang Sheng immediately ordered, "Prepare more food and wine. Today, my master and I will not return until we're drunk." "Please wait, sir." After leaving the room, Madame wiped the non-existent cold sweat from her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected that the man was actually the master of such a VIP. He must be a truly important figure. No wonder he acted so unrestrained and carefree. At this moment, the unkempt appearance of the Zize independent cultivator had been replaced in her mind with the carefree and unrestrained demeanor of a hidden world expert. On the other side, Liang Sheng's mansion. Huang Yufan hurriedly got up and went to Zhou Shen's door. As Liang Sheng's puppet body, passing on information was just a thought away for him. At this moment, he informed Zhou Shen that he had to leave Liang residence. Liang Sheng had made this decision as a precaution, as Zhou Shen had Liang Sheng's cause and effect on him. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but just in case the Zize independent cultivator could, Zhou Shen immediately cooperated and went to another secret place of Liang Sheng upon hearing Huang Yufan's words. Liang Sheng had prepared countless secret places like this. As for Jin Guangxiu of the Zhou family, he naturally also received Huang Yufan's communication. The content of the communication was simple: from now on, Jin Guangxiu must stay in Zhou family and not come to see Liang Sheng without permission. All of this was for safety considerations. In order for Jin Guangxiu to feel at ease, Huang Yufan informed him of Zhou Shen's whereabouts. However, they could not meet without Liang Sheng's permission. They must be careful and keep their connections to Liang Sheng temporarily silent. If they were in danger, Liang Sheng would sense it. In the Yaoxiang pavilion, Liang Sheng and the Zize cultivator continued their feast, their actions simple and straightforward, showing their true colors even in the Yaoxiang pavilion. As Liang Sheng raised his cup, there was not a trace of drunkenness in his eyes. From now on, he was a disciple of the complete heaven freedom sect, Liang Sheng. Chapter 212, It's fine to make a move openly and righteously, with master supporting me from behind. Yaoxiang pavilion. At this moment, only Zize independent cultivator and Liang Sheng were left in the private room. The two of them had thoroughly enjoyed the night. However, at this time, a clear consciousness lurked beneath their hazy gazes. At this moment, the slovenly old Taoist, Zize independent cultivator, suddenly looked at Liang Sheng and sighed softly. "Disciple, don't burden your mind too much, relax." Before Liang Sheng could comprehend what he meant, he pointed at him once more. Liang Sheng let it happen as naturally as before. Then, in Liang Sheng's conscious, it was as if a bell tolled at dusk and dawn and a thunderclap rang from outer space, reviving the surroundings, and a cultivation method lingered in Liang Sheng's mind. Great Freedom Heavenly Method. At the stunned look on Liang Sheng's face, Zize independent cultivator could only shake his head in pity, lamenting that his disciple took things too seriously. If it wasn't for that, why would he always hide his cultivation level, revealing it only after their master-disciple relationship was confirmed? Thinking of this, Zize independent cultivator felt a warmth. If Liang Sheng didn't trust him, why would he reveal his cultivation level so directly? What does this represent? It represents that he is the destined disciple of the free gate passed down by heaven. Disciple, when I'm gone, you will be the new Zize independent cultivator. So enjoy your time henceforth, for I will take care of everything behind the scenes. Just like how it was for him, Zize independent cultivator, back in the day. This is the confidence of the complete heaven freedom sect. Freedom is the foundation of cultivation. However, the life of an independent cultivator is tough. He, Zize independent cultivator, wasn't a disciple of free sect from the beginning. Remembering this, his gaze became distant, as if he could see through time, looking at something unknown. He then brought his thoughts back, glanced at City Lord Mansion, and smiled ambiguously. At this moment, there is no definitive answer to who the opportunity of longevity immortal city would fall upon. At the moment, he passed the cultivation method, he made up his mind. Now, he is prepared to honor his previous promise and protect the seeking truth lineage. But as for the process, that is a different story. Originally, he didn't plan on wading into these troubled waters in the city, but now he was going to actively take part in them. The one who will take action is not him, but his newly accepted disciple. Of course, how to proceed depends on the decisions of the two young men at the city lord mansion. At this time, Liang Sheng came back to himself. Just now he had gained an entry-level understanding of the Great Freedom Heavenly Method. This cultivation technique was quite unique. However, to understand its effects, he would need further study. The slovenly old Taoist, looking at the Great Freedom Heavenly Method aura that Liang Sheng intentionally revealed, gave a slight smile. Indeed, he was the disciple destined for him. Just like him back in the day, he mastered the entry level of the Great Freedom Heavenly Method instantly. At this time, Liang Sheng unexpectedly held the hand of Zize independent cultivator and pleaded, "Master, come back with me. I have good wine at my place." Liang Sheng stood up, throwing a pile of spirit stones on the table, and then pulled Zize independent cultivator out of Yaoxiang Pavilion, heading straight for Liang Sheng's mansion. Liang Sheng's mansion. At this moment, only Huang Yufan was left. When Huang Yufan saw Liang Sheng bringing back a slovenly old Taoist, he was stunned at first, but when Liang Sheng said, "This is the master I worshipped today. You can call him the Great Master," he quickly came forward to assist, not showing any excessive reaction. The Zize independent cultivator couldn't help but look at Huang Yufan, his expression somewhat surprised. This puppet fusion soul technique was extremely amazing. It seems that his disciple's ancestry is not ordinary. Yet, he didn't comment on this. He reclined in the backyard's room to rest after being addressed as Great Master by Huang Yufan. This was the slovenly old Taoist's request. His disciple needed to comprehend the Great Freedom Heavenly Method that night, and he didn't want to waste his disciple's time. Of course, Liang Sheng wouldn't refuse. After entering a trance, he examined the changes in his body's cultivation method. This Great Freedom Heavenly Method was not an ordinary cultivation method, but a divinity refining technique. You, however, are even more unique. Once the path has been achieved, the Dao follows naturally. This is called the Great Freedom, and it's more like a cultivation aiding method. Once completed, the Great Freedom Heavenly Method will naturally present a suitable cultivation method. Truly relaxed, and even safer. A little remarkable indeed. But after mastering the Great Freedom Heavenly Method, Liang Sheng tried to practice it and ended up activating the primordial mysterious technique by mistake. He had no choice but to immediately halt the experiment. As expected, he chose the most suitable cultivation method for himself. However, he couldn't reveal the ancient techniques, so Liang Sheng could only temporarily stop practicing. But at this moment, his law of cause and effect, innate ability, had undergone some changes. He saw more specific scenes under the fragmented images he had seen previously, which was a pleasant surprise. Hereafter, his actions would have to differ from his past. He's afraid he'll have to meet more of these gifted children from the Immortal Dynasty competition. As for her troubles, now, he has a backing too. Liang Sheng glanced at the room of the slovenly old Taoist, never thinking that the uncertainty he was worried about before would become his biggest support. If he knew this would happen, why would he hesitate? At this moment, his data panel changed again, adding an additional cultivation method. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 2637. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Cultivation Method, Primordial Mysterious Technique, 4th Layer, Ascending Immortality Scripture, 22nd Layer, 20 Life Nurturing Techniques, 28th Layer, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique, Curse, Great Freedom Heavenly Method, Entry Level, Grand Solar Golden Crow Contemplation Method, Divine Ability. Realm, Refining Spirit from Qi, Soul Emergence Intermediate Stage. Lifespan, 105,689. Early the next day, the bright sun was high in the sky. Liang Sheng got up early to freshen up, then went to the room of Thies Zize independent cultivator. He listened to the sound transmitted from the room and knocked on the door only when it was appropriate. "Master, breakfast is ready." A sense of helplessness filled the slovenly old Taoist's heart as he opened the door, because he had never been treated like this in all these years. The thought made him feel somewhat ashamed. He hadn't shown such courtesy after becoming a disciple. Had he been too disrespectful to his master? However, before he could ponder more on it, Liang Sheng was already leading the way, causing the old Taoist to gradually recover his composure and calm his mind. He is my disciple. Why should I worry so much? He even regretted not coming to the Longevity Immortal City earlier. It was all that ordinary man, Master Heavenly Fate's fault. If it hadn't been for the bet he lost, would he have stayed in the Zai Immortal dynasty for so many years? But the next moment, his resentment dissipated, it still wasn't too late. Considering this, he happily followed behind Liang Sheng. After breakfast, he couldn't stop praising Huang Yufan's cooking skills, making the entire dining area feel harmonious. But then, the slovenly old Taoist suddenly turned, "Disciple, I fear you may need to journey outside tomorrow to meet few individuals." Hi. City Lord Mansion. Feng Yuan was closely watching the city's movement, their brows raised slightly. Exchanging glances, they felt a hint of surprise, all left unspoken. The Seeking Truth lineage was finally stirring again. Turns out Chen Chen was quietly meeting someone in a concealed location at this moment. The person he was meeting had a high cultivation level, having already reached the divinity transformation realm. "Brother Pei, I didn't expect you to personally come. But did only you came?" Chen Chen frowned, Pei Linyu also shook his head. "Junior brother Chen, I also don't know if I'm the only one who came. But since the elder asked me to come, I must obey orders. But I guess there might be more than just me, based on the information you sent back. Considering that the Longevity Immortal City Lord is a soul emergence power, with their wisdom, they'd never send us on a suicide mission." Chen Chen nodded at his words. However, no matter what the elder thought, it couldn't solve his urgent need. He now could only hope that Pei Linyu could make a decision for him. "Brother Pei, did the elder mention anything about the Zhou family?" Unexpectedly, Pei Linyu shook his head. "Junior brother Chen, aside from being careful, the elder didn't say much else. He just said that once I get here, I should contact you as soon as possible. As for the subsequent actions, the elders have left it to us to act according to the situation." "So, what's the situation with Zhou family?" Chen Chen nodded in understanding and then proceeded to whisper the circumstances of the Zhou family to Pei Linyu. After hearing Chen Chen's account, Pei Linyu was incredulous. The bloodline of the desolate regions from the East Victory Immortal Dynasty can actually cultivate in the Longevity Immortal City? How is that possible? But it's no wonder that the elders were so anxious for me to come, so that's the situation. With this in mind, Pei Linyu couldn't help pacing as he thought it over. His own cultivation method was different from Chen Chen's, despite them both being from the Seeking the Truth lineage. Pei Linyu's cultivation method was actually more compatible with the former Sky Covering sect. After a while, he suddenly stood still and focused on Chen Chen. "Junior brother Chen, can you arrange a meeting with the Zhou family tonight?" Chen Chen naturally understood Pei Linyu's feelings, but he didn't immediately agree and urged Pei Linyu to wait a little longer. "Brother Pei, I have been watching the Zhou family for a while now. Their behavior in these past few days hasn't changed much from normal. The more it is like this, the more it indicates they don't want any change, i.e., they do not want to get involved with us. Of course, it is understandable for them to have such thoughts. They have been in the desolate regions for thousands of years and have long severed ties with us from Seeking the Truth lineage. We can't abruptly recognize each other now, especially under the circumstances where the Seeking the Truth lineage is being roundly denounced. No one can accept these circumstances. So, Brother Pei, I feel we shouldn't rush this. We should calm down. Only by gradually working on it, we may be able to win them over." When Pei Linyu heard Chen Chen's words, he felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, calming his heart's excitement. He shouldn't be too impulsive at the moment, but he also didn't intend to completely follow Chen Chen's advice. After all, how could he not make a few more efforts? "Junior brother Chen, I of course understand what you're saying. But we can't just sit around either, because we don't have much time. Longevity Immortal City is not our hiding place in the Zai Immortal Dynasty, and they were previously aware of your existence. When I entered the city, I saw them continuously searching for you, so the situation is urgent. Of course, it is not suitable to disturb the Zhou family tonight. Why not let them know that you will meet them again tomorrow?" Chen Chen, hearing this, realized that Pei Linyu had compromised somewhat. He couldn't make more demands and had to agree. Okay, then you wait for my message, Brother Pei. I will be counting on you, junior brother. City Lord Mansion. Feng Yuan watched the meeting between Pei Linyu and Chen Chen, and after discussing it with Kaiwan Child, they unanimously decided that it was not the right time to take action against the two of them. They believed that the Seeking Truth lineage would not just send one person to Longevity Immortal City, and taking action now may alarm the others. If they are fishing, of course patience is required. Wait for a while. But the weight of the Zhou family was greater than they had imagined, which might require them to alter their plans. Before the snakes had a chance to be startled, Feng Yuan hatched a plan to make things worse for the Zhou family, causing self-inflicted chaos. Tomorrow, a good show is bound to begin. Zhou family. Zhou Ning had been feeling restless these days since Chen Chen left. However, in such a situation, he was even more afraid to contact Zhou family's hidden members. Fortunately, Jin Guangxiu had stayed in the Zhou family since that day, which slightly reassured Zhou Ning. However, he suddenly felt more uneasy tonight. Under the influence of his bloodline ability, Zhou Ning sensed a great omen of misfortune, making him restless. Despite the deep hours of the night, Zhou Ning eventually went to Jin Guangxiu's door. Ancestor. Jin Guangxiu saw Zhou Ning's anxious appearance and couldn't help but feel moved. A gentle breeze arose, and in an instant, Zhou Ning calmed down. Only then did Jin Guangxiu speak. Don't lose your composure. Tell me what happened, but take it slow. After listening to Zhou Ning's concerns, Jin Guangxiu frowned deeply. He naturally believed what Zhou Ning said, but had difficulty making a decision. In addition to Liang Sheng's previous instructions not to contact him easily, Zhou Ning, who had just calmed down, became anxious again due to Jin Guangxiu's reaction. Time passed slowly in silence, and Jin Guangxiu ultimately couldn't come up with any countermeasures. Because there were many crisis situations he could think of, but he had no foolproof plans for any of them. If only he could contact his senior at this moment. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Just at that moment, the communication token on his waist trembled slightly. Jin Guangxiu couldn't help but be overjoyed, for his senior's arrival was too timely. After all, who else could communicate with him besides his senior? So in the next moment, before Zhou Ning could receive an answer from Jin Guangxiu, he was pushed outside the door by a gentle force. By the time the door closed, he still hadn't recovered. And in just a few breaths of time, the door to Jin Guangxiu's room opened again. However, the worried expression had disappeared from Jin Guangxiu's face. Ancestor. Zhou Ning was surprised, but before he could ask what happened, Jin Guangxiu spoke with a smile. Patriarch, you need not worry. Let everything take its course. Tomorrow, a guest will come, no matter who it is, you must invite them into the mansion. Ah! You heard me right, no matter who they are, let them in and have them stay in the same room. After that, you don't have to say or do anything. Just remember. Zhou Ning felt Jin Guangxiu's confidence, and no longer had any doubts. Moreover, after receiving Jin Guangxiu's response, the great omen of misfortune had disappeared without a trace. Perhaps the ancestor's ability was even more powerful than he imagined. With the ancestor protecting the Zhou family, it was really a blessing for them. The next day, Zhou family. Chen Chen, following Pei Linyu's plan, visited the Zhou family once again. However, as soon as he appeared, he was welcomed into the living room by Zhou Ning, who then left without a word or action, leaving Chen Chen confused. What's going on? Not long after, Zhou Ning welcomed another person in, and Chen Chen was startled when he saw who it was, immediately putting up his guard. Su Wu. Why did he come? Of course, Su Wu was also surprised. He had just received instructions from City Lord Feng Yuan to investigate the Zhou family today and didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Since Chen Chen is here, the Zhou family and the Seeking Truth lineage must be involved. However, Zhou Ning seemed to be unconcerned and even invited him in. This situation made Su Wu somewhat vigilant. There must be something fishy going on. For a short while, Su Wu, who was slightly puzzled, didn't dare to act rashly. Zhou Ning, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to the tension between the two. He turned and left, leaving both of them completely baffled. What on earth was happening? In the next moment, another person was welcomed in by Zhou Ning, the one whom Chen Chen and Su Wu had never met before, Liang Sheng. Immediately after, Zhou Ning left, leaving Liang Sheng, Chen Chen and Su Wu sitting at the same table, without anyone speaking hastily. However, Liang Sheng wasn't a familiar face for Chen Chen and Su Wu. And since he was only a Golden Core Realm practitioner, their attention quickly turned to each other. Chen Chen wanted to escape, but he didn't dare to. How could he leave the Zhou family? Su Wu stared intently at Chen Chen. Thinking of City Lord Feng Yuan's instructions, he finally decided to take a gamble. But just as he was about to make a move, Liang Sheng's chi changed, and Chen Chen and Su Wu both looked at him at the same time. Nascent Soul Master. Who was this? Chapter 213, Disciple, how are you even braver than I thought? Longevity Immortal City. Zhou family. At this moment, Liang Sheng actually felt somewhat helpless, because when he left, Carefree Hermit had given him just one principle to follow. That was to be arrogant. Extremely arrogant. This situation made Liang Sheng feel somewhat unaccustomed, as he had always been careful and cautious in his actions, whether as an individual or when he joined the Danding sect in the past. But now that he has become a disciple of Carefree Hermit, he is forced to make such a choice that attracts hatred. Isn't this courting death? However, seeing Liang Sheng's slightly puzzled expression at the moment, the slovenly old Taoist looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his voice still calm. Disciple, my free gate was born between heaven and earth, and we have never retreated. The word free runs through our life. With me, your master, behind you, there is no need to be timid. Free people, in the face of enemies, if not arrogant, how can they be confident in their hearts? You can go ahead and act, and it's best to teach all the villains behind the Longevity Immortal City a lesson, otherwise, how can you be free? Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng could not refute it for a while, for he didn't know that Carefree Hermit was also whispering curses in his heart. This disciple of his was obviously used to hiding something, ingrained in his bones. If no strong medicine was applied, it would be difficult to change his thinking. So he encouraged him, hoping that he would eventually knock down the opponents, and in doing so, transform himself, gain freedom, and achieve great freedom. Just like himself, even though he still has to protect the Seeking Truth lineage, his actions are constantly demonstrating the charm of being carefree. Moreover, according to his thoughts, he could protect the Seeking Truth lineage and give his disciple the opportunities, while also removing the mental block, killing two birds with one stone. Forced by Carefree Hermit's coercion, Liang Sheng could only obey his orders and reveal his nascent soul cultivation level. At this moment, facing the arrogant actions of Su Wu and Chen Chen, he couldn't help feeling secretly pleased. Indeed, it felt a bit carefree. Now his true cultivation level was at the final stage of refining spirit from Qi, equivalent to the intermediate stage of the soul emergence cultivation in the modern cultivation method. However, even with such strength, he had never shown such confidence before. It could only be said that having a strong backer made a big difference. However, his provocation of the Zhou family was not solely for the reason of Carefree Hermit helping him to remove his mental block, but also for other gains. Because Carefree Hermit told him that this golden era was a time of great contention, and under the threat of killing, it was filled with great opportunities. Fight. Cannot help but fight. This period is when heaven and earth force cultivators to fight. The more people fight, the more casualties there will be. For heaven and earth, having more deaths at regular intervals would be beneficial for the operation of the universe. No matter if the cultivators have ambitions or not, as long as they are within the range of the era of great contention, they will be forced to become involved. So, it's better to fight early than late, and it's better to be proactive than passive. Otherwise, why would Carefree Hermit force Liang Sheng so strongly? It wouldn't be possible for such a big event as the so-called Golden Era to rely solely on the two old guys from the Holy Land, they were just going with the flow. In the past, Carefree Hermit didn't care about the Golden Era, but now that he has an inheritance disciple, he naturally needs to plan well. Since the appearance of the Free Gate, although there has been only one lineage passed down, there have never been any problems, because they have always followed the fortune of heaven and earth, and their inheritance is unbroken. Since it's so, why not fight during this golden era? This is also the information Liang Sheng inferred from the few words Carefree Hermit had mentioned. Also, with the scenes he saw under the law of cause and effect and the complete heaven great freedom method, Liang Sheng naturally made the optimal choices. In the end, he still chose to visit the Zhou family in person. According to Carefree Hermit, today is the prelude to the grand fighting event in Longevity Immortal City. As a disciple of the Free Gate, how could he be absent? Today, it's time to fight. Disciple, today is your first step to formally compete for the opportunities in the Golden Era. You just go ahead, and leave the rest to your master. Liang Sheng didn't know about Carefree Hermit's thoughts, and at this moment, he sat down aggressively. Suwu and Chen Chen couldn't help but stare at him. At this moment, suddenly having a nascent soul master whose background they didn't know appear, how could they not care? What if it was the opponent's reinforcements? However, Liang Sheng continued to sip his tea leisurely and not speak. The originally tense atmosphere between Suwu and Chen Chen was instantly confused. Neither of them dared to act rashly. Suwu was waiting for the support from the City Lord Mansion. After all, with City Lord Feng Yuan's cultivation level, the situation must be clearly seen by him, so he should have responded as soon as possible. Chen Chen, on the other hand, was waiting for instructions from Pei Linyu. Since he set foot in the Zhou family, he had been in constant communication with Pei Linyu, to deal with any unexpected situations. Both of them looked serious, while Liang Sheng appeared in front of them for the first time with such arrogance. Watching their reactions and feeling the changes in the atmosphere, he suddenly gained a special insight. Cultivation should sometimes be a glorious path. It's not the only way to be careful and cautious in the cultivation world to ensure your own safety. However, isn't it another way of seizing opportunities by living cautiously? Especially since he was not like ordinary cultivators, under the law of cause and effect and the complete heaven great freedom method, he vaguely felt that he had already overwhelmed the two opponents at this moment. At the moment when their momentum was low, Liang Sheng indistinctly felt the strands of their fortunes being transferred to him. It wasn't obvious, but it was indeed happening. Was this the so-called competition for opportunities in the era of great contention that his master, Carefree Hermit, had mentioned? He couldn't help but vaguely understand the reason for the Zize independent cultivator asking him to compete. With this thought, he suddenly looked up at Chen Chen and the other person. Since he was already competing and behaving arrogantly, why not be even more arrogant, as he would not be in any danger anyway. At this moment, in Liang Sheng's perception, the two city lords in the City Lord Mansion did not dare to move, and Liang Sheng felt the pleasure of having a backer for the first time. Master is indeed amazing. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng took the initiative to break the silence. Both of you, please go back. The Zhou family has no problems today. I said so. You. Upon hearing this, how could Suwu endure any longer? When had such an arrogant person ever appeared before him in the Immortal City? In Suwu's heart, the current City Lord Feng Yuan was merely temporarily residing in Longevity Immortal City, which was not a secret. So Suwu had always regarded Longevity Immortal City as his own private property, but he quickly calmed down. Because up to this point, City Lord Feng Yuan had not responded to his communication, so the unexpected appearance of the nascent soul true monarch was definitely not simple. Thinking of this, he took a deep look at Liang Sheng, and then, without caring about Chen Chen, he got up and left. Now that the situation of the Zhou family is unclear, if he takes action without authorization, he might be courting death. Suwu got up and left, which made Chen Chen hesitate. Today, he came here to test the Zhou family to see if he could arrange a smooth meeting between Pei Linyu and the Zhou family. But at this moment, Pei Linyu felt a change in her communication jade slips movement and changed her face immediately. Pei Linyu, who had always advocated coming to the Zhou family, surprisingly stepped aside, which made Chen Chen realize the seriousness of the situation and immediately stopped talking. He glanced at Liang Sheng from the corner of his eye and then turned around and left. When Chen Chen left, he was somewhat relieved as he considered this a blessing amidst misfortune. At least the other party was not from the City Lord Mansion. However, who exactly is the other party? After the two of them left, Liang Sheng got up and saluted in midair. The Zize independent cultivator in Liang Sheng's mansion saw this and couldn't help but smile slightly. Everything is under control, and my disciple will surely get this opportunity. However, just now Liang Sheng used his powerful strength to deter others, and made a domineering move. I wonder how he will face the Zhou family in the future? Will he continue the domineering strategy and coerce them, or will he use persuasion and bribery? Previously, he only pointed out the objective of Liang Sheng's actions, but as for how he should do it, it was up to Liang Sheng to decide. After all, it is the era of great contention now, and many things later on will require Liang Sheng to act personally. However, the situation that followed made the Zize independent cultivator feel surprised and couldn't help but nod again and again. My disciple is both brave and resourceful. However, how could he know that with Jin Guangxiu around, where would Liang Sheng need to make any other plans or schemes? Jin Guangxiu was originally resting in the backyard, but suddenly got a report from Zhou Ning that today's guests had arrived. He was also curious about the arrangements Liang Sheng communicated yesterday, so he quietly tried to take a look at the living room. But in an instant, Jin Guangxiu was stunned on the spot. Senior? How could Senior personally take action? Jin Guangxiu couldn't help but feel puzzled, but when Liang Sheng asked Zhou Ning to invite the elders of the family, he immediately got ready. When Zhou Ning came over with a frown to invite Jin Guangxiu to make a trip, Zhou Ning, who had already prepared for rejection, saw Jin Guangxiu get up directly and head towards the living room. Huh? Did the ancestor already anticipate this situation? When Jin Guangxiu arrived at the living room and saw Liang Sheng, the two initially just exchanged polite remarks on the surface, but privately, Liang Sheng transmitted a message, and Jin Guangxiu's performance that followed was extremely tacit. Under the concealment of the data panel, the Zize independent cultivator did not discover Liang Sheng's little movement. He only saw his disciple using eloquent speech to persuade Jin Guangxiu, and then making alliances. My disciple is even smarter than I imagined. Of course, with this situation, his heart was filled with joy. After all, the better Liang Sheng performed, the more he could gain in the upcoming golden era of great contention. Indeed, he asked Liang Sheng to protect the Zhou family because the struggle between the city lord mansion and seeking the truth lineage would center around the Zhou family. Since that is the case, it is better to hold the Zhou family in one's hand and take the initiative. As for whether Liang Sheng could handle the relationship between the three parties, the Zize independent cultivator didn't think too much about it. After all, it is just a small struggle over longevity Immortal City now. If he couldn't win here, how could he compete with other talented individuals in Zhoutian? Of course, Feng Yuan and Kai Wen Child cannot take action now. Otherwise, the fight between out-of-body cultivators and nascent souls would be like crushing an ant. While Liang Sheng and Jin Guangxiu were talking happily at the Zhou family, Feng Yuan and the other person in the city lord mansion frowned at this moment. When they received Su Wu's call for help just now, they were already prepared to take action. However, at that moment, an inexplicable pressure made them afraid to move. Cultivators of the same realm can compete, but if you dare to bully the weak, death awaits. Both of them instantly broke into a cold sweat, their whole bodies drenched, as if they had just been fished out of water, full of horror in their hearts. Who exactly is the other party? At this moment, a sudden realization came into their hearts that the situation in Longevity Immortal City was far more complicated than they had imagined, but now they could only endure and not contact Linga of Capital City. Because if Ling Xiaozi and the others were involved, their plans would completely fail, and how could they talk about being a talented individual? After all, the warning from the person just now had already implicitly stated that if cultivators of the same realm took action, they would not intervene. Since that is the case, why not devise another plan and give Su Wu more means? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan and Kai Wen Child's faces were rather awkward. I must become stronger and never suffer such humiliation again. However, the opponent seems to be even stronger than my own master. Weren't we told not to act if they're above the third heaven of refining void day, O Lord? On the other side, Liang Sheng has already brought Jin Guangxiu back to the Liang family. The Zize independent cultivator can't help but sigh at this, unworthy as his disciple, with high ambitions, he previously underestimated him. After all, if Liang Sheng dares to bring Jin Guangxiu back, it means that he is already prepared to directly deal with all the troubles the Zhou family will face later on. And more importantly, this shows that he has made up his mind to resist to the end, even expressing his attitude towards this battle. In the same realm, he is invincible. If Liang Sheng had made another choice, it would have been safer, as he could hide behind the scenes without directly facing the seeking truth lineage and the troubles of the city lord mansion. The Zize independent cultivator is somewhat self-satisfied. It seems his disciple has understood his intentions. In that case, let him do as he pleases. After Jin Guangxiu returned to the guest room, he sighed in his heart, not expecting his senior sect members to have such opportunities and even be able to worship a great power as a master. Liang Sheng had just secretly explained the current situation, and since it was like this, Jin Guangxiu would see the act through to the end. This tacit understanding didn't need much explaining, and what excited him even more was that Liang Sheng had plans to bring Zhou Shen back next. According to Liang Sheng's plan, even if someone recognized Zhou Shen by then, it wouldn't matter, and Liang Sheng even wanted to actively expose him. Jin Guangxiu couldn't help but feel a little dazed. How did things suddenly turn out like this? All he could say was that the senior's actions were truly unpredictable. Immortal City. Chen Chen's hiding place. At this moment, Pei Linyu had already disappeared, with Su Wu's appearance indicating that Chen Chen might have been exposed. How could he possibly stay in the same place waiting to die? As soon as Chen Chen returned to his residence, he immediately contacted Pei Linyu, who was pacing back and forth restlessly in a hidden location. Given that a person in the divinity transformation realm was so anxious, it was obvious this matter was extremely difficult. Senior brother Pei, what should we do next? Pei Linyu thought for a moment, but in the end, he was unable to make a decision. Let's wait a bit longer. Pei Linyu naturally had his own considerations, as he was now in no hurry to meet the Zhou family. He was more afraid that his whereabouts would be grasped by the longevity Immortal City Lord Mansion. No matter what, safety comes first. As for the mysterious nascent soul Taoist master Chen Chen encountered at the Zhou family, it was unclear if they were friend or foe. However, according to what they said, it seemed they already knew the plans between him and the City Lord Mansion, and a nascent soul master couldn't accomplish this alone. This person definitely had a great power behind him, and if that was the case, even more urgency was uncalled for. Having thought of this, Pei Linyu dared not make any rash moves temporarily, waiting to see what would happen. However, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse, catching him off guard. The Zhou family was so cautious that they didn't even dare to meet him, but how did they suddenly become so bold? What exactly did this nascent soul master do? Where did their confidence come from? Liang Sheng's mansion. After Jin Guangxiu entered the bedroom, Liang Sheng carefully whispered a few words into the Zize independent cultivator's ear, and when he finished, the Zize independent cultivator couldn't help but widen his eyes. Disciple, have you thought it thoroughly? Master, didn't you say that as a disciple of the Free Gate, I am in a lineage succession and will never have any trouble? Since I've already made a move, why not make this storm even bigger? Upon hearing this, the Zize independent cultivator could hardly believe that his cautious disciple of yesterday had become so bold today. Disciple, how could you be so brave? Who exactly was it that was telling the other to dare to fight yesterday? Chapter 214, I stand at the high ground, judging you in the sunlight. Longevity Immortal City. City Lord Mansion. In white attire, several hundreds of cultivators walk, with a few dozen coffins placed mid-air behind them, slowly moving towards the City Lord Mansion. This action naturally caught the attention of the Immortal City cultivators, and many of them recognized the identity of the person leading the procession. It was Zhou Ning, the Zhou family master. Zhou Ning was accompanied by a mysterious man cloaked in a robe whose face was hidden, and the cultivators in the city could not deduce his identity, but they were certain he was associated with the Zhou family. The several hundred people from the Zhou family formed a long line, none of them were below the foundation establishment stage. This caused a great surprise among the Immortal City cultivators. The Zhou family, usually low-key and unassuming, actually had such strength, giving people a real shock. Some thought more, seeming to remember that the person who had finally dealt with the Western barbarians in the arena previously was also from the Zhou family. From this, seeing the direction of where the Zhou family is headed, a lot of cultivators blinked, with the thought bubbling up in their minds, could it be? At this moment, they felt that something big was about to happen, and they followed closely behind the Zhou family line. Indeed, the Zhou family line stopped in front of the City Lord Mansion gate. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the guards of the City Lord Mansion. Someone ran into the mansion to report the situation, and the guards at the gate immediately stopped the Zhou family procession. However, the Zhou family members didn't charge towards the City Lord Mansion as the city's cultivators imagined. Instead, they silently lined the coffins up, creating a shocking sight. After that, Zhou Ning and the cloaked mysterious man sat down first, and then there was silence. This situation made people feel even more unusual. The City Lord Mansion quickly reacted, but the one who responded was not Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child, but Su Wu. Zhou Ning, what are you trying to do with this display? Are you all trying to trample over the authority of the City Lord Mansion? Is this a place you can mess around with? As soon as these words fell, Zhou Ning just looked up, then stood up and walked in front of the arranged coffins. When he came to a coffin, he recited a name. His chant was not fast, but after reciting dozens of names, he suddenly strode up, and glared ferociously at Suwu. His eyes showed nothing but killing intent. Suwu! Do you have any regret in your heart? The sons of the Zhou family, golden cores in their prime, only fell to such an end because you were jealous. They are now nothing but tombs of honors. When you threatened the lives of my Zhou family, the Zhou family's sons were brave and virtuous men. They had to make the ultimate sacrifice for their family. They left only to protect the Zhou family bloodline, to keep us safe. I've resigned to that fact. After all, you are the city lord. We are just a modest cultivation family, what can we do? But why won't you let us go? The Zhou family also shed blood for the Immortal City. When the Western barbarians came to Immortal City to provoke, who stepped forward to face them, fearless of life and death? It was the Zhou family young members. All the cultivators in the city can be witnesses. At this point, Zhou Ning suddenly let out a long howl to the sky, and then pointed a finger at Suwu. His voice was filled with intense grief. But I never expected that all of this was actually due to your selfish desires, aiming to weaken the power of the Zhou family. The Zhou family has always kept a low profile and never participated in the power struggles within the city lord mansion. What is wrong with this? Why must you try to annihilate the Zhou family? For the peace of the Immortal City and the lineage of the Zhou family, I had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill so that everything could return back to normal. But heaven has eyes and didn't let the Zhou family be kept in the dark, allowing me to accidentally discover the truth. Since the Zhou family must die, I must seek justice for the Zhou family men and reveal your despicable facade. At this moment, Suwu already sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late for him to stop it. The mysterious man cloaked beside Zhou Ning directly pulled off his cloak, and in an instant, the cultivators around took a sharp intake of breath. Zhou Shen. Who in the longevity Immortal City could forget Zhou Shen? At that time, he was the one who faced the Western barbarians on the arena, preserving the final dignity of the Immortal City. But wasn't he dead on the stage before? In an instant, everyone looked at Suwu, waiting for an answer. Suwu was flustered, with sweat forming on his forehead. How could Zhou Shen resurrect? Not only him, but also Feng Yuan and Kaiwen Child inside the city lord mansion, both of them were looking at Zhou Shen with disbelief, their hearts filled with raging waves. How could this be possible? The death of Zhou Shen had been confirmed by them. After all, Chen Yangzi, the pure Yang, was the one who did it personally. How could a golden core deist survive at all? This was the first time they felt that things were getting out of their control. But when they wanted to seize Zhou Shen and ask about what happened, they found that they couldn't move at all. Dare to move, then die. These simple 4 words made the two only able to watch as things developed beyond their expectations. However, now they could confirm that this incident was not accidental, but someone was secretly arranging it, and the hidden person was even more powerful than their master. What to do now? Feng Yuan and Kaiwen Child exchanged glances, but at this point, they had no solution. The killing intent of the person who spoke just now was not hidden at all. At this time, outside the city lord mansion, Zhou Shen revealed his true face, and then he actually took off his white linen robe, directly exposing the spirit tool armor underneath. Everyone, the fact that I was able to survive this time was pure luck. It can only be said that the person who attacked me that day underestimated the defensive power of the spirit tool armor on my body. Spirit tool armor? Many cultivators heard about this and immediately stared at the armor on Zhou Shen's body with their eyes wide open. Is this the legendary spirit tool armor? However, more people were suppressing their greed and staring closely at Zhou Shen. They were very interested in what Zhou Shen would say next. As expected, the next words would reveal shocking secrets. Although I was able to survive by luck, I was buried deep underground at that time, with only 1 breath left. I had no strength to climb out, so I couldn't appear for such a long period of time. Even though the Zhou family thought I was dead, they did not regret it because what the Zhou family had done was to make up for their debts. Because of this, the Zhou family could only swallow this bitter outcome alone. However, we never expected that Suwu would not let our Zhou family off easily. This person is extremely despicable. He saw that our Zhou family had dozens of golden core deists and felt envious. He then forced our Zhou family Golden Core experts to go on a suicide mission. Boom! Upon hearing this, the cultivators around him started to discuss. This was about dozens of Golden Core experts. Were they talking about the formidable strength of the Zhou family? It was unimaginable to them, and Zhou Shen's words didn't stop there, but continued. In the end, my Zhou family's Golden Core experts died and no one knew. It's a pity that all this plotting has fallen on my ears. He would never have thought that I was still alive under the arena where I fought the Western barbarians. At this point, Zhou Shen suddenly raised his head, unleashing his full aura, instantly overpowering all the cultivators in front of the City Lord Mansion. Late Golden Core stage. The cultivators in the city sensed Zhou Shen's realm and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It was no wonder that Zhou Shen was the pride of Immortal City. They even understood why Su Wu had been so foolish as to harm the Zhou family before. The Zhou family's strength was simply too unsettling. If nascent soul masters were not counted, it was feared that the strength of the City Lord Mansion would not be much stronger than the Zhou family. Zhou Shen's accusations continued. Unfortunately, I didn't die. Everything you did could not be hidden, and you even made a miscalculation. You thought that if the desolate regions self-destruct, you would reap the most benefits, didn't you? Let me tell you, this is absolutely impossible. The self-destruction of the desolate regions to replenish the spiritual energy of the immortal city is actually most beneficial to my Zhou family. The reason is the cause and effect I mentioned, where the Zhou family once owed the immortal city. It's because my Zhou family is the remnant bloodline of the marginal domain marked with the letter Yi. We can still inherit and even cultivate normally in immortal city today. All of this is because the immortal city no longer bears any grudges against my Zhou family. For this reason, over the years, we, the Zhou family, have also shed blood for the sake of Immortal City, never hesitating, only to be worthy of the grace of Immortal City. We, the Zhou family, dare not forget to repay our debts. But Su Wu, why did you set us up like this? Before I went to fight the Western barbarians, how did you guarantee the safety of my Zhou family? Even if you wanted to get rid of us after our usefulness ended, didn't your heart have to be so cruel? Is it possible that one day, for your own sake, you could harm the Zhou family the same way you treat all the cultivators in the immortal city? As soon as his words fell, all the pressure was on Su Wu's side. He couldn't help but glare at Zhou Shen furiously, but he was somewhat flustered in his heart. Because he had just sent a message to City Lord Feng Yuan, and there was no response, which was impossible in the past. What was going on? Why didn't the City Lord reply to me? In his anxiety, he immediately tried to calm himself down. After all, he was a nascent soul master. With his powerful strength, everything else could be dismissed. As long as he won, what could the Zhou family do even if they caused more trouble? With this thought, Su Wu's killing intent grew cold. But he was already blinded by anger and had lost his reason. If it were a normal situation, how could he have let Zhou Shen speak so much? It was clear that his divine sense had been unconsciously controlled by someone, and he didn't even know it. If his mind was normal, how could Su Wu not guess that there was a mastermind behind the Zhou family's actions? But Su Wu, as smart as he was, didn't react at all. City Lord Feng Yuan, who was inside the City Lord Mansion, had a very ugly expression on his face at this point. He had already seen the killing intent emerging from Su Wu's heart. However, how could the Zhou family dare to confront the City Lord Mansion so directly without being prepared? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel some remorse in his heart. He had underestimated the Zhou family before. If he had known this would happen. Unfortunately, there is no regret remedy in this world. Moreover, at the moment he too is in a dangerous situation. He was firmly locked in by a divine sense, and didn't dare to make any extra moves. He had never felt such an urgent desire to break through the refinement void deist realm. Would the situation be different now if he were stronger? Kaiwan Child's face was also pale. He was thinking further away. Did the Seeking Truth lineage secretly do something under their noses to embolden the Zhou family? Wait a minute. The person who was suppressing him and Feng Yuan right now, if it was the Seeking Truth lineage, why did they struggle so much earlier? For a short while, Kaiwan Child's heart was in a mess. In front of the City Lord Mansion, the cultivators in the city saw that Su Wu had no rebuttal, and their expressions changed instantly, looking at Su Wu with suspicion. The Zhou family was so grateful, why did Su Wu go so far? At this point, Suwu suddenly made his move, causing the cultivators around him to exclaim in shock. No matter how aggrieved the Zhou family was, Suwu was, after all, a nascent soul master. They felt like they would see blood splattering in the next moment, but things didn't develop that way, because a person appeared in front of Suwu. It was none other than Liang Sheng. With a single finger, he stopped Suwu's attack. At this moment, the cultivators in the city realized that the Zhou family had come prepared. They also noticed another detail. Zhou Shen didn't move at all, and it seemed like everything was under control. When Liang Sheng appeared, the independent cultivator from the Liang family residence couldn't help but drink a glass of wine. His disciple was even more courageous than he thought. He decided to show up in person and face everyone directly. With such heroic spirit, he was undoubtedly his disciple. But he didn't consider that he was the source of Liang Sheng's confidence in this action. If not for him, how could Liang Sheng at the nascent soul realm dare to do this? Outside the city lord mansion, Zhou Shen suddenly shouted again, "Suwu, if my Zhou family is destined to be harmed by you, then we will die standing. Today, I want your blood to pay for the blood debt." At this time, a person stood in front of Zhou Shen, and a scolding voice came, "What's the point of dying like this?" As soon as the words fell, Zhou Shen directly knelt before the person with a tearful face. If it wasn't Liang Sheng, who else could it be? "Senior, if you hadn't given me the spirit tool armor before, I would have died long ago and would never have known the injustice of my Zhou family. Don't stop me, I want to die together with this despicable villain, Suwu. We're all going to die anyway." The cultivators around them stared at Liang Sheng, their hearts filled with surprise. Was the spiritual device armor really a gift from the person in front of them? Meanwhile, Liang Sheng shook his head while sighing, "Foolish child." Immediately, he saw him stretch out his hand and directly push Suwu back a few meters. Then he shook his head, "I was willing to give you the spiritual device armor because when the Western barbarians challenged Immortal City, only your Zhou family stepped forward to protect our Immortal City's fortune. Since you're willing to fearlessly defend our Immortal City like this, what does this mere spiritual armor mean? I just didn't expect that the City Lord Mansion would be so unbearable." While the Zhou family were generously going to their deaths on the front lines, fighting for Immortal City, you were stabbing them in the back, trying to wipe out the Zhou family just because you were afraid of their strength. Everyone, do you think there's such reasoning in the world? At that time, he was the city lord, yet he was so petty and jealous. No one around dared to respond, but Liang Sheng didn't care. He looked at Suwu again with righteous indignation, his whole body seeming to glow. "Of course, I know that City Lord Feng Yuan must also have been deceived by Suwu, otherwise why wouldn't he have appeared by now? This shows Feng Yuan City Lord's attitude. Suwu, you despicable person who kicks someone when they're down, today I will kill you in the name of Immortal City cultivators to protect our Immortal City's orthodoxy." Huh? At these words, the Immortal City cultivators also realized that, yeah, since the two city lords of Feng Yuan haven't spoken until now, doesn't that mean? Thinking about this, the Immortal City cultivators who had been silent for fear of Suwu's retaliation now began to hear sporadic voices of support. "Death to the traitorous coward!" At first, only a few were shouting, but soon the entire front of the City Lord Mansion was filled with voices condemning Suwu. Even though Suwu's spirit was being controlled, he had now realized the situation. Not good, he'd been calculated. Thinking of this, he looked at Liang Sheng with a hideous expression. In yesterday's confrontation with Chen Chen at the Zhou family, it was this nascent soul cultivator who attacked, causing them to retreat without success. He didn't expect that Liang Sheng would still dare to provoke him today. Apparently, the other party was stronger than him, but he wasn't afraid. Because earlier, in preparation for dealing with the Western barbarians in the arena, Qinyangzi had given him 1 or 2 pure Yang Heavenly Thunder treasures. At the moment when Suwu was deciding how to kill Liang Sheng, Zhou Shen suddenly rushed over, his words desperate. "Suwu, return the lives of my Zhou family's young members." Now, Zhou Shen's late gold core strength was evident. He was indeed worthy of the title of Immortal City's pride since he was only a little over 200 years old and already in the late gold core stage. With killing intent, Suwu struck Zhou Shen and pushed him back while remaining vigilant against Liang Sheng's attack. At this time, he didn't notice that the eyes of the Immortal City cultivators looking at him had completely changed. With the great freedom law of heaven and earth and the law of cause and effect, Liang Sheng immediately sensed a change in Suwu's fortune. As expected, by standing on the moral high ground and judging Suwu, he had stirred the emotions of the Immortal City cultivators and gained the support of Immortal City's destiny. He pulled all the Immortal City cultivators into the sunlight, stood on the moral high ground, and executed a perfect plan. Not wasting any time, Liang Sheng directly struck at Suwu with a palm, revealing his cultivation level. Late stage nascent soul stage true monarch. Suwu had a thought, it was indeed so, but luckily he was prepared. In an instant, 2 dark pellets flew out of his sleeve. Pure Yang Heavenly Thunder. Chapter 215, Suwu dies, little nascent soul can also be the protagonist. Longevity Immortal City. City Lord Mansion. At this moment, Suwu no longer wanted to give the Zhou family any chance, for he was already dragged into the quagmire by the Zhou family's clever means. No matter how he struggled, he would only get dirtier. So now he had only one way, which was to destroy the quagmire directly, and naturally, there would be no mud on his body. Looking at the righteous and stern Liang Sheng before him, Suwu's face was filled with hatred. It seemed that he should have taken action immediately when he saw the other party in the Zhou family in the past. Otherwise, how could there be such a humiliation today? If it weren't for this person's meddling, how could there be such an encounter? The Zhou family had already accepted the fate of being slaughtered by him a few days ago. But today, the Zhou family unexpectedly went against the norm. Apart from this nascent soul true monarch in front of them, who else could have calculated him? When Suwu was able to control the city lord position in Longevity Immortal City with his golden core true person identity, it had already proved his ability. His actions would never have any extra branches, so when he decided to take action, he directly sacrificed the secret treasure of pure Yang Heavenly Thunder. All of you go to hell. From now on, Longevity Immortal City is still under my rule, Suwu. Seeing Suwu's ferocious face and extreme anger in his heart, the time it took for him to form hand seals and cast spells was even faster than usual. The surrounding Immortal City cultivators had not yet reacted at this moment. As they were still thinking about what was going on now, they saw Suwu refining 2 black round pills and shooting them directly at Liang Sheng. Then they saw dark clouds suddenly appearing above Liang Sheng's head, with violent energy and electric lights flashing between them. The thunder and lightning danced like dragons and snakes. Heavenly Thunder. Those Immortal City cultivators who had previously experienced Feng Yuan's crossing of heavenly tribulation immediately linked the situation to the scenes of Feng Yuan's tribulation. Only this time, it was just local thunderstorms, not as horrifying as Feng Yuan's heavenly tribulation. In the next moment, thunderbolts raged violently and struck Liang Sheng directly. At this time, Suwu didn't even look at Liang Sheng and looked at the Zhou family cultivators with a ferocious expression. Before, I was kind enough to let you all live, but not only did you not appreciate it, but you also tried to put me in a life or death situation. Today, I will let your Zhou family know that when I did not take action before, it was because of my kindness and compassion. You did not cherish it, and today's evil consequences are brought about by yourselves. As soon as his words fell, Suwu had a thought, and a fierce wind rose wildly. The next second, it struck the Zhou family directly. And the primary target of the raging wind was actually the coffins. Your Zhou family warriors' tomb of honors? I can make your Zhou family warriors die without a whole corpse, and I can make their traces in the world disappear. This was not only a venting of anger but also a warning to warn the cultivators of the Immortal City, who the Lord of Longevity Immortal City was. City Lord Feng Yuan would eventually leave. Zhou Ning's face changed drastically when he saw this, but there was no sign of great danger in his heart. He just wanted to protect the coffins simply. Although today's plan was to deal with Suwu, these coffins were indeed the tombs of honors of the Golden Core expert disciples of the Zhou family. The coffins must not be lost. At this time, Zhou Shen had already reacted and directly stood in front to protect them. At this point, Zhou Ning was no match for Zhou Shen in terms of cultivation level. At most, he could be on par with him. At this moment, Zhou Shen naturally needed to be in the forefront. This was the sentiment of the Zhou family disciples. However, before the panicked Zhou family disciples who were prepared to resist to the death could take action, the sudden violent wind subsided in an instant. At this moment, the surrounding Immortal City cultivators also exclaimed, seeing a silhouette of a golden figure in the place where the apocalypse thunder tribulation was shining. Liang Sheng actually withstood the secret treasure pure Yang Heavenly Thunder, which Suwu had cast. At this point, Suwu also reacted, turned his head to look at Liang Sheng, who was struck by lightning, and his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Unless the other party was a divinity transformation cultivator, they could withstand him using his full strength to operate pure yang heavenly thunder. Otherwise, no nascent soul cultivator could survive under pure yang heavenly thunder. Even Suwu himself couldn't do it. But the fact before their eyes was so absurd that Liang Sheng had actually withstood it. When the thunder tribulation subsided, the electric light had disappeared, and Liang Sheng appeared in front of everyone unharmed. No. Sharp-eyed cultivators found that Liang Sheng was not really unharmed, because pieces of armor began to fall off his body. The debris that fell to the ground was already broken. At this time, Liang Sheng showed a mocking smile at Suwu. Suwu, you have seen the spirit device armor on Zhou Shen's body before. Didn't you think I might have such a top-grade spiritual device armor too? As he spoke, the last piece of armor on Liang Sheng's body completely fell off. But the next moment, a new spirit device armor automatically stuck to Liang Sheng's body. The surrounding cultivators of the Immortal City couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. How many spiritual device armors did this mysterious nascent soul true monarch have in his hands? Suwu really didn't think of this. Who could have thought that the other party would actually have such a top-grade spiritual device armor? After all, it was already commendable for a cultivator to have a single spiritual device armor. Very few cultivators have ever been able to cultivate to become masters. After all, even pill refining and weapon refining required extraordinarily gifted people. Moreover, most of these people only dabbled in these techniques after improving their cultivation level. Although the cultivator's life seemed to be long, every minute and even every second was precious. How many people in the world were willing to put their efforts into learning the technique of refining weapons? Very few of them. You are actually a master of refining. Suwu couldn't help but blurt out this guess, and the cultivators around him looked at Liang Sheng with eagerness when they heard it. For an individual, spending a lot of time cultivating auxiliary skills such as refining weapons and refining pills may not be worth the effort. However, if someone else is a master of auxiliary skills, a cultivator would definitely choose to befriend him willingly, because only by surviving can one talk about the path of cultivation, and elixirs and spirit tools are the best ways to ensure survival. What does it matter whether I am a refining master or not? Just because I'm a refining master, will you repent and not kill the Zhou family? Or, if I'm nothing, will your heart remain calm about the Zhou family's misfortune? Liang Sheng's words made Suwu extremely uncomfortable, as the other party definitely wanted to kill him at this moment, so he tried to use public opinion to completely destroy him. However, at this moment, the other party's spirit tool armor was on his body, and even if he used the pure yang heavenly thunder, he would hardly hurt the opponent. Since this is the case, a man should be able to bend and stretch, and he should hide temporarily and wait for the right opportunity to settle accounts with the other party. It's no wonder that Suwu thought this way since the incident had happened for a while, and neither Feng Yuan nor Kai Wen Child had appeared. This situation had already made Suwu understand that there must be a hidden hand behind today's events, and if he continued to stall, he would definitely die. Therefore, Suwu didn't even want to answer Liang Sheng's words at the moment and was secretly preparing to protect himself from escaping from this place and withdraw. However, the moment Suwu came up with this idea, Liang Sheng appeared in front of him, still with a mocking look on his face. Suwu, where do you want to escape now? Blood must be repaid for the Zhou family today, you can't escape. And then Liang Sheng did not care, directly attacked Suwu, and because the distance was too close, Suwu could only block subconsciously. Because if he doesn't block the opponent's attack, he will definitely be beaten to death by the opponent, and Suwu also knows that if he only defends, he will die. However, every time he tried to attack the opponent, he ended up returning without success, which made him feel helpless in his heart. How could it be top-grade spiritual tool armor again? He couldn't break through the opponent's defense, but he no longer had pure yang heavenly thunder, so what could he do? The Zhou family has deceived me. If I had known that there was a refining master behind you, I would never have planned so simply to eradicate your Zhou family's golden core cultivators. Suwu couldn't help feeling sorry for himself in his heart, knowing that if he had been aware of this situation, he would have definitely used City Lord Feng Yuan to indirectly wipe out the Zhou family without leaving a single survivor. In the end, he was still too merciful. Suwu couldn't help feeling regretful in his heart. As a disciple of Ling Xiaozi's lineage, he was more skilled in techniques and spells. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng chose to cling to him and tremble, just like a Western barbarian. Wait a moment. At this thought, Suwu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his face changed. It seemed that he had neglected something. It was clear that the opponent was more inclined towards the horizontal training method. Based on his actions, could it be that the opponent was from the Seeking Truth lineage? So, did the so-called refining master appear earlier when he confronted Chen Chen at the Zhou family to protect the Seeking Truth lineage? In that case, the Zhou family is also involved. Thinking of this, Suwu felt as if he had caught a straw to save his life. The Seeking Truth lineage was the mortal enemy of the city lord, and he still had a glimmer of hope. With this thought in mind, Suwu made a strong move, trying to temporarily repel Liang Sheng. As long as he let City Lord Feng Yuan and the others know that they were remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage, they would definitely not stand idly by. At this moment, Liang Sheng could have withstood Suwu's sudden burst without retreating, but he seemed to cooperate with Suwu and stumbled back a step, giving Suwu a chance to speak. City Lord, they are remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage. This is a golden opportunity to catch them all. But then there was no movement. At this moment, Liang Sheng was standing aside, not even making a move, just looking at him coldly, which also made Suwu calm down and couldn't help but give a bitter smile. It seemed that he had been abandoned, no matter if City Lord Feng Yuan had any difficulties or if they were forced to act, it meant that there would be no difference in the outcome for Suwu. Am I going to die today? Suwu glanced at the cultivators around him. Their eyes were filled with eagerness, ridicule, disdain, and even a bit of pleasure. He couldn't help but look at Liang Sheng and found that his eyes were cold, and his heart was as calm as water. He couldn't help but shake his head. The other party really wanted to kill him and destroy his soul. The road to cultivation is full of ups and downs. I never thought that today would be the time for me, Suwu, to fall. If only my strength had been enough. However, since this is the case, don't think that the Zhou family will have it easy either. If I am destined to die, why not collect some interest before I die? At the very least, he had to pull a few people down with him to die with him. Cultivators were born between heaven and earth, and they had to die with a big bang. I am the Lord of Longevity Immortal City. At the moment when Suwu shouted, Liang Sheng also suddenly yelled at the onlookers of the Immortal City cultivators, looking anxious. Everyone, step back. He wants to self-destruct. As soon as these words were said, the cultivators who were originally watching the excitement around them instantly panicked and hurriedly withdrew, fearing that they would become the wrong dead. The young members of the Zhou family also began to move the coffins back, leaving only Zhou Shen behind. At the moment when Liang Sheng opened his mouth, he trapped Suwu. Zhou Shen reacted at this moment and assisted him from the side, with the spirit tool armor on his body being his greatest assurance. He wore a serious expression, and so did Liang Sheng, looking as if they dared not make a single mistake. As the cultivators around them retreated frantically, they moved forward, making them stand out like a sore thumb. How brave the Zhou family's disciples are! Unconsciously, strands of fortune began to change again. Liang Sheng's eyes narrowed, and then he continued to pretend to be panicked. But Liang Sheng was only a nascent soul true monarch, and he and Zhou Shen couldn't stop Suwu's self-detonation, unless they were divinity transformation experts, and even then, they needed to be prepared to possibly stop Suwu. At this time, Liang Sheng gave Zhou Shen a look. Although they couldn't stop Suwu from self-destructing, they could carry him far away from where the Zhou family's young members were. City Lord Mansion. Liang Sheng barely managed to say these 3 words, and Zhou Shen immediately understood what he meant. He cooperated with Liang Sheng and carried Suwu to the City Lord Mansion. This was also thanks to the fact that after the wilderness aura merged into the Immortal City, Zhou Shen had gained something from practicing the horizontal training method, otherwise, he would not have been able to do this. In fact, Suwu should have been decisive and self-destruct directly, but his soul suddenly became groggy, giving Liang Sheng time. Liang Sheng appeared to be panicking on the surface, but in fact, everything was under his control. He was putting on a show for everyone to see, including the hidden Zize independent cultivator. Then, when he and Zhou Shen held Suwu in the air above the center of the City Lord Mansion, Suwu's soul instantly returned to clarity. He still didn't know where he was, and according to his last conscious thought, he self-destructed immediately. Let's all die together. There was a hint of madness in the corners of Suwu's mouth before his death. Even if he died, being able to take so many people with him made him satisfied. After all, not every cultivator had spiritual device armor, but when he chose to self-destruct, an enraged voice rang in his ears. Suwu, what the hell are you doing? Suwu immediately sobered up, but he had already self-destructed. This was the last thing he heard under his clear consciousness. Forget it, I'll die. I don't care about the aftermath. If it wasn't for your inaction, I wouldn't have come to this. Boom. For a short while, a loud noise echoed throughout Longevity Immortal City as the power of Suwu's self-detonation spread across the entire city. In the explosion center, the power of pure Yang heavenly thunder was not much different from the one when he just used it. However, at this time, a transparent light shield appeared and trapped the explosive force within inches. Mighty City Lord. At this time, Liang Sheng and Zhou Shen's spiritual device armor were shattered, but they still managed to hold on to their lives. But before they could rejoice in surviving, they shouted according to their previous plan. Previously, the fleeing Immortal City cultivators would have been frantically retreating. But when they heard Liang Sheng and Zhou Shen's shouts praising the mighty city lord, they immediately stopped. Soon, cheers filled the city, mixed with curses. Suwu deserved to die, for he had tried to take them all down with him. Their hearts should be punished. With this thought in mind, they were still somewhat terrified. If the Zhou family hadn't made a move today and City Lord Feng Yuan had left, wouldn't Suwu have turned Longevity Immortal City into a dead end? There would be no way forward for their cultivation. After all, the Zhou family was ruthlessly murdered by Suwu just because they gained a few more golden core cultivators. What would happen when it was their turn? But as the cheers filled the city, Feng Yuan and Kaiwen Child did not appear. Even the entire city lord mansion was quiet. No one knew that Feng Yuan wished he could kill all the people of the Zhou family and Liang Sheng on the spot. Today, the city lord mansion had lost face, but he had no choice but to grin and bear it. That's because the hidden master behind the scene is someone he can't provoke right now. But at this time, he had already reported the matter to the capital city Soul Song. The hidden master behind the scene was at least a character like Refinement Void Deo Monarch. A powerful person like this couldn't just appear out of nowhere without any information. Outside the city lord mansion, as the cultivators of the immortal city cheered, Liang Sheng found that he and Zhou Shen had obtained some more strands of fortune. This time, Liang Sheng directly absorbed the fortune into his sea of consciousness. However, intentionally or not, Zhou Shen received more fortune. With the fortune added to him, Zhou Shen's qi gradually increased. At this time, Liang Sheng suddenly had an epiphany. This was the purpose of the Immortal Dynasty competition and the Golden Era. It turns out that he didn't have to hide and cultivate in desperation, he could be the protagonist, and this was even the path he should take in the Golden Era. With the independent Zize cultivator backing him, he, a little nascent soul, could also strive for a future. Chapter 216, Holy Land Ventures into the World? Who hasn't been the pride of heaven? Longevity Immortal City. Dark Corner. Chen carefully concealed his traces. Today was a great change in the Immortal City, and he had witnessed all the commotion in front of the City Lord Mansion. At this moment, he was full of excitement in his heart. The nascent soul masters who had appeared in the Zhou family that day might actually be allies. Of course, this was only a possibility. After all, their attitude that day was not friendly, but it might also have been to avoid attracting the attention of the City Lord Mansion. But in any case, Chen had some confidence, because he had been watching the battle between Liang Sheng and Suwu all along, and he saw every detail of their fight very clearly. The other party was obviously using the Seeking the Truth lineage's methods today, valuing immortal laws, only with Seeking the Truth lineage valuing battle techniques even more. So, Suwu's death was actually not the biggest surprise. What excited Chen even more was the reaction of the City Lord Mansion. This time, they actually chose to swallow their anger and not say anything, letting the Zhou family leave safely. What does this mean? It means that the City Lord Mansion obviously had some concerns, and Chen guessed that it might be the support from the elder. That's why Chen was so eager at this moment. He wanted to contact Pei Linyu as soon as possible to see if they could agree to negotiate with the Zhou family again. Now was the time for them to cooperate sincerely. However, he didn't know that his every move was being watched by someone with ulterior motives. Feng Yuan wouldn't dare to act rashly, but Liang Sheng was in control of everything. Liang Sheng quickly put Chen Chen aside, just retaining a basic sense of him. As long as there was any situation, he could know about it at the first moment. Seeking the truth lineage, not important now. Liang Sheng's mansion. In the courtyard, the Zize independent cultivator was lying on a lounge chair, drinking wine leisurely, and Liang Sheng was also by his side, sipping wine as well, and they both looked carefree. Only Huang Yufan was standing by, honestly serving the two of them. However, looking at the appearances of Liang Sheng and the Zize independent cultivator, he couldn't help but think. This master and disciple pair were indeed destined for each other. Not to mention anything else, just their leisurely and carefree attitude was somewhat similar, making people marvel at their connection. Just then, the Zize independent cultivator suddenly spoke. Disciple, did you gain anything today? Liang Sheng shook his head when he heard this. Whether there is a gain or not, it doesn't matter as long as my heart is happy. These words made the Zize independent cultivator's eyes brighten, and he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that his disciple had already gained the most important thing. Cultivation should be free. Our sect, even more so, should be unrestrained and free. It seems that my disciple has already achieved some success in the cultivation of the complete heaven great freedom technique, hence he has changed from his cautious and careful nature. It is worthy of being our sect's soul transmission. Although the complete heaven great freedom technique may not seem extraordinary, those who are not of the same path can't enter the entry level. The obstacles in the cultivation process are even more difficult than the other techniques, even the Holy Land wouldn't dare to try. Thinking of this, the Zize independent cultivator sighed slightly. It's a pity that he met this disciple too late. His character shouldn't have been this way. The path of cultivation should be about enjoyment and grudges, but under the free gate, focus is on the heart rather than actions. As long as his disciple can be free, everything is settled and needn't be bothered. However, if his disciple wants to truly be free and regain his freedom, I'm afraid it will take a long time, but as a master, I will be by his side, watching the day when he achieves great freedom. Thinking about this, he is quite satisfied with the matter of the city lord mansion this time. The death of Suwu is considered well-deserved, at least it eliminated some obstacles in his disciple's heart and took his state of mind to a higher level. Zize independent cultivator couldn't think that it had nothing to do with Suwu. Under Liang Sheng's talent of innocent foolishness, there were no bottlenecks for the complete heaven great freedom technique, it just needed time. At this moment, Liang Sheng suddenly asked another question. Master, if there is a day when my strength is insufficient and I am forced by other cultivators, what should I do? Upon hearing this, the Zize independent cultivator first took a sip of wine, then slowly said, his voice not loud, but quite firm. First, live. Because only by living can we be free. When we die, everything ends, and there is no talk of freedom. Cultivation is to break free from shackles. Since we have not yet succeeded in cultivation and have not yet broken free from shackles, the so-called coercion is just doing things in line with the situation, and it is all for the sake of great freedom in the future. So, within the rules, we don't need to think too much. Our hearts should be free as cultivators of the free gate, and we are the only ones pursuing the way of freedom in this world full of sentient beings. Therefore, as you said, if you encounter coercion, when power is overwhelming, and when we have to compromise, just remember one sentence. Hidden dragon in the abyss, the way of freedom, focus on the heart, not on actions. Just like your previous life, which seemed to be drifting all the time, that's why I want you to be as free as possible. Just now, when I asked you about your cultivation of the complete heaven great freedom technique, I actually wanted to tell you that you are still in the first state of mind. Are your actions based on your heart or not? Of course, you have already taken the first step now, and from now on, you can focus on the heart without focusing on actions, so. At that point, Liang Sheng thought he was going to say something else, but he was slapped lightly on the head by the Zize independent cultivator. So these delicious dishes are all mine now, you should go back to cultivating right away. Your realm is not high enough, and you still think left and right? Today, you had the immortal city destiny enter your body, shouldn't you use the complete heaven great freedom technique to explore your most proficient technique instead of wasting time chatting with me? Before Liang Sheng could react, he was gently led into his bedroom. Sitting in the room, Liang Sheng couldn't help but shake his head and smile before sitting cross-legged in lasting welfare. Today, he decided to make the old man happy. After all, it was clear that he was pleased with his performance. In fact, the Zhou Tian Great Freedom Method was merely an aid to Liang Sheng. His ancient techniques had already merged with his cultivation foundation and remained unshakable. In the courtyard, the independent cultivator Zize was still enjoying his wine. He couldn't help but praise the delicious food prepared by Huang Yufan. "Old Huang, your cooking skills are commendable. Thank you for your praise, great master." Zhou Mansion. At this moment, Zhou Ning and Zhou Shen were in Jin Kuangziu's room, seated on either side. Zhou Ning looked at Zhou Shen in surprise. After all, Zhou Ning did not know Zhou Shen was alive. How could he not be delighted at the resurrection of the Zhou family's talent? Today, outside the city lord mansion, the Zhou family caught everyone's attention. Thus, after a day, all the immortal city cultivators came to know about the Zhou family. Prior to this, no member of the Zhou family had imagined they could become the center of attention. They hadn't expected that their family would ever have such a day of fame. Feeling quite moved, Zhou Ning felt a great deal of pressure as the family head. But then when he glanced at Zhou Shen, his heart filled with joy. The Zhou family can expect to enjoy peace for thousands of years, for Zhou Shen, so young, is already close to achieving the golden core complete. He definitely has the potential to reach the nascent soul realm in this lifetime. Because he has countless chances to try and correct any mistakes, he really is very young. As for the nascent soul pill, even if they have to use all of the family's resources, it should be prioritized for Zhou Shen. Without any surprises, he will likely be the first nascent soul master of the Zhou family in Immortal City. Zhou Ning was grateful towards Liang Sheng when he thought about this. Thankfully, the senior took a liking to Zhou Shen. Who could have imagined that Zhou Shen would have such a fortunate encounter, obtaining a top-grade spiritual armor that allowed him to survive a deadly situation? Of course, he still had a worry in his heart. Looking at Jin Kuangziu, he softly asked, "Ancestor, after today, will the city lord mansion really not take revenge on us?" "They will, but they dare not bully us excessively. From now on, there will only be fair competition." Is the Zhou family afraid of open challenges? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning immediately shook his head. At this time, Zhou Shen also spoke, "Patriarch, rest assured, the city lord mansion will not act recklessly. Otherwise, we would have seen the city lord today." Zhou Ning actually knew about this already. After all, under the principle of seeking fortune and avoiding evil, there had been no dangerous indications. He had only been subconsciously scared due to the long-standing prestige of the city lord mansion. However, moving forward, we of the Zhou family must be careful and cautious. We must not become arrogant and aggressive. The precautions previously arranged remain unchanged. We mustn't put all our eggs in one basket. After all, now is the golden era, anything can happen. Jin Kuangziu's words gained Zhou Ning's approval. Proceeding with caution was indeed better for the Zhou family. Caution is the parent of safety. "Ancestor, do we need to close our doors to guests in the coming days?" Jin Kuangziu immediately shook his head. "In this golden era, since we have already entered the game, we can't hide any more, otherwise, we would only be fooling ourselves. You should still let the household's disciples prepare more. The events of today prove that only strength grants you a voice in the immortal city." At this moment, there was a rustle outside the Zhou mansion's gate. The visitor made no attempt to conceal their presence. "Ancestor! Ignore them. This seeking truth lineage has nothing to do with us. Even if they are descended from our lineage, that's all in the past, pay them no mind." "Yes." Jin Kuangziu told Zhou Ning to dismiss Chen Chen, who was outside, then turned his head to look at Zhou Shen. "Shener, from now on you must focus on your cultivation and strive to reach the nascent soul realm as soon as possible. I sense that the peace in the immortal city will not last much longer." "Master, rest assured, your disciple understands." With Zhou Ning gone, Zhou Shen did not hide any longer and addressed Jin Kuangziu as master. He agreed with Jin Kuangziu's words, it was indeed the golden era now. The competition between the gifted children was bound to be explosive. Immortal City. A hidden place. At this moment, Chen Chen had an ugly expression on his face. The Zhou family plainly did not want to meet him, indicating their unwillingness to have any connection with the seeking truth lineage. But in the eyes of the city lord mansion, regardless of how they tried to disentangle themselves, such actions were extremely naive. Even if they didn't contact him, would the fact that they were descended from the Seeking Truth lineage change? However, Pei Linyu calmed him down at this time. Junior brother, don't rush. This matter takes time. They have been apart from our Seeking Truth lineage for too long, but I believe that they are indeed of Covered Sky bloodline, so one day, they will definitely change their minds. We can only hope so. Brother Pei, I wonder if there's any news from the elder? Are we involved in the matter of the City Lord Mansion? Pei Linyu shook his head. I don't know. But no matter what, the Zhou family's actions today have made the City Lord Mansion be on guard against hurting the mouse for fear of breaking the vase, so they should not target us for the time being. Furthermore, Suwu, the actual manager of the City Lord Mansion, is dead. That ordinary man Feng Yuan must buy some time. We have to take advantage of this period and quickly look for the subsidiary veins of the Church of All Beings. Once we find them, we may be able to unravel more mysteries. Brother, rest assured, I've already asked Little Five to infiltrate the Immortal City cultivators in order to search for clues about the all-living beings sect. That's good. After Chen Chen bid farewell and left, looking at the vast night sky before him, Pei Linyu felt a touch of melancholy in his heart. Would this golden era bring a chance for the Seeking Truth lineage to see the dawn? City Lord Mansion. Under the cloak of night, Feng Yuan and the Kaiwan child stood opposing each other, having already received a response from the capital city Soul Song. However, things seemed to be more complicated than they had anticipated, hence Ling Xiaozi advised them against any rash moves. Feng Yuan could not help but feel a bit helpless. Perhaps they should not have cast a long line to catch a big fish because now the storm was beyond their control and seemed impossible to end. Fellow Daoist Feng Yuan, it seems that we should not touch the Seeking Truth lineage for now. Until we ascertain who is backing the Zhou family, I won't have any peace of mind. Rest assured, fellow Daoist, I also feel that we shouldn't take any rash action at this time. Moreover, if the Seeking Truth lineage wants something, they will take action. In doing so, they will certainly expose flaws. We might have been overly confident before, which is why we suffered a setback. However, if they want to compete fairly, how would they respond if our City Lord Mansion receives additional allies from Divinity Transformation and Spirit Transformation cultivators? You are absolutely right, fellow Daoist. Yet, their divine senses couldn't understand why the Zhou family dared to act so arrogantly without Chen Chen in sight. They could not grasp the Zhou family's modus operandi. Or were they unaware of the appearance of the nascent soul refining master as well? Let alone the person pulling the strings from behind. Was it really as their master said, that a sacred land representative is pulling the strings behind the scenes? Rumor has it that a sacred land representative will assist in those gifted children he set his sight upon, which is also the real reason why they didn't dare to act recklessly. However, if the Zhou family was really favored by the sacred land representative, then wasn't I once considered a gifted child too? All one can say is that, in this golden era, countless gifted children compete against each other, truly living up to their reputation. A night passed, and dawn came. In front of Liang Sheng's mansion, there was extraordinary bustle. Being a refining master surely involves refining countless magical weapons before finally being able to refine a successful spirit tool. Considering this, they didn't set their hopes high on gaining a spirit tool. They only wished to acquire a powerful magical weapon, which the master might not like, to provide them with more security. As for what the City Lord Mansion might think, they didn't care. Because the law doesn't blame the multitude. Why would they act alone? At this moment, everyone tacitly agreed and rushed forward, guarding outside the door. The more people there were, the more reassured they felt because, even if the refining master wasn't pleased, he wouldn't target an individual. Even if they were lucky enough to get a magical weapon refined by the master, they would profit substantially. As for whether Liang Sheng would come out. If he doesn't come out, so be it. It's just a bet anyway. In the mansion, the Zize independent cultivator looked at Liang Sheng and didn't say a word. He was curious about how his disciple would handle the current situation. The simplest way would be to send everyone away, which would save him a lot of trouble. However, since Liang Sheng killed Suwu yesterday, he had already obtained the fate of Immortal City. Getting rid of the cultivators of the Immortal City now would mean suffering a loss. But if they agreed to the requests of the cultivators outside, even if his disciple had a decent supply of spirit tools, what could he achieve? He couldn't possibly satisfy everyone. Should know, people do not fear scarcity but unequal distribution, hence this decision is not preferable to the previous one, where nothing is given at all. However, the current fate is different. In this golden era, for cultivators, it's inevitably a competition for heaven and earth's fate, if not now, then when? Liang Sheng knew that his master's silence was a test for him. However, he had already considered this when he revealed his identity as a refining master. He was better prepared than the Zize independent cultivator had imagined, so Liang Sheng got up and went out directly. After coming out, he remained silent and just quietly looked at everyone existing outside. Under his cool gaze, everyone slowly calmed down. For a while, there was dead silence. Only then did Liang Sheng speak unhurriedly. Everyone, I think I understand why you are here. However, unfortunately, if you want to obtain the magical weapons I refine, it is impossible. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately burst into whispers. Yet, Liang Sheng remained calm and collected, which settled the crowd quickly. Because ever since I began my auxiliary cultivation in weapon refining, I have only had one goal. If I can't refine a spirit tool, then it is a useless object. Therefore, the only things left with me are spirit tools. But, pausing at this point, Liang Sheng grinned. He was very familiar with this negotiation tactic. In the past, at the wild market, he had made the loose cultivation alchemist voluntarily accept him as his master. Previously, the complete heaven great freedom method had awakened him a bit during the golden era. Involving oneself in some cause and effect is not necessarily a bad thing. Especially with Zize independent cultivator at his side, Liang Sheng can act more boldly. Immortals should rely on someone. The cultivators of the immortal city were on board too, closely watching Liang Sheng, wanting to know how he would send them off. Under this anticipation, Liang Sheng finally spoke. I am willing to refine spirit tools for the cultivators of immortal city. By doing this, I hope that all cultivators can seek immortality and ask about the way. The crowd was in an uproar. And Chen, who was hidden amongst the crowd, his eyes gleamed. You still say you are not from the Seeking Truth lineage? Chapter 217, The Great Sun Sets, the Sky Will Fall, you all, choose the path of death. Longevity Immortal City. Liang Sheng's mansion. At this moment, all the cultivators standing outside the mansion's gate wore stupefied expressions as they couldn't help but pinch their thighs, fearing that they had misheard. Refining spirit tools for us. How is this possible? While they were hesitant, Liang Sheng didn't care about their reactions and continued speaking. Of course, I have my conditions for doing so. If you want me to refine spirit tools, you have to provide all the materials, and I don't guarantee that I'll be successful in doing so. Anyway, those who believe, come, those who don't mind. Also, the time required for me to refine spirit tools is uncertain, and you cannot rush me. As for whom I will refine spirit tools for, I will only consider the order of arrival, regardless of anyone's background. This word, fair to young and old. After speaking, Liang Sheng, without waiting for the cultivators outside to react, directly attached a jade slip to the outside of the mansion gate. Then he turned around and walked back into the mansion, while Huang Yufan stood at the gate. The immortal city cultivators finally regained their senses, and seeing Liang Sheng about to disappear, they subconsciously wanted to follow him in to inquire again. However, the next moment, they were suddenly immobilized by a powerful pressure, which instantly sobered them up. Nascent Soul Masters. Unexpectedly, the refining master's servant was also a nascent soul master. Instinctively, they no longer doubted Liang Sheng's words. Since they couldn't continue to inquire, they stepped back to look at the jade slip at the gate. After reading it, their eyes flickered in amazement as the jade slip contained an extremely detailed list of the materials needed for refining spirit tools. At this time, the cultivators who thought quickly turned around and left, but others with even quicker reactions were the cultivation families hidden nearby, observing the situation. They had collected many spirit tool materials after rebuilding the immortal city and inheriting it for many years. At this moment, they all had one thought in their hearts: no matter how high the risk, everything was worth it for a spirit tool. After all, this was a spirit tool. A spirit tool could be even more valuable for them to pursue, as the cultivation journey is full of hardships, and cultivators inevitably face death one day. But spirit tools can be passed down to protect the family's safety. To say nothing else, if Zhou family's genius Zhou Shen hadn't possessed a spirit tool armor, how could he have survived before? Soon, there was no one left in front of Liang Sheng's mansion, and Huang Yufan calmly closed the main gate. Returning to the courtyard, he saw the carefree independent cultivator Zize and Liang Sheng lying on loungers. How leisurely! City Lord Mansion. At this moment, Feng Yuan was standing in front of more than 30 cultivators, the weakest of whom were in the middle nascent soul realm, with several in the divinity transformation stage. These were the reinforcements from capital city Soul Song, who had just arrived today. Feng Yuan had merely asked them a few cursory questions before instructing his servants to start a feast in their honor. With their support, the immortal city would be temporarily worry-free. Since the mastermind behind this claims to want fair competition, he would go along with it. Thus, even if the mastermind was really a sacred land representative, he couldn't intervene and break the rules. The Holy Land would not be biased and turn a blind eye. As he drank wine, Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes, thinking about Zhou family. Wait and see. Inside the immortal city. While Feng Yuan and Kaiwen Child were entertaining their reinforcements with drinks, the streets and shops of the city were very lively. Previously, few people were interested in refining materials in various shops, but now the cultivators were snatching them up frantically. Even for top-grade materials, as long as you dared to quote a price, they dared to buy. In a short while, those rich in resources were madly purchasing refining materials, while those on a tight budget began venturing out to find suitable materials. Anyway, no one thought about giving up on gathering materials, and everyone's thoughts were remarkably similar. These were spirit tools. No one knew if they would have such an opportunity in their lives, so if they didn't strive for it now, when would they? So when Feng Yuan received the news, his expression changed, becoming extremely fierce, but he soon returned to his usual calm demeanor. Refining spirit tools for the cultivators of the immortal city? That's a really good tactic. Is this a challenge to the authority of the immortal city while having nothing to fear? Feng Yuan immediately guessed Liang Sheng's intentions. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to win people's hearts. But how could Feng Yuan possibly let Liang Sheng succeed? First come, first served. With that thought, he exchanged a glance with Kaiwen Child, and they both understood each other's ideas and laughed. They then looked at the cultivators in the hall before randomly choosing one. Deist friend Li Chang, I wonder if you could go to Fenghe Road later? I will give you some extra refining materials, and if you're lucky, you might even get a spirit tool. Spirit tool? Nascent Soul True Monarch Li Chang was one of the cultivators sent by capital city Soul Song to reinforce the immortal city. Hence, they had heard about the situation in the immortal city. However, he had just arrived at the immortal city today and was enjoying Feng Yuan's hospitality, so he was not aware of the news spread by Liang Sheng. As soon as Feng Yuan spoke, Li Chang became excited as the specific situation was transmitted into his mind. Li Chang was instantly delighted and determined. He then said goodbye to the other cultivators, took the storage bag given by Feng Yuan, and rushed away excitedly without any delay. Feng Yuan and Kaiwen Child watched his hasty departure, looking in the direction of Liang Sheng's mansion with cold smiles in their hearts. You still want to keep confusing people's hearts? I'm going to make you lose your wife and collapse your army. If it weren't for the experts behind you, you would have died long ago. Feng Yuan's thoughts were simple. He wanted to monopolize the right to refine spirit tools. When the cultivators of the immortal city finally had enough spirit tool materials and found out Liang Sheng couldn't help them refine, how would they feel? I'm afraid they think they've been played like a monkey. Moreover, even if Liang Sheng breaches the agreement, Feng Yuan wouldn't care, because this is also within his plan. If they want to accept other people's orders, they have to reject Li Chang. Will Li Chang not make a fuss? Furthermore, if they refuse Li Chang, who will they help refine spirit tools for later? No matter what they do, they are wrong. A refining master is indeed rare and valuable. However, in the face of absolute strength, so-called schemes are nothing but fools. After confirming that his response is reasonable, Feng Yuan soon pays no more attention to Liang Sheng. He turns his gaze back to Chen Chen and the others. Seeking truth lineage, can you endure it? This is the time of decline of my city lord mansion. Immortal city. A remote corner. At this moment, Chen Chen and Pei Linyu can't help but feel excited. Today, Liang Sheng's statement everyone can seek immortality and ask for the path coincides with the philosophy of their Church of All Beings, part of the Seeking Truth lineage. Senior brother, do you think Liang Sheng could be the all-living beings sect we've been searching for? Chen Chen is a little excited. It's not impossible. Hearing that Pei Linyu also holds this idea, Chen Chen calms down and asks with some doubts. If that's the case, why is he unwilling to cooperate with us? Is he still concerned about the City Lord Mansion? But today, what they are doing is already opposing the City Lord Mansion. What do they want to do exactly? I can't figure out the purpose of their actions either, but whether he is from the all-living beings sect or not, the result now shows that he and the City Lord Mansion are not on the same side. Since that's the case, the enemy of an enemy is a friend, so regardless of his identity, we can choose to temporarily cooperate with them. Senior brother is right, we have no choice but to do so for now. However, Chen Chen has already tried several times to contact the Zhou family, but the Zhou family remains indifferent to his attempts. It seems that the Zhou family doesn't want to talk with him at all and doesn't want to give him any chance. This has slowed down Chen Chen's plan extremely. As for Pei Linyu, he has been carefully hiding and can only relax a little when the City Lord Mansion doesn't seem to care about him. At this moment, when he looks at the direction where Liang Sheng is, he actually desires the assistance of another refining master, which would greatly aid the Seeking Truth lineage. After all, the cultivators of Seeking Truth lineage mostly practiced in seclusion in the Zai Immortal dynasty, so their strength lies mainly in combat skills. Compared with the technique sect, spirit tools would give them the greatest increase in battle strength. Thinking of this, Pei Linyu can no longer hold back. No, this matter must be reported as soon as possible. He hopes the elders will pay attention to it as he now feels that this might be the greatest opportunity for the Seeking Truth lineage to enter the Immortal City. With this thought, Pei Linyu clenches his fists secretly. This operation cannot fail. Zhou family. The outstanding Zhou family is extremely calm at the moment. Some cultivators have visited them in recent days, and the Zhou family can't refuse them all. So after some selection, Zhou Ning still meets with some cultivators a few times, but no matter what the other party says, Zhou Ning only replies with a few superficial words and hardly says much. This demeanor is due to Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Ning sharing the same opinion. The fame of the Zhou family has already spread far and wide, so anything they do now would be excessive. It's better to be cautious and prudent. Instead of wasting time, they might as well seize the opportunity to develop secretly. After all, almost all of Zhou family's golden core experts have perished. At this moment, the Zhou family's reputation is greater than its strength. They would never allow fame and fortune to cloud their judgment. Therefore, Zhou Ning deals with external affairs, while the Zhou family young members spare no effort to cultivate hard, trying to make a breakthrough. Those who temporarily can't break through start to focus on the horizontal training method under the guidance of Zhou Shen. After all, every bit of strength is a bit of hope during the Immortal Dynasty Golden Era. Their practice of the horizontal training method is progressing extremely smoothly. Being of desolate domain bloodline makes them more suitable to assimilate with the Immortal City's wilderness aura. They are the biggest beneficiaries of the City Lord Mansion's scheme. Of course, Chen Chen has also come a few times during this period but has been turned away each time. The Zhou family doesn't want to have any connection with the Seeking Truth lineage now. Having safely returned to the City Lord's mansion front previously, they can't take the risk of provoking the City Lord mansion again. During this period of secret development, the Zhou family doesn't want to give the City Lord mansion any opportunity for revenge. Chen Chen is helpless, but the reaction of the City Lord mansion is also a bit strange. Their sudden silence makes the Zhou family apprehensive. However, under the influence of the cultivating good fortune and avoiding disaster bloodline ability, Zhou Ning only feels a little uneasy and does not perceive any major disaster. Therefore, with Jin Guangxiu present, Zhou Ning decides to take one step at a time. In truth, they already have no way out, so the Zhou family members are all working hard to improve their cultivation as quickly as possible, hoping it's still in time. Being on the brink of death, they have sought a chance at life, and the Zhou family will never give up. In front of Liang Sheng's mansion. At this moment, someone has already prepared complete refining materials outside the door, and that person is none other than Li Chang from the City Lord Mansion. Li Chang is actually a new face in the Immortal City, but Liang Sheng, who had been monitoring the movement of the City Lord Mansion, is naturally aware of his existence. However, when Liang Sheng sees Li Chang, he doesn't show any abnormality on the surface. He just speaks indifferently. If the refining of the spirit tool fails, this poor deist will not be responsible. Are you still willing, deist friend? Please proceed, deist friend. Since I can bring the materials here, I have already prepared myself psychologically. You don't need to be burdened by it. Deist friend, if you are so well prepared mentally, then wait for my notification. Afterwards, Huang Yufan dismissed Li Chang from the mansion, and then hung up a sign indicating his seclusion for refining weapons, indicating his stance of temporarily not accepting other cultivators' materials. At this time, the cultivators who had already prepared their materials hastily arrived, only to feel a little downcast when they saw the situation. They were a step too late, and Liang Sheng didn't hide anything. This cultivator actually prepared 10 times the materials, truly ostentatious. Is he not afraid of making a loss? The cultivators from the Immortal City who had prepared their materials felt slightly resentful, but they felt it was a good thing after changing their perspective. After all, even though they knew the other party was a refining master, they didn't know his success rate. Someone going ahead to provide a sample first was the best scenario. If none of the 10 batches of materials were successful, they would have to reconsider their plans. Therefore, while the cultivators from the Immortal City were acquiring refining materials, they also paid attention to the movements in Liang Sheng's mansion. Liang Sheng's mansion, however, was extremely quiet. The city lord mansion also showed no activity. The entire Immortal City seemed eerily calm, which was somewhat unexpected for many cultivators from the cultivation families. Feng Yuan, the man capable of soul emergence power, would usually have responded angrily to provocation from the city lord mansion, but this tranquility was beyond their expectations. However, people quickly realized that it would normally be so, but now it was during the Immortal Dynasty competition, the Golden Era. The Western barbarians previously provoked too, but under such circumstances, the city lost face, and the former city lord Suwa did not take action. Only because the opponent was in the Golden Core realm. So, many people finally realized at this moment that the current situation differs from before. Cultivators must compete, just to vie for a future. Of course, in the era of great contention, they might also perish, but if cultivators do not compete, why should they cultivate to become immortals? After understanding this principle, they immediately figured out the thoughts of the person who previously presented 10 times the refining materials. Clearly, he is competing. He is aiming to be one step ahead. Under the same realm, those with spirit tools have a higher chance of winning. This view quickly spread throughout the entire Immortal City. Many cultivators, although they have not yet prepared the materials for refining spirit tools, respect Liang Sheng for being willing to refine spirit tools for them in the era of great contention. Inside Liang Sheng's mansion, with the brewing public opinion in the Immortal City, the Zize independent cultivator couldn't help but nod. Since his disciple Liang Sheng's mentality improved and the complete heaven great freedom method achieved minor success, his thinking indeed broke out of the frame, much to Zize independent cultivator's satisfaction. As he had been watching the public opinion in the city, this was exactly the result brought about by Liang Sheng instructing Huang Yufan to spread rumors in secret. Zhou family remained extremely low-key and calm, so people would subconsciously ignore them. Under such public opinion, cultivators in the Immortal City were increasingly grateful to Liang Sheng's selfless and just behavior. After all, who among them could do the same given the circumstances? So much so that even though the spirit tool hasn't been formed yet, Liang Sheng has managed to harvest some fortune. Such a result naturally satisfied Zize independent cultivator immensely. However, things wouldn't always proceed so smoothly. If Feng Yuan from the city lord mansion didn't have any countermeasures, then they wouldn't be considered gifted children. My disciple, how will you deal with it when Feng Yuan takes action? Thinking of this, Zize independent cultivator was filled with interest, and things turned out just as he thought. Feng Yuan was finally preparing to make a move. City Lord Mansion. Feng Yuan's face looked extremely gloomy, and Kai Wen Child didn't look much better. They didn't expect Liang Sheng to take a different path and disrupt their plans. They just hadn't experienced the era of social media. Liang Sheng was naturally comfortable with it. After all, in his past life in the entertainment industry, everyone was adept at sensationalizing things. As long as there was no major scandal, they were considered perfect people. Deist friend, we can't go on like this. I went to look at the sub-vein of the Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein, and it seems like its fortune is about to split. Upon hearing this, Kaiwan Child nodded. Who would have thought that the longevity Immortal City would end up like this? Originally, they were here to seize opportunities, but now it seems we can't wait any longer. That day, in the longevity Immortal City, it seemed like the sky was ripped apart, hanging upside down, leaving all the cultivators in the city looking up at the sky in shock. Because in the sky, although it was broad daylight, the sky was gloomily dark, and it seemed like the sky had been split open. It was as if there was a blood-red eye greedily staring at the ground, but it was like there was an invisible barrier blocking those insect-like eyes. However, the next moment, as the day seemed to fall and the sky seemed to tilt, at the moment when everyone was panicking, Liang Sheng looked up at the sky, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Feng Yuan eventually lost his cool. However, in this way, they are courting death. Chapter 218, The Outer Space Beast Swamp has nothing to do with me, and my health cultivation technique has broken through again. Longevity Immortal City. The sudden sky anomaly in the Immortal City made all the cultivators feel somewhat uneasy. After all, at this moment, it was like the end of the world, and who could remain calm? What on earth was going on? Ordinary cultivators couldn't get an answer, but at this time, a huge voice suddenly came from the City Lord Mansion, which somewhat calmed down the cultivators of the Immortal City. It was Feng Yuan. Deist friends, do not panic. As the City Lord, I swear to stand with the Immortal City. As soon as his words fell, a figure from the City Lord Mansion charged straight into the sky, then a curtain of light rose up. In an instant, darkness fell and light rose again. The sun was still hanging high in the sky, the deep and gloomy situation was gone, and the blood-red, eye-like pits disappeared without a trace in the light. At this moment, the haze in the cultivators' hearts was slightly removed. However, in their eyes, they could still see that the sky seemed to be mended, and the gaps still existed. At this moment, another figure appeared in the sky above the Immortal City. It was Kaiwan Child. He and Feng Yuan were holding golden lights in their hands, one on the left and the other on the right, in perfect coordination. Under the shining of the golden light, the light completely enveloped the Immortal City, and the gloom was completely dispersed. All the cultivators looked up and saw this situation, and they were extremely excited. Seeing the sky restored to normal, someone suddenly couldn't help but shout out loud. City Lord is majestic. For a moment, it was like a thunderous applause. The cultivators of the Immortal City were full of gratitude in their hearts. City Lord Feng Yuan, who had crossed the heavenly tribulation in the Immortal City, was truly sentimental about the past. Although they did not know what kind of catastrophe it was, but if it wasn't for the City Lord's shot, how could they survive? High in the sky, Feng Yuan felt that fortune had been added to his body, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up slightly, but he immediately suppressed his emotions, looking somewhat solemn on his face. Immediately after, his voice was heard in every corner of the Immortal City. This heavenly disaster has only been temporarily suppressed by me, but has not been completely eliminated. However, I promise that as long as I, Feng Yuan, am in Longevity Immortal City for a day, I will do my best to protect the city. If you all trust me, I will not disappoint any of you in the Immortal City. As soon as these words were spoken, the emotions of the Immortal City cultivators were immediately ignited again. After all, having such a city lord to protect them was their good fortune, so how could they not be happy? The even greater cheers echoed once more throughout the Immortal City, while the Zhou family remained silent. At this time, Jin Guangzhou looked up at the sky, his eyes full of suspicion. At this moment, everyone in the Zhou family had sensed their desolate domain bloodline. However, only he had actually come out of the desolate domain. During the sky anomaly, he felt a very familiar qi. Beast Swamp? Previously, under Su Wu's command, the desolate domain was destroyed, which led to the direct access of the Beast Swamp to the Immortal City. Jin Guangzhou couldn't help but feel somewhat absurd. Back then, the beast tides of the desolate domain were only held back with the help of the Immortal City, but now it was a cruel twist of fate. He wanted to communicate with Liang Sheng to ask for an answer, but after thinking about it, he decided not to ask for the time being. Because no matter what, if there was really danger, Senior would never ignore him. In that case, why should he care? Let's see how things develop. He trusted Liang Sheng very much, so he didn't pay any more attention to what was happening in the sky with Feng Yuan. However, Zhou Shen beside him couldn't help but look up suspiciously. For some reason, he was strangely drawn to the red giant eye pit in the sky. However, the feeling quickly vanished, making him think it was his own illusion. Because now, no matter how much he tried, there was no movement in the sky, which just made him feel a little impulsive. However, he didn't have much energy to pay attention to this matter, because he felt that his fortune was slowly being drawn out. He couldn't help but look towards the city lord mansion, and then kept silent. Seeing that Jin Guangxiu didn't ask anything, he excused himself and went back to his room, plunging into cultivation again. Strength is the hard truth in the end. On the other side, Liang Sheng's mansion. Zize independent cultivator couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This Feng Yuan youngster was quite decisive. Previously, because of the Zhou family's commotion in the city lord mansion, there had been some fluctuations in his fortunes. But now, Feng Yuan's fortune was re-stabilizing. Thinking of this, he unconsciously looked at Liang Sheng, found that his disciple was not angry or upset, and still remained calm and composed, so he nodded slightly. However, he still asked, "Sheng, how do you plan to deal with this situation? Feng Yuan's move has directly turned your previous efforts into bubbles and illusions." Liang Sheng was not moved at all. "Master, do you know the saying, working in vain, but making a wedding dress for others?" This sentence was somewhat unexpected to Zize, but he just laughed it off. "Alright, I'll just watch your performance from here on. Master, just wait and see, but now there is no need to worry, I just need to sit and wait on the fishing platform, and someone will get anxious." As he said this, Liang Sheng looked up at the sky. Although he knew under the law of cause and effect that such a situation might arise and had made the necessary preparations beforehand, he never thought that the surprise the event would bring him would be even greater. However, the size of the benefits this surprise would bring was not determined by how City Lord Feng Yuan would react, but by seeking the truth lineage. Seeking the truth lineage, can you resist the temptation this time? The answer was probably not. Even if the seeking truth lineage is extremely cautious, they could not resist making a move after Feng Yuan threw out bait. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but look in another direction. Chen should be meeting with Pei Lin right now, right? Longevity Immortal City, a hidden place. The situation was exactly as Liang Sheng had anticipated. Not long after the sky collapse, Pei Lin and Chen met, their faces full of surprise and disbelief. This time, their previous estimates of the Immortal City seemed to have been slightly off, and they now needed to inform the elders to make a decision. Opportunities come rarely, and once lost, they may never come again. So, after sending their communications, they waited quietly for a reply from the elder. With just the two of them, they couldn't possibly do anything in the current situation. They needed more people. And stronger battle strength. The next moment, the communication jade slip in Pei Linu's hand glowed slightly. Pei Linu hurriedly checked the information within the jade slip, his eyes lighting up. He had suspected that the elder would have a plan, and it seemed he wasn't the only one who had come to the Immortal City, there were quite a few fellow cultivators within. The elders also guaranteed that reinforcements would be sent at the first opportunity because City Lord Feng Yuan was a soul emergence stage expert, so there would be someone with soul emergence power in those reinforcements as well. Seeing Pei Linu's excited expression, Chen knew that things must be going well. He quickly took the jade slip and couldn't help but cheer softly after reading its contents. Great! Immediately after that, he looked at Pei Linu. "Senior brother Pei, should we gather everyone together now? The days of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty rejecting the Seeking Truth lineage may soon change." Pei Linu was also excited at this moment, and indeed, the jade slip provided a way to gather the Seeking Truth lineage disciples within the Immortal City. However, he didn't act too hastily and forced himself to calm down. "Don't rush. As dawn approaches, we must not be hasty, lest we fail just before success is about to be achieved. Senior brother is right. This time I have been a bit reckless, but even if we don't gather everyone now, we can't do nothing. Moreover, in order to ensure absolute success in our future plans, we must make preparations beforehand. But with just the two of us, I'm afraid our strength isn't enough. So I suggest, Senior Brother Pei, that you should personally visit the Zhou family." "Zhou family?" Pei Linu muttered these two words softly and then looked determined. Chen was right, they needed to bring the Zhou family to their side. It was hard to convince them previously, but now. He looked up at the sky at this moment. After Feng Yuan's move, the anomaly in the sky could no longer be seen. However, as a member of the Seeking Truth lineage, he could still sense a trace of a special qi in the air. Let's go. Since this is the case, there's no better time than now. We'll go to the Zhou family now. Do we go together? Of course. There's no need to hide anymore, so let's go together. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen immediately understood Pei Linyu's determination, felt increasingly excited, and gained more confidence in winning over the Zhou family. The Zhou family's past actions in front of the City Lord Mansion were seen by all the cultivators in the Immortal City. As such, the Zhou family had gained a part of the Immortal City's fortune. If they could bring them over to their side, future actions would undoubtedly be much smoother. With this in mind, Chen Chen no longer objected and nodded softly instead. Then let's set off now. The Zhou family. At this moment, Zhou Ning's face looked a bit strange. He and Zhou Shen were sitting in Jin Guangxiu's room, but from time to time, he would glance at the sky outside the window. As time passed, in addition to seeking fortune and avoiding evil's bloodline ability, he felt a pulsation within his bloodline growing stronger and stronger. Not only him, but all the young members of the Zhou family felt the same way. During the sky collapse, the cultivators in Immortal City were in a panic, but by now, the Zhou family's disciples felt a surge of excitement, as if there was an opportunity waiting for them from beyond the heavens. Ancestor, what's going on? Jin Guangxiu shook his head, as he couldn't be sure if the place connected to the outside world was the beast swamp or not. Although he had some confidence, it was still better to be cautious with uncertain matters. Furthermore, he had contacted Liang Sheng at the first opportunity and was told to hold his forces and do nothing. So, he couldn't answer Zhou Ning's question, and instead, he followed Liang Sheng's instructions, telling the Zhou family not to act rashly. You don't need to do anything. Pretend nothing has happened and just wait and see. Especially you, Shener, you're already approaching the complete golden core, you mustn't let your guard down. Zhou Ning originally wanted to discuss the situation beyond the heavens further, but as soon as Jin Guangxiu mentioned Zhou Shen's situation, he couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face. Perhaps the first nascent soul of the Zhou family after moving to Longevity Immortal City would soon appear. Hence, because of his expectations, he immediately put aside the matter of the heavens. Yes, Shener, you should focus on breaking through right now. Ancestor is right, no matter what, we, the Zhou family, should observe the changes in the situation calmly. Right now, our priority is your cultivation breakthrough. I can also tell you some good news. Through our family's efforts over the years, we have accumulated 3 nascent soul pills. So, don't have any concerns. However, before Zhou Ning could finish, Jin Guangxiu interrupted him, Patriarch, there's no need to use the family's nascent soul pills because I have already prepared. Then, a jade bottle appeared in Jin Guangxiu's hand, and as he slightly opened the lid, an incredibly rich pill fragrance emanated. Jin Guangxiu then sealed the jade bottle again, not revealing even a hint of qi. High-grade nascent soul pill. That's right. Zhou Ning was overjoyed upon hearing this. With a high-grade nascent soul pill and not even 300 years old Zhou Shen, as long as he reached the golden core completion himself, how could he not break through the nascent soul realm? In the Immortal Dynasty competition and the Golden Era, my Zhou family's talent might not miss out on a piece of the action. But just then, Jin Guangxiu frowned and Zhou Ning quickly asked, Ancestor, what's the matter? Chen Chen is here. Zhou Ning's expression wasn't good either, wondering why this man kept sticking around. He stood up at this moment, preparing to deal with Chen Chen. If it weren't for him being only a golden core true person and unable to detect the hidden traces of Chen Chen, a nascent soul true monarch, he would have driven him away the moment he found out. However, Jin Guangxiu's next words made him stop in his tracks and his expression became even worse. There's also a divinity transformation spiritualist with him. When I discovered Chen Chen earlier, this divinity transformation spiritualist had already released their information. Since that's the case, my patriarch, go out and greet the guests. Previously, the Zhou family was able to refuse Chen Chen because they had a strong foundation. However, with a divinity transformation spiritualist, they couldn't and didn't dare to refuse directly. When they reached the living room, Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Ning sat beside Pei Linyu and Chen Zhen. As for Zhou Shen, he didn't appear under Jin Guangxiu's arrangement as his top priority was to quickly reach the Golden Core completion. Patriarch Zhou, Deist Jin, I am Pei Linyu, a poor deist. I've come to bother you today out of necessity. I'm sure you can feel the abnormal situation in the sky. Since things have reached this point, whether or not you can accept our seeking truth lineage is actually a settled fact. No matter how much you deny it, it won't change. Of course, for now, you can act as if you don't know anything. But once Feng Yuan Old Taoist completely lifts the outer space prohibition, everything will be revealed. I can clearly tell you now that our seeking truth lineage has decided to support you in full. Even if this time is a trap set by an ordinary man like Feng Yuan, we must seize the opportunity. Because the opportunity outside of the world is also the Zhou family's chance, the East Victory Immortal Dynasty's rejection of our seeking truth lineage isn't without reason, and the Earth's rejection is also a fact. But precisely because of this, the spiritual veins of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty are different from those of other immortal dynasties, so we have been hiding outside the dynasty. However, now the opportunity outside of the world is more pure and more suitable for our seeking truth lineage cultivators compared to the spiritual veins of other immortal dynasties. This time, our seeking truth lineage must fight for it. This is our opportunity, and of course it includes you, so now I'm not forcing you, I just hope you understand the facts. Of course, you don't have to rush to make a statement. I believe Feng Yuan won't completely open the outer space in a short time, so you still have time to consider. So, I'm not here to force you, but now it's the golden era of the Immortal Dynasty competition. It's just the internal struggle between the talented younger generation of the Immortal Dynasty. But in the future, this struggle will definitely extend beyond the Immortal Dynasty. When all the talents gather together, what then? So now is the final preparation time for the real rise of talented individuals. I know the Zhou family also has a talent, and you must have high expectations for Zhou Shen as well. But if we can't even get past the internal struggle of the Immortal Dynasty, what's the point of talking about competing for a great opportunity with the talented individuals of other immortal dynasties? Although Chen Chen and Pei Linyu were emotionally excited, Jin Guangxiu and the others remained extremely calm and unresponsive. Chen Chen wanted to say something else, but Pei Linyu stopped him. Pei Linyu thought for a moment, put down a communication jade slip, and then said goodbye and left. This is my communication jade slip. No matter how you decide, we will accept it. But if you change your mind, you can find us at any time. Immediately after, they left without any delay, and Jin Guangxiu let Zhou Ning leave first, then contacted Liang Sheng. This time, he couldn't make up his mind and could only hope that Liang Sheng would give clear instructions. Unfortunately, after contacting him, he didn't receive a response for a long time. Did the senior encounter some trouble? Jin Guangxiu didn't know that at this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't bother about these minor issues, because the situation he'd had a premonition about earlier had finally arrived. His lifespan cultivation technique had broken through again. The data panel had also changed once more. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 2650. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Extreme. Techniques, Primordial Mysterious Technique, 4th level, Ascending Immortality Scripture, 22nd level, 20 Life Nurturing Techniques, 29th level, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique, Curse, Great Freedom Heavenly Method, Entry Level, Grand Solar Golden Crow Contemplation Method, Divine Ability. Realm, Refining Spirit from Qi, Soul Emergence Intermediate Period. Lifespan, 114,076. This time, his lifespan had jumped by more than 110,000. Chapter 219, No matter how perfectly you strategize, I'll directly stir things up with a dung stick, what can you do about it? Longevity Immortal City. Liang Sheng's mansion. The Zize independent cultivator lay in the courtyard, drinking wine, appearing completely at ease. He couldn't help but admit that his disciple knew how to enjoy life. However, at this moment, he suddenly turned his head and suspiciously glanced at the room where Liang Sheng was, and then laughed and shook his head. What was he thinking? At his level of cultivation, his perception was extremely sharp. He even had premonitions from time to time. But just now, he suddenly felt that his disciple seemed like an ancient powerful figure. But how was that possible? It was simply absurd. Not to mention that the ancient cultivation world had long since perished. Among heaven and earth, it was almost impossible for ancient cultivators to reappear. Even though heaven and earth always had some vitality, if his disciple really had that ability, the heaven's punishment would have descended upon him long ago. How could he still be his disciple? But at the same time the independent cultivator was mocking himself. He didn't know Liang Sheng was looking at his rapidly increasing lifespan with great joy. After all, who would dislike having a longer lifespan? He didn't regret secretly practicing the lifespan cultivation technique during these months of supposedly refining weapons. Finally, he broke through the previous threshold. However, the increasing lifespan wasn't the most surprising part for him. His health cultivation method had successfully broken through to the 29th level, giving him a new perception. Once the health cultivation method broke through to the 30th level, it would definitely bring him even greater surprises. Liang Sheng naturally knew very well what this meant. Just as when he had made a breakthrough on the 10th layer of the lifespan cultivation technique, the 30th layer could bring about another qualitative change. Therefore, even with his current lifespan, Liang Sheng was full of anticipation for the effects of the next level of the lifespan cultivation technique. Under such excitement, the breakthrough of the health cultivation technique also allowed the mana within his body to steadily advance once again. Although it was still far from breaking through to the next level, it was a considerable gain nonetheless. Considering Liang Sheng's current state of mind, he quickly calmed his excitement and then looked at the communication jade slip on his waist. Over these months, wanting to break through the health cultivation technique, he had ignored Jin Guangxiu's messages. After all, due to their previous actions, the Zhou family was temporarily safe. After reading Jin Guangxiu's message, Liang Sheng still didn't reply immediately. Jin Guangxiu was worrying too much, in his opinion. Liang Sheng was well aware of Feng Yuan's plan. As long as Feng Yuan was wary of the deterrence provided by the independent cultivator, the Zhou family would be safe regardless of their involvement in the seeking truth lineage. Moreover, Liang Sheng had already prepared for Feng Yuan's possible reckless actions, and the results had not gone beyond Liang Sheng's expectations. However, Liang Sheng didn't want to delay any longer. What he wanted to do now was not only to thwart Feng Yuan's plan but also to make his plan unfold in advance. He had already helped the seeking truth lineage by so much time. If they couldn't seize the opportunity, they couldn't blame anyone else. So, just when Jin Guangxiu was about to lose patience, Liang Sheng replied indifferently, and the content of his reply was simple. Just watch and see. Neither take the initiative nor refuse. Jin Guangxiu had run out of patience with Chen Chen's incessant harassment over the past few months. Fortunately, Liang Sheng finally replied at this time. Jin Guangxiu could certainly understand the first 4 words of the message, but when he saw the last 6 words, he instinctively frowned. Why did those few words give a strong sense of malice? It was quite similar to what a scumbag would do, as if walking a dog. However, Jin Guangxiu wouldn't disobey Liang Sheng's advice, so he quickly adjusted his mentality and followed Liang Sheng's suggestion, instructing Zhou Ning on how to deal with Chen Chen's possible harassment soon. With clear instructions from Jin Guangxiu, Zhou Ning instantly felt at ease. They were only buying time, which was something the Zhou family's younger generation was good at. He even felt completely reassured because of Jin Guangxiu's instructions. Since Elder Jin had made such a decision, it meant that he must have everything under control regarding the situation. In that case, he might as well focus on his sister Zhou Shen. In the past few months, she had made steady progress. Perhaps the Zhou family would soon have a nascent soul master. Liang Sheng's mansion. Because of Liang Sheng's data panel concealment attribute, even if the independent cultivator was next door, he couldn't detect Liang Sheng's increased lifespan. But now, seeing Liang Sheng coming out of the room, the independent cultivator couldn't help but brighten his eyes. How had his disciple's condition improved again? However, he didn't ask Liang Sheng about his results over the past few months. Instead, with a smile on his face, he mentioned that Feng Yuan had already begun to act, so he couldn't help but ask Liang Sheng what he wanted to do next. If his disciple still wanted to focus on refining weapons at home, he was afraid that the fortune they had obtained by calculating the city lord mansion would eventually be returned due to Feng Yuan's behavior after the strange phenomenon from outer space. It wouldn't just be a waste of their previous efforts, but also a huge loss. Master, haven't I already said before to let them be arrogant for a while? We don't need to be in a hurry. When the time comes, you will understand. Hearing Liang Sheng's words, the independent cultivator couldn't help but laugh and scold, "You actually dare to keep me in suspense? Fine, since you're so confident, I'll just see what preparations you've made." The independent cultivator kept to himself the thought that even if Liang Sheng had a problem, he would still back him up in the end. After all, at worst it would only cost him a bit of face, and what did that matter for the sake of a single-door disciple of the Free Gate lineage? None of it mattered in the grand scheme of things. And once he took action, who would dare spread rumors? Liang Sheng was unaware of the Zize independent cultivator's current thoughts. He had made more preparations and had almost everything in the Immortal City under his control. Before he became a disciple of the Zize independent cultivator, Liang Sheng had some concerns because he couldn't get a read on the Zize independent cultivator, who was way out of his league. But now that even the Zize independent cultivator had become an ally, it was extremely difficult for any accidents to occur in Liang Sheng's plan. Under these circumstances, the Immortal City once again fell into a deceptive calm, and Feng Yuan grew more vigilant, not daring to be the least bit careless. Several months had passed. No matter how slow-wit the Seeking Truth lineage was, it must have come to a final decision by now. They must have dispatched people to the Immortal City since he had initiated the outer space plan in advance, and they couldn't possibly have ignored it. Feng Yuan had never underestimated the Seeking Truth lineage. After all, they managed to smoothly leave the East Victory Immortal Dynasty even under such a vast cover-up, which showed they definitely were no ordinary force. Thus, Feng Yuan appeared relaxed on the surface but was actually quite prudent, especially since the forces of Liang Sheng and the Zhou family were not under his control. Of course, what Feng Yuan was really worried about was the person behind the Zhou family, otherwise, Liang Sheng's apparent strength was nothing more than that of ants before him. Nonetheless, Feng Yuan didn't personally deal with the Zhou family, but instead relied on the reinforcements sent over by his teacher from the capital city. There was no cause for concern. Now, Feng Yuan wanted to completely take care of the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators, and if anyone was by his side, they would hear him mutter to himself, "Come, you are my means to advance in the eyes of the higher-ups in the capital city. You must not disappoint me." Under the deceiving calm veil of the Immortal City, the hidden currents roiled. At this time, Pei Linyu finally decided that, today, he would gather all hidden Seeking Truth lineage cultivators in the Immortal City. Of course, Pei Linyu had not given up on the Zhou family either. In the last few days, they had also discovered that the Zhou family's attitude had loosened somewhat and was no longer as firm in their rejection as they had been before. This was a promising sign. In Pei Linyu's heart, he couldn't help but feel emotional. As long as they were descendants of the Seeking Truth lineage, even if they were momentarily deceived, eventually they would see the light. Under these circumstances, Pei Linyu finally decided to gather the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators first, because the reinforcements led by the Soul Emergence Power Elder were about to arrive in the Immortal City. This time, the Elder had made his stance clear. They had a clear goal for the Immortal City and would do everything possible to compete for it. The emergence of the Longevity Immortal City and the Outer Beast Marsh bolstered their confidence in the Seeking Truth lineage's return to the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. The existence of the Wilderness Beast Marsh was, in essence, a slim chance left to the Seeking Truth lineage by heaven and earth. Though heaven and earth were unkind, treating all beings as nothing more than fodder, they always left a sliver of hope. For example, after the ancient cultivation catastrophe, heaven and earth did not cut off every escape route. Otherwise, how could modern cultivation have possibly revived? After all, modern cultivation was nothing more than a new cultivation pattern born from the self-persevering efforts of the ancient cultivators through generations. Since the Beast Marsh could be connected to the Longevity Immortal City, the Seeking Truth lineage knew that there were definitely hidden traps inside, but they didn't want to miss such an opportunity. They really didn't want to live a life despised by heaven and earth anymore. Who wouldn't want to live uprightly under heaven and earth and cultivate in peace? That's why Pei Linyu decided to so decisively prepare to gather all the people. Of course, this was also a way to probe the City Lord Mansion. However, they were staking their own lives, luring with their lives. If they could figure out the City Lord Mansion's plan before the Soul Emergence Power reinforcements arrived by probing before everything happened, it would be worth dying for. Senior Brother Pei. Right now, Chen Chen's voice was choked with emotion, because tonight he was arranged by Pei Linyu to stay in the rear, leaving the gathering plan to Pei Linyu alone. Seeing Chen Chen's expression, Pei Linyu couldn't help but laugh freely. "Junior brother, don't be like this. We're simply divided by our tasks, and although you seem to be safer than me, you'll be more distressed. I'm sorry for that. Pei Lianyu's words were not meant to comfort Chen Chen, but to let him know that what he had to do was hide underground, which might even require him to watch sympathizers die. Naturally, this required stronger mental preparation. Chen Chen didn't say anything upon hearing this. In truth, he wanted to fight alongside Pei Lianyu, but Pei Lianyu gave him a resounding pat on the shoulder. Junior brother, don't be silly. In recent times, the Zhou family's word has already loosened a bit. After you and I part ways today, you must head to the Zhou family. After that, try not to leave the Zhou family. If they don't reject you, it means we have one more backup plan. With this in place, even if there's a problem on my side tonight, you'll be the assurance before the elder reinforcements arrive. So, junior brother, don't have any emotions about what we're doing. There is no difference between light and heavy in what we do, it's all just effort toward the dawn. Hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes were filled with tears. Senior brother, don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Even if I die, I'll die in the Zhou family. Chen Chen then left without looking back, heading directly to the Zhou family as he was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist wanting to fight side by side with Pei Lianyu. As for how Pei Lianyu would fare tonight, he didn't dare think too much about it. The only hope in his heart was that everything would go smoothly for his senior brother. At this time, Pei Lianyu looked at the city lord mansion, his eyes even showing a hint of provocation, before heading straight for the appointment location. Today, they are offering themselves up to the tiger. As for whether Feng Yuan, this fierce tiger, will take a bite of the delivered feast, they can only wait and see. Anyway, whether they live or die, it has significance. At this moment, Liang Sheng also looks towards the city lord's mansion with a hint of mockery. Tonight, he will be the troublemaker again. Feng Yuan actually has already prepared to make a move, capturing Pei Lianyu's group in one swoop. Of course, he wants to catch them alive. Unfortunately, Chen Chen went to the Zhou family. Of course, Feng Yuan was displeased with the Zhou family's previous claims, but because of the Zize independent cultivator secretly threatening him, Feng Yuan had suppressed his dissatisfaction and wouldn't make too many moves for the time being. But at this moment, Liang Sheng did not want Feng Yuan to have his wish, as he already sensed a powerful qi from outer space, coming at a rapid pace. According to Liang Sheng's well-prepared plan, he, of course, couldn't let the city lord's mansion capture Pei Lianyu's group so easily. At the very least, they had to wait for the people from the Seeking Truth lineage to arrive before taking action. Otherwise, it would be a pity to miss such a show with evenly matched forces. It would be more interesting and beneficial for him. He wants to sow discord within Immortal City. The Zize independent cultivator was also paying attention to the movements of the city lord's mansion and Pei Lianyu. After all, he had lost the bet back then, and he would not break his promise afterward. As long as he could preserve the unbroken inheritance of the Seeking Truth lineage, he didn't care how many people died. After Chen Chen went to the Zhou family, Pei Lianyu began to gather the Seeking Truth lineage, and the city lord's mansion set up an ambush in secret. However, just as Feng Yuan was preparing to close the net, Liang Sheng suddenly looked at the forging furnace and grinned. Over the years, Liang Sheng's refining art had already reached a divine level. In the Golden Core realm, he was already capable of forging spirit tools, let alone now? Actually, a few days ago, he had successfully refined the rough blanks of spiritual weapons from 2 sets of materials. As for the remaining 8 sets of materials, Liang Sheng never intended to refine them. After all, with a success rate of 2 out of 10 materials, he has already lived up to the reputation of a refining master, so why be extravagant and waste energy? At this moment, Liang Sheng took out a jade bottle, with a faint glint in his eyes. No one knew that when Li Chang came to Liang Sheng's place on Feng Yuan's orders to commission a spiritual weapon, Liang Sheng secretly used the soul control technique to take Li Chang's essence blood without his knowledge. So this time, his method of refining the spiritual weapon was a bit different. He intended to use Li Chang's essence blood to blood refine the spiritual weapon. In this way, once the spiritual weapon is completed, it would automatically recognize its master. At this moment, Li Chang, who was hiding around Pei Lianyu, suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart, as if something connected by blood was calling him. He was still unclear about what was going on when, in the next moment, he subconsciously looked in the direction of Liang Sheng's mansion, and then a ray of spirit light burst into the sky. A wave of spiritual weapon energy suddenly spread out, and Liang Sheng had no intention of suppressing the fluctuations, causing the monks around to look at Liang Sheng's mansion in an instant. Has a spiritual weapon been refined? A true refining master indeed. Many cultivators' eyes sparkled with excitement, especially those who had collected a whole set of materials and were eager to take action. But just at this moment, a second ray of spirit light appeared. What? At this moment, even Feng Yuan and Kai Wen Child couldn't help but stand up, admiring the opponent's exquisite technique of refining two spiritual weapons simultaneously. If even Feng Yuan and others felt this way, what about the other cultivators, who had been promised by Liang Sheng that they could also entrust him to refine spiritual weapons? While Pei Linyu was gathering the Seeking Truth lineage, Li Chang secretly sensed something and couldn't help but reveal a smile. However, his expression immediately turned ugly because the two spirit lights from Liang Sheng's mansion suddenly rushed towards him. If it were any other time, he would be overjoyed, but now was not the time, as they were currently surrounded and trying to capture the Seeking Truth lineage. But things didn't change according to his wishes. Only to see the two spiritual weapons fall from the sky into Li Chang's hands in an instant. The moment he touched the spiritual weapons, Li Chang was not surprised, but filled with fear because these two spiritual weapons had already recognized him as their master. If senior brother Feng Yuan knew about this, how would he explain? Right after that, Liang Sheng delivered a fatal blow to him. Liang Sheng looked at Li Chang with a relieved expression. Deist friendly, I did not fail your trust, successfully blood refining 2 out of 10 spiritual weapons. However, Liang Sheng's face changed shortly after as he saw the more than 10 nascent soul realm and above masters around Li Chang. In an instant, Liang Sheng's words spread throughout the immortal city. Despicable! You are all people from the city lord's mansion, trying to remove the donkey's grinding wheel after it's done. I must have been blind, ah! Liang Sheng suddenly screamed miserably and rushed into the courtyard where Li Chang and the others were surrounded. He then looked at Pei Linyu, who was in a daze facing him, and hastily spoke. What are you dazing for? Don't you know to strike first? Pei Linyu's mind was stirred, and he quickly reacted. There are despicable villains in the city lord's mansion, who hide one set of intentions on the surface and another set in secret. They don't want Master Liang to refine spiritual weapons for us cultivators, but only want to enslave us. He blood refined the spiritual weapons to recognize him as their master, which is clear evidence. Since that's the case, I won't give in to the evil intentions of these despicable people in the city lord's mansion. Deist friends, follow me to charge, protect Master Liang and return to the city lord's mansion. After all, as long as Master Liang survives, we will have the chance to own our spiritual weapons, having successfully refined 2 spiritual weapons in just a few months. What great strength! Charge! It was only natural that the Seeking Truth lineage could survive to this day, with clever people forming an instant harmony with voices filled with a trace of horror. But what if this is the intention of the city lord? There was an instant silence, but at this moment, Liang Sheng's mouth slightly curved up, and he suddenly shouted loudly. Impossible, I created a commotion in the city lord's mansion before, and the city lord didn't blame me at all, or else how could I still be alive now? It must be that these cultivators are acting on their own. As long as the city lord finds out about their treacherous intentions, he will definitely uphold justice for us. But just now, Master, you refined the spiritual weapon, and the spirit light shone on the immortal city. How could the city lord, with his soul emergence power, not notice the anomaly here? That's right, where is the city lord? Not only were the cultivators of the Seeking Truth lineage putting on an act, but the immortal city cultivators who were alerted to the commotion here were also asking the same question. Under their questioning, they were even more shocked because neither the Seeking Truth lineage nor Li Chang's group were below the nascent soul monarch cultivation level. What if it was actually a conspiracy by the city lord's mansion? After all, where else could so many high-level cultivators come from? In the next moment, Feng Yuan appeared, suspended in mid-air. At this point, he had no choice but to appear. That was because the fortune he had previously regained through the heaven and earth phenomenon was already fluctuating intensely. Beneath his calm expression, his eyes were filled with horror and murderous intent. Damn it! How could Li Chang betray him? This could only mean one thing, that he had underestimated Liang Sheng earlier and had fallen into his trap. Chapter 220, Everything is under my control, fight with me? You've fallen into my trap. Longevity Immortal City. At this moment, the scene was somewhat bizarre. with dozens of nascent soul powerhouses from the two major factions confronting each other, yet all wearing cautious expressions, not daring to act recklessly. Among them, two beams of spirit light shot into the sky, which were spirit tools that had already recognized their masters, standing proudly next to Li Chang. Li Chang couldn't help but feel like crying, for at this point, how could he not know that he had been set up by others? But even if he told the truth, no one would believe him, since he had used his essence blood to refine the spirit tools. Without his consent, how could anyone obtain his essence blood? Thus, after the spirit tools automatically recognized their masters, even his companions at this moment were looking at him with suspicious eyes. Fortunately, after City Lord Feng Yuan appeared, he didn't seem to doubt Li Chang, but just quietly watched Liang Sheng with a chilling murderous intent in his eyes. Without doubting his instincts, Li Chang believed that senior brother Feng Yuan definitely didn't suspect him. Otherwise, the reaction would have been different. Indeed, he was an extraordinary man whose actions and thoughts were different from others. Feeling slightly relieved, Li Chang turned around and reflected, straightened his body and wore an innocent expression on his face. After all, he had no reason to do such a thing. Who would provoke a soul emergence? Heaven's chosen who had crossed the heavenly tribulation just to get a spirit tool, wasn't it courting death? The reason why cultivators were fanatical about chasing after spirit tools was for their own safety and security. So, which fool would risk his life for a spirit tool? Amidst the silence, others gradually withdrew their doubtful gazes and no longer looked at Li Chang. At first, things happened suddenly, but after they calmed down, they realized that Li Chang under no circumstances would betray Feng Yuan. After all, they were the reinforcements prepared by Ling Xiaozi and Chen Yangzi and were even more aware of the consequences of betrayal. Only if they wanted to die could they possibly do so. However, Li Chang's essence blood was indeed exploited by the other party now, which was a clear indication that the other party's methods were no ordinary matter and could not be underestimated. Although they understood this principle, ordinary cultivators in the Immortal City did not know the key points. Especially, since it concerned their own interests, the opportunity to forge spirit tools for each person. Under heaven, prosperity is due to benefit. So, after Liang Sheng's manipulation, they felt that the benefits they might have gained from the spirit tools were directly damaged, making the anger in their hearts capable of burning down the entire Immortal City in an instant. Although most of them may not even be able to prepare the materials for a spirit tool, yet precisely because of this, they were more easily incited. The psychology of the lower cultivators was well known to Feng Yuan and his group since they were higher beings who were best at manipulating people. On the City Lord Mansion side, anxiety filled their hearts, while on Pei Linyu's side, their faces showed surprise and joy. In their eyes, Liang Sheng's actions at this moment were no different than what they felt about the Zhou family in their hearts. After all, Liang Sheng and the Zhou family had once caused a huge commotion in front of the City Lord Mansion, and Pei Linyu even had an incredible thought. Could it be that junior brother Chen Chen had already persuaded the Zhou family tonight, or that the Zhou family had suddenly realized their mistake at the last moment and finally acknowledged their alliance to seeking the truth lineage, resulting in such a change? However, no matter what the reason was, the current situation was favorable for Pei Linyu. Originally, they were the ones ambushed in the City Lord Mansion's plan, but now, at the very least, the situation had become a clear standoff. Therefore, at this moment, Pei Linyu secretly conveyed that they must not act rashly, and if the situation turned sour, they must ensure Liang Sheng's escape even at the cost of their lives today. Even if Liang Sheng couldn't get away, they would wait for everyone else to fall before him, and only then would he face death last. In an instant, those who received Pei Linyu's instructions from the Seeking the Truth lineage had determined gazes. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but curse in his heart. What the hell, are you all idiots? Why is everyone looking at me as if I'm dead? If you want to die, just die and don't drag me into it. I'll live a long, prosperous life, dancing on your graves. However, now was not the time to argue with these stubborn mules from the Seeking Truth lineage. So Liang Sheng, who was unhappy in his heart, simply ignored them and looked at Feng Yuan, who was suspended in mid-air. At this moment, Liang Sheng actually wanted to provoke him further. This situation had been rehearsed countless times by him, and after all, no one would die today. He said it. Even if there were unexpected accidents, he still had the next plan in place. By that time, it would be even more challenging for Feng Yuan to back down. Of course, Liang Sheng was a kind-hearted person and couldn't bear to see innocent cultivators getting killed. So today, he still wanted the immortal city to shed less blood. If Feng Yuan knew what Liang Sheng was thinking now, he would probably be furious. How could there be such a shameless person in this world, who, despite causing such a situation, is still not grateful for the mercy shown to him? However, Feng Yuan didn't know Liang Sheng's thoughts at this moment, and he only felt a little tired in his heart. Considering his status as the longevity immortal city lord and being a powerful soul emergence heaven's chosen who had crossed the heavenly tribulation, he was now bound by the fortune contained within the ordinary cultivators of the immortal city. If it weren't for this burden, he probably would have lost his patience and made a move already. After all, even if Liang Sheng had the backing of a sacred land representative in this situation, he would have no choice but to accept it. Such a despicable person, not only was he not grateful for the mercy shown to him, but he would also provoke time and time again. If he didn't make a move, his Dao heart would remain unsettled. In this case, if his master knew about his predicament, he would probably come forward to support him as well. But he couldn't let his emotions take over now. After all, the remnants of seeking truth lineage and the destiny of the immortal city were two circumstances he did not want to give up. It was because of these situations that Jinyangzi had sacrificed a lot for him to reach this level. Feng Yuan, you must endure. This time, once you step forward, refinement void Dao monarch will be within your grasp. As Feng Yuan was considering how to choose words and make sentences without mistake, Liang Sheng spoke out again at this moment, his face full of sadness. City Lord, you have finally arrived. You must stand up for me. This person has sinister intentions and wants to put the City Lord in an unjust position. He wants to blame the City Lord for not giving the cultivators of the city an opportunity to refine their spirit tools. If he doesn't die, I fear that the immortal city cultivators may not accept it even if I agree. Right. City Lord, hurry up and kill this despicable man. For a short while, the atmosphere was filled with excitement. But seeing the immortal city cultivators who were easily stirred up by Liang Sheng's few words, Feng Yuan couldn't help but feel helpless. These lower-level cultivators were too easy to deceive. Little did he realize that he had once been like this, also easily deceiving a group of similar people. It was just that he didn't care about his actions at the time. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan couldn't help but feel like he had brought it on himself. However, he quickly adjusted his mood, and with a movement of his heart, the entire immortal city instantly quieted down. First of all, I, the City Lord, must apologize to everyone, because in fact, my actions have caused Master Liang to misunderstand. But rest assured, Master Liang will be absolutely fine today. If anyone dares to go against him, they will be going against me, Feng Yuan. When he said this, Feng Yuan clenched his teeth, and everyone could feel the anger boiling within him. It was just that no one knew that the target of his rage wasn't someone else but Liang Sheng himself. After all, who could be happy to defend someone they hate so much? Liang Sheng also appeared agitated on the surface, but his heart was as calm as water. He had long anticipated this outcome, knowing that Feng Yuan wouldn't dare to take reckless actions. Seeing this, he even felt a little disappointed. Ultimately, Feng Yuan hadn't dared to act recklessly. In Liang Sheng's view, there was no surprise in this act, and it was simply ordinary. However, the immortal city cultivators felt Feng Yuan's sincerity, and in an instant, someone exclaimed excitedly, feeling fortunate for the City Lord's magnanimity. Thank the City Lord for protecting the hearts of our immortal city cultivators. Mighty City Lord! Mighty City Lord! Then, there came a wave of cheers and exclamations, and the immortal city cultivators were all delighted that they still had the opportunity to refine spirit tools. They knew the City Lord would not disregard public opinion. But in that case, how would the City Lord deal with the despicable person in the City Lord mansion who had deceived the City Lord? At this moment, Li Chang was targeted by the gazes of the immortal city cultivators, and he couldn't help but feel aggrieved, unable to bear the burden of such a huge blame. Thinking about this, the previous joy had long vanished, leaving him with nothing but the thought of why he had accepted this task. My heart is bitter. And the reinforcements who had previously admired Li Chang for being well regarded by Feng Yuan upon arriving in the immortal city felt relieved in their hearts. Good thing they hadn't taken the mission earlier, or it would be their turn to be blamed now. At this moment, Li Chang could only look up at Feng Yuan with a pitiful expression. Luckily, Feng Yuan didn't want to be led by the nose by Liang Sheng, or else his following plans would be impossible to proceed smoothly. Deist friends, rest assured, I, the city lord, will not tolerate evil, but Li Chang isn't a despicable person. In fact, he was simply following my instructions. What? In an instant, there was a commotion in the immortal city. But Feng Yuan did not stop there, he continued, do you know who the people standing beside Master Liang are? They are the remnants of the seeking truth lineage, extremely sinful and evil. They are the reason why I have to act like this. As soon as his words fell, Liang Sheng instantly used a rapid teleportation movement to appear below Feng Yuan, like a frightened bird, nervously staring at Pei Linyu and the others. Such agility left both sides dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't Master on our side, seeking truth remnants? In Feng Yuan's heart, disgust was at an all-time high. The more he watched Liang Sheng's crude performance, the more nauseous he felt. Yet, he could not do anything but let him stay close to him. If it wasn't for the people behind you, I would've. Thinking about this, Feng Yuan took a deep breath, calming the vicious thoughts in his heart. From below, Liang Sheng naturally heard his sharp intake of breath, and couldn't help but innocently say, City Lord, save me. The immortal city cultivators only then came to their senses and realized the confusing situation, wondering what was going on. The other party turns out to be remnants of the seeking truth lineage. In the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, this was a taboo presence. Cultivators despised it, and the hatred had been passed down in their bloodlines throughout the generations. They looked at Pei Linyu and the other nascent soul masters, particularly Pei Linyu, who was a divinity transformation spiritualist, and suddenly it all made sense. No wonder they could confront the city lord mansion. So it turned out they were remnants of the seeking truth lineage. Then, they heard Feng Yuan's voice again, so today, my original intention was to lay down a heaven and earth net and capture all the remnants of the seeking truth lineage at once. However, I didn't expect that Master Liang's refining skills are extraordinary, and he succeeded in merely a few months, beyond everyone's expectations. The existence of such a refining master is a fortune for my immortal city. Upon hearing these words, the immortal city cultivators were fired up with excitement, as if they too could obtain spiritual tools through Liang Sheng in the near future. Feng Yuan didn't say anything more, as he was waiting for Liang Sheng to retort. After all, what he just said put Liang Sheng in a difficult position and somewhat restored his momentum. However, Liang Sheng didn't say anything at all. Instead, a voice suddenly rose from the crowd. So it turns out that it was the city lord who commissioned Master Liang to refine the spiritual tools. No wonder, who in Immortal City would be so generous as to produce 10 portions of refining materials at once? Yeah, that's right. It's no wonder he is the city lord, truly grand. But why can Li Chang use his own essence blood to refine spiritual devices? Could he be the city lord's illegitimate child? Who else would give their subordinates such treatment? As the immortal city cultivators continued speaking, their words became more ridiculous. Feng Yuan couldn't help but frown and had to speak up to stop them, who knew what else they might say. Fellow deists, please don't get tangled up in this. I can tell everyone why this is the case. Do you know what lies underneath the sky? Previously, I didn't want to tell you because I wanted you to live more peacefully, I could take these worries upon myself. But now, in order to not let everyone misunderstand the city lord mansion, I can only tell you the truth. In fact, everything is in preparation for the extraordinary environment outside the sky. Li Chang is not the despicable and shameless person you imagine but a hero of my immortal city. It was he who courageously volunteered to be the pathfinder for Immortal City. He took the initiative to apply to be a pathfinder for the extraordinary environment outside the sky. How could I let such a warrior grow disheartened? Naturally, I wanted to give him the best protection. So what if he has a spiritual device armor? With it, Li Chang's safety is guaranteed. I, Feng Yuan, have never let a loyal warrior be aggrieved because I can't let them bleed and cry at the same time. This spiritual device is my guarantee to them. As long as the City Lord Mansion exists, and as long as it is for the security of Immortal City, I, Feng Yuan, will prioritize everyone who charges into battle. That's why I made such arrangements. However, this has directly taken up Master Liang's time. I'm sorry to bother everyone in Immortal City. So that's how it is. The Immortal City cultivators suddenly had a moment of realization, not expecting City Lord Feng Yuan to have been silently bearing this responsibility for them all along. In an instant, some emotional Immortal City cultivators could not help but feel tears welling up in their eyes. They had misunderstood the city lord and even hurt the warm heart he held for them. I am truly not human. At this time, Feng Yuan glanced at Liang Sheng from the corner of his eye, sneering in his heart, but he noticed a slight smirk on Liang Sheng's face, which made him pause. He had clearly dissolved all of Liang Sheng's schemes, so why was he still so smug? What's going on? At this moment, Liang Sheng put away his smile and showed a grieved expression. So that's how it is. I was wrong to resent the brave loyalists of the city lord mansion. However, if that's the case, we should try our best to not let them shed blood in such a dangerous mission. After all, now we have a better choice, aren't these the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage? Why not let them go? They deserve to die anyway. Upon hearing this, Pei Linyu was overjoyed in his heart. As expected, their opponent was from their Seeking Truth lineage. Even if not, they must have deep connections. Feng Yuan, upon hearing this, became even more grim-faced. Unexpectedly, his opponent had been waiting for him here. He had been careless, and now he had fallen into their trap.